Hello, everybody. Welcome to Timesphere, where we have timely discussions that are rarely on time. Joined today by my buddy Lou. Lou, you want to give the people kind of like your rundown of who you are, since this is your first time on the pod?
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, I'm Lewis, Lewtwo. I do a lot of Pokemon archival stuff. I do a lot of videos on Pokemon allegedly, and I do a lot of tweets, unfortunately. So,
I feel like that's a lot of people just in media spaces. It's like I do the cool stuff, and then I do less of the cool stuff that I actually want to do, and then I do way too much of posting.
oh yeah, no, absolutely. It's the forever curse for sure.
Yeah. Uh, Obviously, Pokemon Day happened on Friday. We're recording this on the Sunday after, giving us a couple days to sit and think. I haven't deep dived like all the theories and stuff already. I'm sure you've been neck deep
hmm
in all of the breakdowns and everything. I've kind of been not off the grid, but I watched it a couple times, read a couple posts about it, read a couple articles about it, and then have been mostly offline regarding it. So I'm really interested to talk about kind of the breakdown of a lot of this stuff. But
Yeah.
um, this was a weird kind of just talking about like Pokemon days in general. The event itself seems to, ever since they've had their live service boom on mobile, the mobile slash Switch um, kind of boom that started with I guess Pokemon Unite's the one that really sparked like their using it as a, putting that in like their main stuff. Like Go's always
hmm
kind of been around. They've done TCG stuff, but with Unite they really started like not shoving it in, because Unite's what I will say it's still very popular, but it is definitely less popular than it was a couple years ago now. The the usage of Pokemon Day to kind of showcase everything that Pokemon is. How do you feel about this Pokemon Day compared to others? Because it felt like this one, especially with how much they were releasing information about certain things before the actual stream, it felt really weird this year for what they actually had in the presentation.
Yeah, I mean we'll get to it when we go through things, but the way Champions was handled was really really funny.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there was I think like 2 minutes of ZA footage just to tell us that Mega Garchomp Z is in the game, which everybody already knew.
Yep.
Pocopia was like a weird trailer where they showed off playable or like background music, and it felt really at odds with what they were showing. It was a very bizarre thing. Like the only the mobile games in particular, I'm not surprised that they sped through those because I remember last year they really 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 wanted to get through as much of it as possible. So that wasn't a surprise. But
No, it wasn't.
yeah, I
But
mean we'll
the
get
the
into it.
thing the
But
thing
there's a
they
lot of
did
stuff.
the thing they did this year differently compared to last year, because last year definitely was, they heard the complaints about 2024, when there was a lot of focus put on like the mobile games and announcing stuff. 2024 was when TCG Pocket was announced during Pokemon
Yeah.
Day. So they actually had some stuff to show for it, but a lot of like the focus on Unite, the focus on Remix, the focus on Masters. Even then, Masters was already kind of like an afterthought at that point for that
Mhm.
kind of marketing. It's still popular, but the the concept of them announcing all of this stuff before the showcase and then speeding through it in the showcase itself was a
Yeah,
new
they love
thing.
doing that. They no, I feel like they've done that a lot. Like
They they do
I
it in
feel like
parts. Yeah.
every single time there's some news about Go, it's like we have not only experienced this or are currently experiencing it in the game, but we have known about this for like 2 months. With
Oh
meshes,
yeah.
it's always data mined. With Unite, oh my god, we're gonna get into what that game has done, but yeah, no, a
I
lot of the mobile stuff is it's fairly light for the most part. So
it is, and there wasn't anything new this year in terms of like a lot of people thought there'd be a new mobile game or a new side project. They didn't really do that. The side project this year seems to be what the first announcement we'll get into here in a sec. But
mhm.
the idea of, we know everything that's coming to a bunch of these games ahead of time, and obviously they announced like pretty much everything. They didn't announce that promo code and some of the stuff for TCG Pocket that's coming with this new set that was already available or was premiering
Yeah,
as the thing went live. I was surprised they announced the Fire and Leaf Green ports before the event, because you would think that would be their big, the big not
uh,
Wind and Waves thing.
Yeah, that was so funny because I woke up at like 2 p.m. that day,
Mm-hmm.
and I see a notification on Nintendo Today,
Oh my
uh,
god.
and I'm not even like logged into it, and it's this no it's this banner at the top of my phone, and it says Pokemon Fire and Leaf Green is now available on the Nintendo eShop, and I was like, what? And it was on Nintendo Music that day. I
Hmm.
don't think they forgot to announce it, or
They
they
did not.
announced
They
it at
announced
the
it.
wrong time,
So
but
they
it's just
announced.
weird wording.
Yeah. Oh, the wording was weird. The timing was weird. So it got partially data mined a couple days before it got officially announced. So people are like, "Is this
Mhm.
happening, or is this just like a weird thing that's like tied to Switch Online, or like what is this?" People saw the names, knew it was Fire and Leaf Green, but didn't know what context it was for like an eShop or whatever Nintendo wanted to do with it. Um, then it happened in like waves on different parts of the eShop where like you could go see it and view it and had different wordings depending on the languages and the different parts, and some of it
Yep,
got taken down
and
and
then
some of it didn't get taken down.
they swapped the Pokemon Home stuff, and yeah.
Exactly. And then that night, so I had people texting me about it, like friends that are just like casual Pokemon fans, being like, "Oh yeah, is this accurate? Like I'm not seeing it like announced officially anywhere." And then they officially announced it like 6 hours later at like 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. my time on the English channels.
Mm.
So I don't know what the rollout plan there was or what the announcement plan was. And then they started doing like the actual Pokemon promos that they do for their announcements, where it's like the kind of cheeky wink and nod posting meme posts about like the game or whatever for
Yeah.
the next couple days. So, but yeah, that was very strange. That was the weirdest of the bunch because we're used to the mobile games getting like somewhat of an early rollout treatment, but this one was definitely weird. But yeah, we can just dive into it. The first announcement was the mini Game Boy inspired music player, which people were freaking out at first because they thought it was going to be a like Game Boy Classic. This is how they were going to like soft announce a Game Boy Classic, where
God,
like
if they sounds insane to me. I don't think Nintendo would ever do that
I don't
nowadays.
think that,
But
well, I don't think they can at this point because of NSO.
yeah, no,
I think they've
absolutely.
kind of locked themselves out of that because the NSO launched they did do the NES and the SNES Classic, obviously, but those are like a different category to what the Game Boy is.
Yeah.
I just don't. I do think there's a lot of appeal for that kind of product, especially considering how like widely popular like retro ROM handhelds are becoming. The idea
Yeah,
that
I think
go ahead, go ahead.
no, I think that like when it comes to that sort of thing, you kind of have to compartmentalize like the physicality of it.
Mm,
The SNES Classic exists because they wanted to, or this is my assertion, is that they wanted to say, okay, we can release a bunch of games, but also people can plug it into that like modern displays.
yep.
That is kind of it. When it comes to like the form factor of handheld stuff, they A already have that, and B, literally with Game Boy games, but also it it just feels redundant if they were to do that sort of thing, I think. But
I
I mean, I
also
would
agree.
love for them to re-release games like that more, but I just think that they think it would be redundant. So
I want, and this is a conversation about like this is another conversation we can have at a much later period where we like talking about like game preservation and like archival
mm,
stuff and just like the availability of old games, which is why I love like I love the boom of like these different styles of ROM based hardware that everybody's making. Not all of them
yeah,
are good. Most of them aren't good, but the idea that a lot of them run on the same infrastructure, and the infrastructure, the operating systems, and all these things are being worked on all the time by people that are super passionate about making sure that these things are usable, optimizable across like all these different form factors. That stuff's super important, and I wish the actual companies that make the games would do a better job of making them available to purchase, because what a lot of these game companies still don't understand is that the people that pirate the games, and not necessarily like pirate the games, but even if they rip their old games off of their ROMs, because a lot of people do that,
yeah.
or off of their hardware and put it on their ROM machines, those people are still likely to buy the game
Oh,
again.
absolutely.
Like a
Yeah.
lot of the people buying Fire and Leaf Green, I haven't bought it yet. I'm probably going to buy one of the copies of it, but I played Fire and Leaf Green. I own both. I own multiple copies of both of them physically, the original ones. I've played them on ROMs. I've like but I'll buy it again because it's available to purchase again. And
Yeah, FRLG is I mean we'll get to this later, but like it's
mm,
Game Boy games or GBA games specifically are at a really fascinating spot because everything from the DS onwards is really easy to dump with custom firmware. There's not really any sort of barrier to entry there, especially nowadays. You know, we joke about
Mm.
how easy it is to hack 3DS. You look at something more like consoles, and yeah, that requires modding a console, but you can typically get stuff out of that. With the Game Boy stuff, it's like it was either on the eShop, so you can rip it from that, like Red and Green or Gold and Silverware, or it's the GBA, which has never really had that much of a big release. So you have to like either take it from the Wii U Virtual Console, or you have to get like one of the 3 ambassador games that were on the 3DS. And games like Pokemon are so like frustrating because they've never had a digital re-release before. So you can't even redump those without having to get like a separate thing for your console to then plug into your PC. And those can be expensive. It's difficult to do Pokemon GBA games specifically. I don't know why those 5, but it just is how it is, you know.
It is, and it's also sucks because those are some of the most popular ones. You have the people that are really nostalgic for the Game Boy Color ones, and then obviously the DS ones, and on and on.
Mm.
But the GBA ones, especially with like all the different like modding tools and like the custom stuff that people have done over the years, like those are the most popular ones to go back and revisit, make changes to, randomizers, all the different stuff that can be done to those games, all the different ROMs that have been made on top of those games.
Yeah, just a very, very strong scene there. I would say that Fire Red and Leaf Green are probably the most pirated games
Oh,
ever.
mm-hmm.
I think Diamond and Pearl were like statistically at one point, according to Nintendo, who I don't know who to
Diamond, Pearl,
believe.
Platinum.
That,
They actually had statistics because they had that. They had to do they did the lawsuit against the one company back when Platinum came out because
yeah,
yeah, there was a whole that the DS era. You actually have some stats on it because there was the
ridiculous.
lawsuit, and it was like something like they lost like they could have lost somewhere around $1 billion because of how much Diamond and Pearl were pirated within the first 3 years
Yeah,
of launch.
absolutely. I think nowadays though, I think FRLG and
Definitely,
RSE completely eclipse that though. It's insane.
especially with the ROM hack scene. There's absolutely no way it's not because a lot of
Mm,
it's either Emerald or those two.
yeah.
Just because I think Fire and Leaf Green get the edge because it's Kanto, so people will go back to play that more if they're just like feeling nostalgic.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So, but yeah, this little device, I know, like we got off on a tangent there, which we're gonna do
Yeah.
consistently. So get ready for that.
Oh, absolutely.
But the idea of this, like, everybody was like, "Oh, this is gonna be Game Boy Classic." Oh, are they just doing like a dedicated thing for red and blue? And then they announced the 45 cartridges. Each cartridge is a different song with a different visual on the front of on the back of the cartridge because both of the cartridges are all either red or blue version on the front, and then on the back it's an actual image from the game. So this is actually a super cool idea for like just a display piece because of the images themselves. Like if this was just a music player, it'd be pretty bland. But the concept of 45 cartridges that are all a song tied to the image on the cartridge itself is actually pretty unique.
I think the concept is very cute, and I think that 1 or 2 people at TPC definitely just really wanted this to happen for some reason. I think it's interesting. My perspective on this is weird because on the one hand, I'm not a collector. I don't own any physical Pokemon merchandise really at all. Like the last thing I always remember buying was like a Lapras plush at a convention like 15 years ago or something. But besides things that I need to like scan, I don't really own that sort of thing. So it's not really a product for me, but I think this is really, really good for young kids
Oh yeah,
because I think that having a music player of any kind that is not connected to the internet or a broader service, very good idea. I think kids need more of that sort of thing.
I think this is going to get more popular.
Yeah.
This concept is going to get more popular with especially with probably the next year or two because it takes that long for companies to catch on to trends of people going back to old music players and stuff. I think that something like this has a chance to catch on. Not in this fashion. I think only Pokemon can get away with like actually having 45 physical cartridges you have to switch out for it, but like a classical styled, like a stylized music player product like this, I think that's going to catch on more. I just think this is it's a cool collector's item. It's cool for like older fans to have. It's cool for younger fans to potentially get into, like you said, the not like the physical form of media for music.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But it's definitely
The
weird.
harder part is that these games are not currently accessible for younger fans.
Mm-hmm.
You either have to have an existing like 10-year-old 3DS to have these, or play Fire Red Leaf Green, which is not the same soundtrack, and that music is on Nintendo Music anyway, which is a separate subscription. The silver lining is that this is the first time that they have ever, to my knowledge, released Red and Green's soundtrack without the shitty cave echo. Oh my god,
You're right.
um, it's insane. Even like the Super Music Collections, the like 1998 soundtrack release only in Japan. That was where the weird echo kind of originated. And Pokemon soundtracks are such a weird thing to think about because there's so many that have existed, and then so many different releases of different games. Like Gold and Silver, to this day, I personally think they've lost the music. We have never had an official release of Gold and Silver's music ever. They just threw the GB Sound stuff in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, called it a day. So it's nice to have that officially, I suppose.
Yeah, that's a good question because we hear about that all the time. Just like with like you heard a lot about it in the lead up to the release of the remaster of Final Fantasy Tactics,
Mhm.
where it's like the developers are like, yeah, we like have like we just it was lost, destroyed, whatever the original version of this game, so we had to use we got the team together to remake the game from scratch using the original game as a base without having the actual files.
Yeah, no, I like this gives me hope that they do have them for GSC. I don't know why they wouldn't because they could just record it from from the game at that point.
Yeah,
But yeah, the gold and silver stuff is just really bizarre because obviously you would not be able to play streamed audio through the DS, so that's why they decided to arrange all of them for the GB sounds, which is I don't really like most of those arrangements, but it is a fascinating use of time. And yeah, hopefully this means that when they do inevitably re-release these soundtracks on Nintendo Music or some sort of thing that I'm not going to pay like $90 for,
yeah,
I can listen to them without being in a cave. So that's
yeah.
nice.
We'll get back to talking about like the future of like these old Pokemon products and stuff in a second, but
Mm.
we'll blast through some of these mobile game things because most of this stuff we talked about this a little bit before we started recording, but a lot of this mobile game stuff that comes after the physical music announcement was already announced in part or in full prior to the showcase actually happening. That
Yeah.
includes like Pokemon TCG Pocket getting the Paldean Wonders booster pack and like a bunch of stuff to go along with that. This is just another booster pack. Like it's got some cool stuff in it, but it's like it's not an anniversary for the game or anything yet. So
Yeah, they're reusing full arts now from the actual card game, which is a little concerning. We know that their finances were dropping
yeah,
with this game, so I don't know what that means, but it's interesting. It's an interesting turn of events
it's
for a
gonna
game
be
that
one of those things
I
where
put down a month in.
yeah, we're gonna get. I wish we got to talk about this more because we'll get to the world stuff here in a second too. But when I went to Worlds, when they wanted to talk about this game, they didn't really have anybody on hand to talk about it much
Mm,
because they only wanted to talk about like the games. Basically, when we talked to Chris Brown, the head of TPC's like esports event
yeah,
stuff, he was like, we don't have a plan for this to be a core thing for us either. Like this is a product for fans, and it's going to be focused on more like the casual / collector stuff. They're currently they have no plans for like stuff that's not side events for it at major Pokemon
mhm.
events. So if
Yeah.
we yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't seem. Yeah, sorry. It doesn't seem like a particularly competitive game.
It is not. It is not. There
It.
are. It does have its fan base for competitive, and it does play well. Uh, I mean, it's just a simplified. It's just like Duel Links to regular Yu-Gi-Oh,
Yeah.
where it does have its hardcore fan base, and it does work as a competitive game. But the game state itself isn't compelling enough people weren't interested in high level Pokemon to do the ranked grind. It isn't compelling to Pokemon TCG players to jump from Pokemon TCG to TCG Pocket,
Yeah,
even though
because it's
TCG
just
Live
like.
is but
Oh yeah, that we're not even going to talk about the TCG
they don't
announcement that
talk
they
about
announced, which
TCG
was
Live.
nothing.
They
Which
don't
which
talk
was
about it.
nothing. But when they showed that, they showed like Ariga's or Arita's Charizard. They showed all the crazy like meta cards throughout the years in this big 3D CG trailer,
Yep.
and it's like I thought this was going to be like a new client. That's
I
what we all
wish.
thought when we were watching it. It's like, oh shit. It wasn't. It's just like, oh, we are making more things. If that wasn't obvious enough. Yeah, TCG Pocket is really fascinating because you compare it to Duel Links, and like
Mm,
on the surface, I feel like it's like that. But Duel Links took a good like 5 years to power creep itself to
yep.
modern Yu-Gi-Oh. This game has already like we did not even finish the first batch of sets,
Oh, it
and
was a year. It
already
was
we
less than a
are
year before we got to
yeah
megas.
yeah, and we're like seeing the disastrous kind of consequences of I've never really been a fan of the Pokemon TCG,
Yeah,
but
but there's no pacing.
the
It's
energy
not pacing
system and
yourself.
just yeah, absolutely. It's just
Like
like you are. It's so restrictive, but like that, it's so fast as well. It's ridiculous.
it is such an. You're right. It's an interesting like case study between if you took this and Duel Links and put them side by sides and looked at how the rollout worked, because Duel
Hmm.
Links has been a mess at various points in its development, but you can never say that they didn't have a plan with how they were going to roll out cards, because the whole plan was rolling out cards in turn with rolling out the new worlds tied to the anime.
Yeah,
So you were going to get fusions as the main thing first, fusion and ritual summoning, and then you're getting more fusion support. And then once you get to 5Ds, that's when they start adding synchro mechanics. Then you get to
yeah,
Zexal, you get Xyz, and then Pendulum, and now you got the extra monster zone and stuff in there, like that kind of stuff. The pacing is what kind of kept the game afloat, because you were always getting something new basically every once a year, because they would add a new gate
yeah.
once a year.
And even then, that was like so slow, and that's a good
Mm-hmm.
thing. Like I think Duel Links is probably my most played Steam game, not counting the mobile hours. Definitely like upwards of 3.5K, and uh, it's crazy to think that I can remember basically most of that, and I feel like that's a good thing.
It is.
With TCG Pocket, it felt so immediate,
Yep.
and it felt so solved as well. I don't know. It's mainly a downstream issue from the main TCG, but yeah, I just don't think they handled this at all. Duel Links has like the anime fan base. I think they
Mm.
could have really tapped into like the old TCG games on the Game Boy. I think they really could have gone hard with like a reboot of that idea. Have some sort of single player campaign. It could not be hard for them to do,
It wouldn't
and
have been.
it's
I mean,
just
just look at
like
Master Duel. Master Duel has like
yeah,
Master Duel has essentially turned a bunch of people that were just card game people into, oh wow, there's lore to these cards.
yeah, no, which I never thought I would see them do in the West, like at
God,
all. So
I'm so happy they did, because now we're actually getting stuff out of it. Like
yeah, no, they're finally getting return on the Konami Animation Studios investment.
yeah,
So
the animation studios, and we're getting like all the lore that's already there for all these cards that has basically just been fan translated for years.
exactly.
Like that
It's
stuff is so cool.
it's so fascinating. I think TCG Pocket might be like I don't know how they couldn't see it when it's like your main fan base that you want to appeal to are people that really 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 like to open 10 PNGs a day. And yeah, I don't know. Especially when the fan base now is so overwhelmingly, hey, how do I flip this card to make more money? And that audience doesn't even get into the game. It's like,
That audience
you
doesn't have
know,
an interest in TCG Pocket because they can't do what they want to do, which is open the cards and find a way to turn it for profit. Whereas
yep,
you're not appealing. TCG Pocket is a good enough product if they just want it to be profitable, long-term profits at like minimum and like minimal investment. If that's what they're going for right now, like you said, they're reusing full art cards. They've already been reusing some art for cards in each set. They've been doing this. They did that special set for the 1 year anniversary, which is just a couple new arts, but like a lot of reprints from all the sets
yeah,
prior, which is a good product because it helps people that weren't in on those sets come back and get a competitive deck if they do want to try to play the game.
hmm
So that's not necessarily a bad thing, but if they're starting to reuse full arts, and maybe you start seeing more focus put on just the, it's gonna become one of those things where not unlike Masters or Cafe Remix or whatever, there's still going to be, it's going to be much more profitable than those, but it is going to just become this is for the people who play it, and every once in a while more they'll get old people back or new people back with a cool set.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like Messes is such an apt comparison as well because
Mm.
that's clearly making the money. They're clearly
Oh
putting a
yeah,
lot of time and effort into that game. The music production is insane. I don't know how
absolutely
they keep
incredible.
it
The
up at
red
all.
stuff we're going to talk about in a sec, but the stuff they announced
Oh yeah,
here is so cool.
yeah. But it's fascinating that I can get the same experience with both of those games by not playing them because realistically, it's like, what am I missing out on? Like a watered down TCG. I can just go on Twitter look at some gimmick account that posts probably AI upscaled artwork of all the cards from the set the moment it gets data mined, and then I've got that experience. Me personally.
Oh yeah,
And I feel the same way with masters, right? Like I can just go on YouTube and watch the dialogue, or go onto the Poke Corpus and type in a character's name, and
yeah.
that's really
You
it.
get the cool elements of that without having to actually engage with the game itself.
Yeah, that's the consequences of not having any gameplay. To be harsh, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Masters is just like a glorified auto battler. Like,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
and for some people, that's cool. And I think Masters is actually. I'm not saying, and to your point, none of this is bad. All this is
Oh
high
yeah, for
quality
sure.
stuff. Like it's still producing high quality content for Pokemon fans. So it's not like we're complaining about that. The idea here is that a lot of this stuff isn't for everybody, and nothing's going to be for everybody. And that's kind of where a lot of these things are going to sit in this like Venn diagram of what Pokemon does. You've got like the main series stuff and like the actual games that they produce for like the Switch, where it's like this is for the audience that's going to go buy a full price game, and then you got all these mobile products, and Pokemon Go somewhere in the middle, where it's like this
Yeah.
is for casual audiences or people that are Pokemon fans but they don't maybe own a Switch or they don't really want to get into those kind of products. There's this weird Venn diagram of it where Masters and TCG Pocket are still producing like these really cool things that people like seeing, but they don't necessarily engage with. Like getting all these interactions and like the voice lines and stuff from characters that you've never seen before and will never see anywhere else. Or
Mhm.
like the designs that they do for some of the special events and everything. That's super cool. That's not
Yeah.
something that I need to go
It's
interact with.
it's just a case of like a low ceiling, right?
Mm.
Because it's like if your concept is okay, we are going to have a bunch of trainers from Pokemon games come together to talk about things that don't have an impact on any like main story.
Yep.
So it's all just like incidental dialogue,
It's all fluff.
or like people opening PNGs.
Yep.
What more do you do besides adding more types of gameplay? And they don't want to do that. If Masses is any indication, like that game is like what 6 years old now, and they or 7 years old, and they just don't have an interest in that, I suppose. So if it works for them, it works. But
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some of that with Pokemon Go now too, and we'll get into that here in a minute. But
oh yeah, no, definitely. We'll
it's all
definitely
the
get into
same.
that with
It's
Pokemon
all
Go.
the same thing. So, I'll just to quickly touch on what Masters did. They're releasing an EX pair of the original art of Red from Red, Green, Blue uh,
Mm,
as a full-on character in that art style with similarly art style Pikachu
yeah,
into the game
that's
with
if
with new music with new music and animations and stuff, and it's cool.
yeah, that's it's an interesting thing because I maybe it's a little bit nitpicky, but I don't know if you saw my post about it on Twitter because I don't post much else
Mm,
anymore. But that is not super accurate to his original artwork.
true,
He
true.
is weirdly green tinted because he's based off of all the Game Freak scans from 2016, and
Hmm.
uh, I made like an edit. I don't know. I'll send it over. I made an edit of like what he probably should look like. It's a very cool idea. They
Yeah.
got a lot of details right that I'm really happy about. This over here, but it's just really really fascinating to be like, oh, this spun off of a of this, right? Like, I don't know. It's just really interesting.
I see what you mean. You're right. It does have that weird like that color tint because of
Yeah,
the
no,
scan.
he's like he's fully tinted green because Game Freak has not rescanned that artwork in 10 years, and they send that out to artists. We know that because of the leaks and also uh, from just talking to people. So
Hmm.
it's really
Yeah,
funny.
that's one of those things. That's one of those things where it's like still really cool that it happened, but it does have it does have that like historical inaccuracy in terms of like the full on like what you were talking about.
Yeah, no, it's solid, but it's very fascinating.
Yeah, that's cool. Um, all right, let's get into Pokemon Go a little bit. But this is like a huge blurb. It's the 30th anniversary event. 10th anniversary of Pokemon Go is happening this summer, but they're doing the thing that all major brands do, where it's a year long thing.
Yep.
Now because it's the calendar year, and it'll probably do what Yu-Gi-Oh did and last into the following year too, where it's
Yep.
just going
That
to be
25th anniversary been
the
lasting a
25th
good four
anniversary
years.
that had 4 years of product. Could still get
Incredible. Yeah.
quarter century products last year.
It's ridiculous, but hey, I mean that I think it's in a good spot. But with Pokemon Go, the this is really funny because it's like, oh, every Pokemon asterisk can be found in the wild, and it's like, okay, this means we can get like level 1 legendaries now for like a week, which is weird,
Could
but
lead to some
Go
interesting
Go is
stuff.
weird like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is just like, so the only thing it's excluding is like there's some legendaries, some specific Pokemon that are tied to location or events.
Yeah, they'll give you level 1 Deoxys in the wild, but not Hawlucha though. Absolutely not.
Yeah, like no like there's just a bunch of that. Like they made it to where if a Pokemon's base form can be shiny, you can find all of their shinies in the wild now.
That's good.
Like a bunch of cool changes. I will say since Pokemon Go got bought, since Niantic's game division got bought, they have been making a lot of like player friendly changes. To an extent,
Maybe I
but
tried those super mega raids today. They suck. I don't know what imbecile thought that everybody lives in Seattle
bro,
and just gets to play
this
100
is
party
such
Pokemon Go matches.
this is something that like this has been going on since I worked at Dot and it was covering this stuff like every day where
Yeah.
people this because when I was still working there, Gigantamax stuff was just starting to like hit its stride. Like it had been out for like 6 months by the time I got let go. And people are like, the main complaint about those raids isn't the difficulty by itself. It's the fact that you can't get them done if you don't have enough players. And it's the same thing with normal raids. The same complaint that's been going on forever in Pokemon Go since they removed like a bunch of the pandemic features in terms of accessibility and just like in general how these games function. If you're not in a place that you can get enough people in person, you just can't do some of these events.
Yeah, no, I think that this would be mitigated so easily by just having some sort of like online matchmaking
Yep.
in that game. But even if it costs a currency, I think people will be willing to ditch Pokegenie and all of these other apps to engage with that. I only started playing Pokemon Go properly over the last year, and it's so fascinating as somebody who really dislikes basically everything about it to jump in with both feet and be like, I really like some of these things, but holy shit, like this game is just not. This game hates me as a rural
The
player
game does not like its
that doesn't
players,
like to pay
especially new
money.
players.
Yeah, no, I'm solely free to play, never giving Niantic a dime of my money in my life, and I feel it sometimes. I really do.
It I just don't understand the thought process behind some of these features. Like people were already complaining about the Gigantamax raids. People were already complaining about the Mega raids, and now you're just making it harder and more difficult. And it's like, who is this for? Like
Yeah,
this is
for
for events.
context. Yeah, for context for people that don't know, when they added like a level 4 to Mega Evolution that gives like barely any benefit whatsoever, and it's for the new Pokemon like Victory Bell, Malamar, Dragonite. And to do those raids where you get the new Mega Pokemon that are going to debut, because all of the other ones exist now in Go that
Yep.
existed prior to ZA, besides Mewtwo, which is obviously going to be at Go
It's gonna be
Fest.
the Go Fest thing, yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. You need like a certain amount of people on your team to hit the Pokemon at a certain time to break a shield. And that's real nice when you can only invite a certain amount of people through remote raids. So not only do they have to have a Mega Pokemon before they go into the raid, they have to have that Pokemon not die or be at the end of their team and like survive enough to hit the shield once. But so what if you have enough people to take down the Pokemon, but not enough Mega Evolutions, you have wasted a raid pass. That is currency gone. It's just gone completely, and it's ridiculous.
I don't get it. I don't get that. Maybe they're trying to maybe they're like, oh, this is the best way to recreate ZA's like boss battles because it's like basically invalidates a lot of Pokemon that aren't megas and those too. And it's like that's even if like that's not true, but just the fact that I can equate it to that is terrible design.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. Like there's a reason why ZA has no timer on those. So
I didn't even think about the timer.
insane.
I was just thinking about how frustrating it is.
Oh
my
yeah,
God.
no. Yeah, they give you 5 minutes. Have fun. And sometimes you just can't do it at all. So
yeah, this is why I don't play Pokemon Go anymore.
yeah, no, I don't blame
I don't have
It's
anybody in
ridiculous.
my area like the way I played the game around where I live. I'd have to like drive 40 minutes to get any of that stuff done.
Yeah, no, I only play with I only play solo. So solo free to play in a rural area is just ridiculously funny. I'm like trying to min max everything, and I like that. It feels like RuneScape, but I don't know.
I feel you. Okay, well now that Go's out of the way. We get into like this weird way they did this presentation where they like now we this is a conversation that I'm going to love to have with you. So they announced that
Mhm.
XD Gale of Darkness is coming to the Switch 2's
Oh,
GameCube NSO in March 2026.
yeah.
How do they think it's a good idea to release this game before Coliseum?
Yeah, we were watching it and we were like, "Oh, that's cool. Wasn't this announced?" And then they moved on to the next thing, and it's like, "Oh, what's Colo? That's interesting."
People
Yeah,
are going to
but what
play this for
the
the first time and then hate themselves when they go play Coliseum.
I think they genuinely have a massive hate boner for Colosseum. Like, I don't know what it is about that game in particular. I think that Shadow Lugia is so they see value in that, and they're like, okay, let's release this one
Mhm.
first. For the record, XD is like the worst game, far and
Thank
away.
finally someone that agrees with me on this take. I don't think it's a like a bad game as like a game, but as a
Mhm.
Pokemon game and as a like pacing, story, like all these elements that people claim it's so good at, I don't
Yeah,
see it. Even though I don't know how many hours playing it because I had this in Coliseum on the GameCube when I was a kid. Like I
I
don't
think.
see the nostalgic appeal to these games that other people are like, this is the best game. This is the best Pokemon game.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I think Colosseum. I mean, the lore is just like, let's take Genius Sonority, which formerly Heartbeat, Dragon Quest developers.
Mhm.
Let's take them, stick them on a side project, and let's also build Fire Red Leaf Green around them for some reason. And the whole Pokedex of Gen 3, which is something that we'll probably get into when we talk about FRLG. But Colosseum is just like a really rough, really poorly paced game that has amazing production. And
Yes.
granted, a lot of that is aided by HAL's models from Stadium.
Yeah.
Uh,
That
for
people still don't like know that. Like I have to tell them, I'm like,
oh
do you
yeah,
wonder why the like people are like, oh well, like the whole argument that happened when ZA came out, and they bring this up when every new Pokemon 3D Pokemon game comes out. With like, why do the models in Coliseum and XD Gale of Darkness look better than the new one? I'm like, first off, you're stupid. Second off, like these models are just the stadium models until you get to Gen 3.
yeah, no, absolutely.
Then
I
people don't know
feel
that.
really, yeah, I feel really bad for anyone that loves Colosseum in particular because XD is like the smoother, kind of
Mhm.
safer option where it's like XD is Colosseum without the great production. Tawada's music is either lifted from Colosseum with higher quality samples, or it's just really bad. Like a lot of the music in that game has like a 30-second loop.
Yep.
It's nowhere near his best. Visually, it's just a lot less interesting than Colosseum. The shadow mechanic is now just kind of like a lot safer and a lot more palatable.
It's a side thought.
Yeah, no, and it's just like they do the twist villain again. Spoilers. And the only thing that game has for it is Shadow Lugia, and I really don't know what they're doing releasing XD first because I think people are going to go back to Colosseum and be like, "Oh my god, why do I only have Shadow Rush?" And I
Or
think they
hey,
just
why is there no way for me to easily shadow like get these shadow Pokemon purified? Why are these
yeah, no,
frustrated? Why are it the quality of life from Coliseum to XD Gale of Darkness is one of the only, like you said, one of the only qualities that like makes it. Uh, uh, I don't even know how to describe my thoughts on these
I
games.
think more palatable
Y-
is like probably the
Yeah,
the thing, but I think that it is so much more bland and so much
it is.
worse. Yeah,
Coliseum
and I it's just weird.
Coliseum, the main thing going for Coliseum is that it is definitely, and the reason a lot of people think so highly of it is because, oh, it's the first Pokemon RPG on console, like of
Mhm.
that scale. And Wes is like an older kid. So they automatically, and like, oh, he's an ex villain. So like it automatically gives it this edge that people are always complaining the Pokemon doesn't have.
Yeah.
And then, but then they apply all that same logic to XD Gale of Darkness, even though none of it is there.
Yeah, no, like it's very clearly like made for a younger audience. You play as Michael, and you
Yep.
are hounded by Jovi the entire game, and it's just not. Uh, it's just weird. It's just a very weird game, and I think that there are so many. I hate to use the word tourist, but there are so many people that profess to love Colosseum and XD because they had the best animations and whatever, and they love the Cypher Peon battle theme. But you go back to play that game, and it has a lot of issues that even fans of that game can acknowledge and be like, "I know this, but I still enjoy it." When people are going to go back from XD to Colo, I think they just hate Coliseum specifically. I don't know
I
why. And then the fact
that
that you
has to
can't
be it, because
transfer.
there's no way this is the right decision, even like from a marketing perspective, because Coliseum is the one that most people remember. Like,
I feel like Shadow Lugia clouds people a little bit,
it
but
does, and
that's really it.
I I agree with your point so heavily of like, not maybe not the tourist element, but definitely that, like, I've had conversations with some of my best friends who are big Pokemon people who praise Coliseum and XD, and I'm like, when was the last time you went and played this game? Because I played both of them
Yeah,
relatively recently. Like, last year I replayed
absolutely.
XD. The year before I played Coliseum, just because I wanted, like, just base game, no speed up, no nothing, because I wanted to experience them again, because I haven't played either of them since like I had surgery back in college, and I
Hmm.
was like, I want to experience them again because I want to make sure that my thoughts on this game, even though I love these games from like the perspective of they're really cool Pokemon games, I want to make sure my opinion is properly built.
Yeah.
And I went and played them, and I thought they have cool highs at best, and most of the time they're just fine. And then they have really
Yeah.
frustrating mechanics and pacing.
I would put them on the same level of like Diamond and Pearl, where I think
Exactly.
from a
Yes.
presentation standpoint, I think there's a lot of stuff to like that. From a
Mhm.
production standpoint, fantastic soundtrack, but oh my god, are those games incredibly rough and uh yeah, they're just doing people a real disservice. I don't know what that beef is with Coliseum, and there's no transfer either. So all your shadow Pokemon are stuck there. Like the Ori Coliseum in XD is basically just hell now
Yeah.
because you
There's
can't transfer stuff in. So it's just like there's a whole aspect of this game that you also just can't access. But that's NSO,
yeah.
and
You're
they
gonna
did
be
that with
using rental.
Stadium,
You're gonna
and
be using shitty rental teams.
yep, it's ridiculous.
Sure. Yeah. Whatever. I mean, I'm glad it's there. I'm glad it's playable, and I'm glad people that have never played these games are going to. Same with I was much more excited when Path of Radiance got added, because that is still one of the best Fire Emblem games.
Yeah,
But
and you that is like $200, and now people can just access that game.
same with XD Gale of Darkness and Coliseum. I'm glad it's accessible to people
Yeah.
in the same way, because it is an expensive game to get, especially if you have to buy a GameCube for it. So at least it's
It
that
just sucks that there's an asterisk, you know.
very big
And also,
asterisk.
it's like Coliseum is like a prequel now, so it's just like, who the fuck is Mirror B? Like, why is he here?
Yeah,
Why does this matter?
people aren't gonna know some of these characters. They're not gonna know these locations. They're gonna wonder where some of the locations are. There's just no
The music is
feasible
gonna sound like
reason.
lower quality for the existing
Exactly.
areas as well, and it's just like, what are you doing?
Like, the only thing that's gonna be
Ridiculous.
going for it is people are gonna be like, "Wow, Wes is really cool."
Yeah, exactly. And everybody already thought that anyway.
People,
So I
even
don't know.
even people who don't like the game are like, "That's a cool main character."
Yeah,
Like,
he's awesome. It's just it's ridiculous.
I whatever, man. That's such a funny decision. Speaking of funny decisions, next is Champions. For whatever reason, they
Okay,
just shoved this here.
I thought we were going to talk about FRLG because I'm just going in chronological order with the presents itself. So I don't know which one
We can
you
talk
you want
about
to
Fire
talk
Red Leaf
about
Green
first.
first, because that's tied to Coliseum technically, and Coliseum and XD. We can start there.
Oh, I'm so excited to talk about this one.
Okay, let's go. Let's
Yeah.
dive into it.
So $20. Everybody was complaining about it. That is 3 times the price of a Wii U Virtual Console game
Yep.
for the GBA. That is twice the price of the Game Boy and Game Boy Color ports. And that's not a bad thing. They can include things that make that worth it. The problem is that I don't think they have.
They included what,
It
home?
is
It's just home.
so home is expected. I think that is not worth $20 because if
It
you
isn't.
don't already know this, you can still transfer from Fire Red Leaf Green to home without any sort of modding or black magic. You don't need this version to do that. It's just a little bit more tedious, but you can still do that. So I have no reason to. This is mainly from my perspective. I have no reason to buy it, but it is just a flat port with some changes. They send information to Nintendo now on your I guess your what's it called? Like your gameplay, which is really funny. I mean, most games do that nowadays. It's just very funny to put that in a brand new GBA emulator specifically for this. And also
I
they
wonder what the
fixed
reason is for that. Do you think it's to
it's
like gauge
it's
something for
just like
future things?
it's just like data analytics. They love to be like, oh, the most used starter Pokemon in ZA was this, and they like to post that. They like to have that information. It's just really funny to see that in a GBA ROM. They added name censorship which
Mm,
is
I've seen
I
that.
think fair for the Pokemon, although Home could just do that, but fuck Home, we'll get into that in a second. Um, and they could also just do that with only the Pokemon, because why can't I name my rival Ass? Why can't I do that? That's so weird. That's not going to get transferred to Gen 9 or whatever. So, very
Yeah.
bizarre. And they also fixed the bug with Raikou Entei and Suicune, where if they were to use Raw, only Raikou and Entei, because Suicune
Yeah.
doesn't have Raw.
Yeah.
But yeah, if they were to use Raw, they would just disappear forever.
Yeah.
And they fixed that. So, good job. They didn't fix the IVs. They're still 0 to 3 IVs, but
They
you know.
also, I was looking up details. They did add the mystery tickets into the game too.
Yes.
So if you beat the
Which they
Elite
did not.
Four, you get the Aurora ticket and the Mystic ticket, I believe.
Yeah, to get the version exclusive.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, it's the Oxus implementation is just funny in
That I
hindsight,
did
but
not
like,
know that. That's something I didn't know about these games. Is that the Deoxys forums are
oh
exclusive?
yeah, no,
I didn't know that until I was
yeah, no,
doing
they
looking
really
into
wanted you
this.
to buy like every single game in that ecosystem back then. They really wanted you to get all 5 of them and Colosseum and XD, and you have to get Leaf Green because Slowpoke is only in that game for some reason and none of the others.
Yep.
So that's yeah, the event tickets are good. I think that should also be a given though, because they did that with Crystal. They didn't do
Yeah.
all of the mobile system GB stuff for Crystal, but I get that because they literally do not remember it. They do not have the documentation for it.
Yeah.
I tweeted at Hitomi Sato a couple of years ago, and Crystal was her first game. She and I asked like, because she was tweeting about the eShop going down. I was like, hey, what did you do on Crystal? Because you didn't do any music. This is before she uh mentioned that she could play music. And she was like, "Oh, I wrote all of the mobile system GB stuff, which obviously we never got in the West, and that was." And she also like pitched the idea of a female player character, and it's like I think I asked her like, "What do you remember of the MSGB stuff?" And she was like, "I don't remember. Like, I don't remember what these were." That content being lost is totally reasonable, and I would not expect that in uh,
Yeah.
Crystal's, re-release. Celebi is great. With RS and FRLG, they have all that documentation. So, I feel like everything absolutely should be there. Still not making it $20 though. there's
Yeah.
there's a
So
lot of things missing.
just coming from like a casual perspective, because I had a lot of friends messaging me about this that are just fans of Pokemon, don't pay attention to
Mhm.
much other than just like when things get released. Already bought it and are playing it, enjoying
Yeah,
it. There, like, some of them are like the controls are a little weird, but like it's the game that I remember and I love from whatever. And I think is what they're $20 for this game for people that are around the ecosystem does feel like a lot, especially when you compare it to red, blue, gold, silver, crystal on the eShop for the 3DS, and then also the Wii U and like the Wii U
absolutely. Yeah.
stuff. But not only in taking into account that this is now on the Switch, and so this is what, almost, when did Gold, Silver, Crystal come out? Was that like 10 years ago now? 8 years ago?
GSC was 2017. So yeah.
Yeah, so like 9-ish years going on. So we're looking at it like, okay, it's almost a 10-year-old release. They're tacking on $10 to it for a modern console. Plus, it's still way cheaper than getting the game physically. You,
Yeah,
there,
maybe. I mean, I this is where we have to kind of look at this from like a Western games market perspective,
yeah.
because in Japan you can get these games incredibly cheap. You
Oh yeah,
can like I imported um like legitimate GBA copies for like 1,000 yen. They're not that inexpensive, but obviously for the casual player, that like the problem is not really anyone's fault besides the people defending the idea of like, hey, let's base this game's port price around the American retro video games market, and it's like it sucks that that even has to happen, and that shouldn't be a part of the conversation.
yep,
It's just really unfortunate.
yeah,
But that is yeah, I do think ports are a good thing overall. Like I would much prefer them to remakes.
yep.
Because not great, but FRLG itself is not a particularly good remake. But
It isn't.
the yeah, the reality is like uh it's nice that these games are accessible. It's nice that people are not going to be using save states or speed up, God forbid, to experience these games. I don't want to say incorrectly,
but not as
people's
like it's the same thing with like how if you're experiencing a game by watching a let's play, you're
yeah,
not
no, like their experience is just
experiencing it.
warped.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I
Like
get
they
what
were
you
so
mean.
hesitant to add sprinting in Gen 3 at all because they didn't want people to literally like dash past a
Yeah,
lot of the
breeze
game,
by
which was
and
Sugi
forget
Mori's
not
limits.
not
Yeah.
experience things. I get it.
Yeah, so speed up is just ridiculous and it just warps people's perceptions. I just think that for $20 they could have made this in
Could have done more.
like a really crazy fan release. Like um all of the e-reader content in Trainer Tower is still just missing in both that and the Japanese version. The fact that it's being released in Korea for the first time, but in Japanese is really bad. The fact that all of the separate languages are separate purchases and are not just in one wrapper is really bad. The fact that you can't transfer Pokemon in, which is more of a home problem, but it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, everybody complains about you can't evolve Eevee, you can't evolve Golbat until you beat the game, you can't evolve all these Pokemon into the Gen 2 evolutions.
Yeah, there's no way to
Now you can,
complete the Pokedex, and there probably won't be because
yeah,
let's touch on this now. So another good thing that comes out of this is now we can finally stop having the conversations of people thinking that they were ever going to release these on NSO.
oh, thank God. I'm so happy they're not on NSO.
Like everybody and their mom was like, "Oh, these are definitely coming to NSO," and I'm like, "You're getting the Pokemon games that are developed in partnership on NSO because those are not directly tied to the Pokemon company's trifecta of ownership."
Yeah, no, it's like their own separate ecosystem. And we don't know who did the port. My assumption is that it's Nintendo, but like Game
Mm.
Freak handled all of the Gen 1 through 2 stuff. And it's a very, like, this is why my standards were so high for FRLG because it's so above and beyond for a port of a game from 20 years ago to be like, hey, let's not only add Japanese exclusive content to the Western release, let's also let it so that you can transfer from Gen 1 to Gen 7. That
Yeah.
it's an incredibly hacky solution that they ended up doing, and it leads to some very funny things that you could transfer over.
Yep.
But the fact they either attempted it and nailed it is fucking crazy. And I'm just like, God, if all FRLG port needs, I feel like to make it $20 is to add the e-reader content.
100%. Yep.
Yeah, maybe fix altering cave if we're going around bug fixing.
There's some other like little things here or there that they could do to tweak it, but if they like they already added the tickets in the mystery gift stuff, why not just put the e-reader stuff in?
Well, that is kind of harder because it, like the code for the e-reader was removed from the English release of the game.
Mm.
Like it's just non-functional. But you can implement that in Trainer Tower in like less than a day as a fan. With just basic scripting. Just like, hey, pull these trainers and put them here and change that layout. That wouldn't be too hard. There's also the filter, the fact that like there's no way to play it as it looks on the original Game Boy Advance that NSO has. Like NSO has a filter. You could just lift it from there. That is probably more of a Nintendo issue, but also the red and green ports didn't have a Super Game Boy color palettes, and you could only play them in gross black and white to the degree that, like, this is why I think this sort of stuff is important because when I've talked to people that maybe don't play these older games that often, they don't even know that red and green were designed with color in mind. They don't know that you can just play those games on the Super Game Boy and just play those games in color, and the Pokemon all have individual palettes. So it's stuff like that where it's like so close. The fact that fixing bugs at all tells me that they could do this. It's just that they either didn't.
They're not going to. Yeah.
Yeah.
So back to the NSO talk. Now that we've got that out of the way, that this is none of these are coming to NSO, that the Game Freak developed games are not going to be on NSO. How do you think they roll out the rest? How do we think they're going to do this?
But the rest is a really hard.
Let's start with the rest of the GBA because I don't think even Nintendo themselves have really thought long term about how they want to implement DS stuff on the Switch.
Yeah, that is like games like. I always said this when people talked about ports, but it's a scaling problem with Pokemon because they took so much advantage of that specific hardware.
Yep.
Because you look at the first 3 gens, and for what it's worth, we're definitely getting Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald next year.
Yeah, we're gonna get them next year. We're gonna get them next year for Pokemon Day. It's just gonna be. There's not gonna be any like huge fanfare about it. It's just gonna be kind of like what they did this year.
Yeah, it's the 25th anniversary of Ruby Sapphire in 2027. There's also the new emulator has specific flags to call for Ruby Sapphire Emerald. So assumedly for trading. So people will be able to complete the Pokédex in a year.
Thank
But
God.
yeah, thank God. Uh, when you get to DS stuff though, it's like it's not even like a screen layout thing. It's like how do you do puffin making? How do you implement the GTS? Do you implement the underground at all? Do you do that online? Then what relation does that have to BDSP? God forbid. And which one is like more understandable? How do you price that? It's really really hard. And like you get to Gen 5 and it's like, oh my god, how do we even handle the Interlink or anything in that game? And I think Red and Green and Gold and Silver will come eventually. I don't think they'll be NSO. I think
They
they will
won't.
genuinely be
They will be
ports.
ports. Yeah.
Because Game Freak wants to do that. But anything after Gen 3, I think is they have to think really, really fucking long and hard about it, and they need to get that all
I think.
right. Because
Yeah, I think that's going to be a conversation that takes place with a lot. So we've seen ports of DS games in different ways from different companies. Obviously, like one of the ones last year that got a lot of like talk and buzz about was the Castlevania DS ports coming over and being done in like a pretty interesting way that worked pretty well.
there are so many settings for those.
Yeah. So I think there's going to be a long conversation between Nintendo and Game Freak about that, because Nintendo's also thinking about like how do we access those DS games in this way, because we can't do what we did with the Wii U, we can't do what we did here, we can't do what we did there. How? And
Yeah, it's
are we
so
going
hard.
to?
Like I was called people have called me like performative for being like, oh, you want the e-reader content? And it's like, sure, whatever. But then like look at the GTS. Like that's a big part of the game that you are just like that you might just not have.
That
You
doesn't
know,
even
that
that
whole
isn't touch like
experience.
Black and White's Interlink is like such a, people don't, like a lot of people didn't even use it or didn't understand what it was, but if you dove into that, that's such a deep thing
Yeah,
that
it's so cool.
like
You just start losing parts of these games. Like Heart Gold and Soul Silver has half a roster without the Pokewalker, and it's like you can solve these problems. These are fixable problems, but they need to give them the love they deserve. And the bigger question with Pokemon is not NSO or do we do like an enhanced port? Do we throw this to Ilka / the Pokemon Works and make a Chibi Black and White or a Chibi Heart Gold and Soul Silver? Who knows?
uh, we'll touch on that a little bit here then. What do we think that, since this is the announcement other than Winds and Waves, that is definitely has the most weight towards what the future of Pokemon is? How do we think that they go about developing non-legends, non-new generations from here? Do we think that like the remakes in the style of a BDSP, or well, and BDSP was like its own thing compared to like what ORAS was, but
Yeah.
how do we think those are implemented in here? Or do we just not get those anymore? We're focusing on finding a way to get these ports, or just focus on the new games.
I think the answer to this question is always that Game Freak will want to do something new. It's the reason why they didn't do BDSP. They wanted to almost like trailblaze like a new direction for the series, and that's what Arceus was. When it came to making a second Legends game, they completely passed on the idea of a Legends Johto because they were not satisfied with the idea of like the idea they had was let's go back in time. It's time travel. You do the stuff it's before the burn tower gets burned, and it's like they wanted to figure it out. They just want to do new stuff, and I think that is the big question. It's hard to say what the future holds because unfortunately I have been leaked on some things, but it's like when it comes to the games, I think they just want to make new things. I think that if any nostalgia does happen, it will be offloaded to Ilka, and God help us in that case.
Which is hilarious because people don't understand what other things Ilka have done. And I played some of their other stuff, and those games are fine to good.
Yeah.
Like I played they did I can't even remember the One Piece game off the top of my head.
One Piece Odyssey.
Yeah, Odyssey, and that was a good game. It wasn't anything like super fancy, but like the battle system and the art style and some of the decisions were really cool. And then I played Sandland, which I actually really enjoyed. There's a lot of depth to that.
I'm glad to hear that because I really need to get around to playing.
You should,
if only for my own research.
It is definitely so. Obviously, you've read the source material, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So I love the source material. I'm a big Akira Toriyama person in general, but I think Sandland is some of his best character work specifically because it's so minimal in not only the cast but like what they're doing, and the
Mhm.
additions that were made to the second half, like the new stuff that got
The
added,
new Sandland, yeah.
I think is like I think it's really good and it fits really well. Plus I think the gameplay of like that core like tank gameplay
Yeah.
and like the just traversal I think is just a really well done loop. There's
Yeah.
some jank and there's some stuff that I didn't really care for, but overall, like when I got to review that game because that was one of the last games I fully reviewed when I was doing that, like that was
Mhm.
a big surprise for me because I didn't think I would like it as much as I did. But it was a very cool surprise, and I didn't know Ilka was the one doing that until I started looking into it a little bit more. So
Yeah.
I hope that the hope of this is that Game Freak gets to keep doing new stuff because when Game Freak is doing new innovative stuff, that's when they're at their best.
Mhm.
I hope that whatever comes with, maybe because Game Freak is now better at partnering with studios at doing things, now that they have more experience doing that in terms of like the last 5-ish years, 6-ish years of developing Pokemon projects,
Yeah.
that Ilka will take what they did wrong with BDSP and what maybe management did wrong with BDSP in general and turn it on its head and actually do something that is more to their other work, more to that quality.
Yeah,
So
I mean, we'll get into that when we start talking about champions, but the the hard pill to swallow is that One Piece Odyssey had, I think, 4 years of development.
yep.
Sandland had 5 and was very, 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 very they always say, "Oh, Toriyama is the most involved he's ever been with the project," and he was very involved with the Sandland game because of its revival at the time. And uh they had a lot of time, and we'll get to that with Winds and Waves, but they have a lot of time for that. Uh, they've thrown Ilka slash the Pokemon Works, which is now what that division, not division, but that new company
That
is.
team that
Um,
like kind of like that co-op almost.
yeah, that amorphous group of people
The
that
amorphous
don't know
blob.
what they're, yeah, that blob of people that don't know what they're doing. They threw them on Sleep to manage that because Select Button are now doing new things. They have had thrown them on Pokemon Home since the beginning, and it's been a disaster. Uh, and now they're on Champions, and oh my god, uh, what are they doing?
Yeah,
What are they
so
doing?
I'm gonna be talking about this a little bit in depth with my buddy Ken from Kotaku for one of his
Mhm.
articles later this week, I think. But the Champions is such a they're putting so much faith into something that I think is gonna we're gonna it's gonna have to evolve real quick. Uh,
Yeah, they're putting a lot of faith into it and not much else.
yeah,
I
Hope, Dream,
I
and
don't
Bubblegum.
know. Yeah, maybe even Christ, it like for a while it felt like they were setting them up to be the next Genius Sonority, where they just throw them at projects, but already they are at that cafe mix stage. Like I just don't. I mean, did you see the information about champions that was posted by a staffer a few months back?
No, I did not. I've been out of the loop
Yeah,
on stuff
because
for the last couple months.
I know that you're not super active on Twitter anymore.
Mm.
So because I remember posting about this at the time, a a Game Freak staffer called Masafumi Nukita. He he has a LinkedIn profile, and he updated it with Pokemon Champions. This is like I think before Worlds. Sometime it was before the second trailer, so yeah, it would have been before Worlds.
Yeah,
It
actually,
was
I do
before
think I
that, like,
remember. I remember this being brought up before Worlds because people were wondering how much more information we are going to get at Champions when we were at Worlds.
yeah. So he put on his profile, and I'm just paraphrasing because I don't have my tweet up in front of me, but the Champions went through and we knew that Game Freak was kind of working on it, but we didn't know to what extent. Champions went through a project recovery phase, which is the exact phrase that he uses. And it was effectively, he was the stand in director of that game to effectively help bail it out of completely not existing. He pushed it through the alpha and beta phases and then eventually transitioned it over to a new director to help manage the rest of the project. That does not bode well if your
No,
game has almost died, and you're fucking Pokemon. Like you have all the resources in the world.
we've
You
heard
have
about because we've heard about the battle sim like being in development for what like it was at least before BDSP, right? When we heard
so
about it.
from my to my knowledge, it's been about 3 years, and the fact that they needed Game Freak to bail it out, is really, really telling. He deleted this on his
Yeah.
or he privated his LinkedIn the moment people picked up on this. It's why I didn't post about it for a while. But really, really worrying. And then we saw like real gameplay of it in like the summer presents of last year, and then at
Yep.
Worlds, and now, and it's like, oh my god,
Yeah.
uh, I can't believe they're comparing this to Battle Revolution internally. I just can't believe it.
Okay, we can just get into champions. We'll touch on the rest of the little stuff here in a bit because it's all very little, and then we can get into
Yeah.
the big boy. But so this is what we got champions full console release April, mobile release later this year. That's stupid. Shouldn't be rolling out like that, especially if you're running it on the champion. If they're using that as the main game for your championship series, that's crazy.
Yeah,
That's insane.
it's
This is coming from competitive person who has kept up with VGC for over a decade, competed on and off in like non VGC stuff. Like I played a lot of Pokemon Online, into Pokemon Showdown, all that stuff. The fact that you announced that this was going to be your game running, like the main thing running for Worlds this year, it's not even coming out until April, so that's over half of the season gone.
Yep.
The mobile port's not going to be there, so people that might have thought that they were going to get to play this without having using there's the Switch version, just not a thing. Also, it's probably going to be played on Switch at the championships anyways, knowing how they run those tournaments. Those two not happening. It looks. I'm not going to say it looks awful, but it just doesn't
You
look
can say
like.
that.
But
You can say that.
It looks generic. I don't even think it looks bad. It just looks like, for what they want this to be and what they were touting it to be, it feels like not only is it missing the mark, it feels like it's just gonna. It looks bland.
Yeah, I mean, we can get into more granular aspects of it, but like you said, uh, I don't keep up with VGC. I never played VGC, but I did play Smog on singles since the
Mm-hmm.
Shoddy Battle days in Gen 4. Played a lot of Pokemon Online, played a lot of Showdown, stopped it around Gen 7. And I think that anybody that has touched these games competitively for more than 2 seconds can tell you, why on earth are you releasing a game in April before Worlds? And not only that, what, like, in what universe are you going to say, like, hey, we're going to be playing Scarlet and Violet up until that point?
I do want to flag this now because they did announce after the fact that so we've got the Scarlet and Violet ranked season 40 is going to be the last official new season, starting with season 41 and onward, which starts on April 1st, with season 41 beginning. Rank battles will get no more updates on Scarlet and Violet. The season will run until the game servers go offline, and there will be no more monthly rankings or rewards in Scarlet and Violet for any ranked play. So that's them saying from April, if you want to play competitive, you're going to be on Champions. We still have no information about anything other than the fact that Megas are going to be the first like gimmick that is going to be focused on.
I mean, Terra has to be in there, right? It was not only in the, like, we know all of them are coming, but like that was in the reveal trailer.
It's going to be, but
that
the
opening
only
Terra.
information they announced at Worlds is that Megas is going to be the first gimmick for the first ranked season. So I don't think Terras are going to be usable in ranked season 1, whatever that ends up being for Masters, whatever that. We don't know anything about the format. We don't know. We are less than. It is now March 1st. If this game launches April, whatever. What's the second day of like?
God, this would be so fucking funny if it was April 1st. Oh my god.
Yeah, like whatever the first weekend, like the Thursday or whatever of April, the first that release day in April.
That's like 4 months.
Yeah, you're gonna get less than 4 months to prep for Worlds. Not even that. You're getting a month before. You're getting like less than 2 months before NAIC.
Yeah, it's EUIC has already happened.
Yeah, like I don't. I legitimately cannot fathom this rollout for a competitive season. I thought at worst it was going to be a shadow drop for Pokemon Day, and we were going to get it February. We were going to get it February, early March, and then we'd get.
I was very confident it wouldn't be because of Pocopia. I was very
100%. Like once we got the Pocopia date, I was like, nothing's going to release anywhere near that. But, man, I just don't see. So I'm going to get into like the little nitty gritty details that they announced in like the press release afterwards. So download the game before a specific date. They don't have the date on it because we don't have the game released yet. You'll get a free competitive ready Dragonite, I'm sure. If you put a Chestnut, Delphox, Greninja, or Eternal Floette into Pokemon Home, you will get their Megastone or in from Pokemon Home from any game available. You'll get their Megastones. It will have Pokemon Home release or compatibility on release. I assume that also means that when this game launches, home compatibility for ZA will launch, which is still insane. That's a whole other
I
shit show.
Yeah, that why would you release a DLC at all and not up the amount of PC boxes or allow for home support? Because my PC boxes have been full since day one,
Oh
like
yeah,
you've mentioned.
100%.
It's so boneheaded. I have no idea.
There will be a
But
battle pass, which we already knew. There's going to be free and paid rewards. So it's going, which is a whole other thing that is something that they did not want to talk about. I had a lot of conversations at Worlds that people did not want to have.
oh yeah, no, it was. I can imagine this game. Like I feel like this game is a money sink for them because the Pokemon Works is a money sink, and I think VGC is a money sink. I not to say they don't care, but like I don't know. We'll get into it, but
they
just how this game looks.
that yeah. You're gonna get Mega Stones as part of the rewards. You're gonna get Pokemon as part of the rewards. You're gonna be able to recruit Pokemon with the VP, which we already knew. Uh, there's gonna be tickets that you can get to recruit special Pokemon. Abilities have been announced for some of the new megas, which is actually kind of cool. So like Chestnut's keeping bulletproof. Mega Delphox is getting levitate, which is kind of cool.
Very funny.
Mega Greninja's keeping Protean. I just want to touch on like the VGC element. I'm going to talk about this more later this week. This is such a we will have to see how it works because VGC is not a huge part of Pokemon. I mean, it is, but it's not why Pokemon is popular. So taking the VGC element out of Pokemon games, that doesn't really save much in terms of like the development time or like the resources you have to put into certain elements of what would also go into VGC. Like maybe the online elements take a step back.
Maybe.
But like you still have to balance the Pokemon properly. You still have to do all the movesets. You still have to do all that kind of stuff inherently because that's important to the base game too. So you're not gaining anything by removing the VGC element to it. If you okay, I want to hear your perspective on this before I go off on like what this means for VGC.
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily agree. So when it comes to stuff like moves and stats, that is something that could be all champions.
True,
side,
that
right?
is
like
true.
We
It
already
could be
have
different games. Yeah, different games have different learn sets and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we know for a fact that champions will not have all of the moves. So whatever that means, I guess we're gonna find out. But yeah, champions could handle that sort of thing. It's a big boy. I believe that it can. We already have ZA, which is a game that has no abilities, and champions is making use of those. The main issue is it's less about putting resources and funneling people towards game design. So you look at a game like let's Black and White, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, X and Y. A lot of the post game in that game and a lot of the auxiliary, the kind of side content is around like trying to create an experience for a single player. And then when you move to a game like Sword and Shield, the only post game in that game was the Battle Tower. It did a really good job of funneling the player through XP candies, through like a revamp of the EV system, through making moves more accessible to playing VGC and playing competitive. Even the first DLC was like, hey, we are going to put a random island in the first DLC area because we forgot to put the EV resetting character in the game. And there was a character that just sits there on one island in the Isle of Armor, a tiny little beach. And it's like, now as a single player person, I'm like, wait a minute. The whole first DLC was based around that and also adding fucking Urshifu to the game, which is like the most competitively like driven Pokemon imaginable. Also, like, you are now making moves incredibly easy to get, which is it removes basically all friction. Sword and Shield, even if those games were not remarkably easy, you can now get Flamethrower, you can get Earthquake, you can get so many moves so easily because of how the game is set up, like by design at the very start of the game. And then it starts to compromise single player because it's like you're removing all kinds of friction, and that is what I hope Wind and Waves says. Fuck it, you guys enjoy this other thing. we can now balance and design a game around a single player
Yeah,
experience.
but
And
completely
that's why
balances it an
I
RPG rather than having the online element take any kind of friction away from that.
yeah, and I as much as I like I said, I played comp singles for like a decade, but I really do not agree with the idea of a single player game that was not meant to even have battle like wireless battles in for the majority of its development, or wired battles with the GBA link cable, the GB link cable. I don't agree with that game design being compromised because it was not supposed to be from the start. It was always meant to be a single player RPG, and I think when you just start taking one thing away from that for something that only a very, very, very small fraction of the player base engage with, it's like, oh god, champions feels very needed, and that's why they should be such a slam dunk. And they have so much to go off of. They have Stadium and PBR, um, and they've flubbed it so
They
hard.
didn't just have their own stuff too. They've had how many years of Showdown being popular
Oh,
to just like
it's ridiculous. Like I even putting any of the more granular details of the battle pass or the membership, which I still don't understand what it is because it's obfuscated behind a website in a language that I can't fucking read. Like let's not even talk about the presents. The fact that they just add like a Wii U commercial in the middle of the presents and didn't show any gameplay was a huge red flag to me. Um, and it's like, oh, we got all these like beautiful new character designs for the game that are locked to the Japanese website, and like one like trailer of the game's opening. Why didn't they show any of that? Why did they spend 2 minutes talking about Mega Garchomp Z, which is like I recorded the event. It took less time than the trailer did. Like, why could that space not be done on Champions? I just don't know what they're doing with this.
yeah.
Um,
I agree with all your points.
Ridiculous.
I didn't want to make it sound like I was saying that like the balancing element wasn't something that did take away from the RPG element, because I love RPGs are like one of my favorite things, and I love the fact that they're designed to have you still get different ways to experience it, obviously, but they have like a way that they are inherently designed to be an experience.
Yeah,
The
and you could add like multiplayer stuff to that as well, right? Like
exactly.
SV does it.
Yeah,
So
and I think that Champions is the byproduct of what Sword and Shield tried. I
yeah,
think Sword and Shield doing what it did to try and remove that friction and funnel people to multiplayer showed them, as obviously it was the first game on Switch, so the unified like market that they had for that. I think that was their first key into, okay, VGC is this big and has the potential to be this big, but even if we add all of these things to kind of push people to that, it's not worth essentially taking away everything else, taking away focus from
yeah,
everything else. So now we're going to get that. I hope you're right. I hope that this was a decision made by like leadership in general to be like, okay, Winds and Waves is going to be designed entirely around the single player experience. Hopefully we get more of a post game without the DLC being inherently necessary, because we know we're going to get DLC for it. But I hope that means the DLC that we do get will be more story centric, more experience centric than what we've gotten for the first DLCs we've gotten in the Pokemon franchise, where Sword and Shield, like you said, the first one was very competitive focused. The second one was more of like an experience thing.
yeah. Let's catch all the legendaries.
Exactly. They had like another thing for it. But
Yeah,
same with Paldea, where you get the first one is a little bit the opposite way. The first one's a little more story centric, and the second one is a little bit more. They both had like some experience stuff in there, so they balance it a little bit better. But same thing. I hope
yeah,
that what we get with Winds and Waves is completely story experience driven. Now that we don't have that element to it,
yeah.
there's probably
Wholly in service to that game. You know.
exactly, because, and we'll get to Winds and Waves here in a bit, but the idea that those games are what they look to be is already looking like that. Champions just, it's such a mixed message. It's such a mixed bag. It just feels like in some ways it's going to hit, but it's not going to hit in a way that pulls people that were just playing Pokemon Showdown away from Showdown, unless Showdown
Yeah,
gets shut down as a result of this. Which
it's yeah. Who knows? The scary thing is like Champions feels like, as you said, Sword and Shield in particular. They saw why that was succeed, or they saw that it was succeeding. I don't think they understood why. The reason why VGC is succeeding is because of people like Wolf Glick.
Yep.
Because we now have YouTubers. I remember Alfred back in the day, like Jacob was covering this a lot. Um, they were, they have done, and I'm going to go on a limb and say this, given how Champions looks, they are probably going to continue to do more for VGC than Champions as a game and an experience will, because it feels like they have created this almost like amoeba that has like, you know, fallen off of Sword and Shield, and it's like gained consciousness and it's creating itself, and they have no idea what to do with it. It's run amok in the lab. They have no
Yeah.
clue.
So
And it's like they have to contain that somehow.
let me ask you this: how involved? And this is just like a rhetorical question that you can throw back at me too. How
Mhm.
involved do you think the Pokemon Company is with the creators and content now, just from your perspective, like just off the top of your head?
Besides like hashtag free product stuff, I don't think very. I think that I guess the question is like, to any degree besides like being flown out to events, not very. I don't think VGC has, and this is my time because I get to shit on VGC a little, because besides never lucky doubles, um I think it's just a remarkably poor format for spectators. I think that if you're a spectator, and Champions especially, which looks worse than SV, like absolutely, um Champions, you need to make the big problems with Pokemon competitive is like you can't just rely on people to bring that in, right? Because those people sit on ranked, those people sit on showdown, and those people watch um YouTubers, right? They're not getting into that ecosystem as much as they are becoming fans of it. So it's like, okay, how do you convert those people into how do you improve the experience for those people? And you have to make it a spectator sport. I am way too knowledgeable about Pokemon, more than any human should be, and I was watching Worlds for the announcements, and I was like, okay, in my Discord, let's watch finals, and it was a slog. The gym leader music was on loop for like 2 hours. Uh, None of the Pokemon were like moving. The commentary, no offense to the commentators themselves, I know they're restricted on what they can say. I know they can't talk about like EVs as effort values. Um, it's a game where you kind of have to have people like Wolf almost kind of spoon feed you like 3 hours of like, this is my experience at a tournament. This is how I thought. This is how I felt. You can't be in the
The
mind of a
depth isn't
player
available
in
just
that
through
way.
the commentary with what they're providing. So this is
Oh, the
that is a
gameplay, yeah.
that is a similar issue to what I've had conversations about with like Overwatch and Marvel Rivals esports,
Oh, yeah,
because
absolutely.
they have the same issue of not only the way they're restricted, Overwatch less so than Marvel Rivals. Like Marvel Rivals, when it first started out, they had to say the full name of like the ultimates in the official
They
tournaments.
still have to do that. If you say ult in like Unite commentary, you have to say Unite move. It's so funny.
That stuff mind boggling. Ironically, Unite much better to watch than VGC at those events is in a crowd. Unite was very
Oh
fun.
yeah.
But the because for reference, I did go to Worlds this year. I was flown out to Worlds by Pokemon,
Mhm.
which there were only a few. Like I say only a few. There were like so NAIC. I got flown out to NAIC, and that was
Yeah.
the first time they'd flown press out to NAIC. Uh, and so that experience was much different than the World's experience. Obviously, what I was asking about the content creation element of it, to get back to that, is they fly out a bunch of the content people, and there are people picking the brains of the content people while we're there.
Oh, for sure.
But when I talked to Chris at NAIC versus talking to him at Worlds, the amount of stuff that we were talking about and the scale of stuff and the stuff I was allowed to ask about and get answers for, much different.
Oh, absolutely.
So, and then obviously, like, we knew we were getting champion announcements. We knew we were getting different stuff announced that they couldn't talk about when we were doing the press stuff, especially since the the press conference for Chris at Worlds was like 12 or 20 people crammed into a press room with him getting like him at the front.
Yeah.
And it was like there was
I
no
kind of
it was
I can't imagine that like it's so weird like they have these big performances, and as a guy that likes these games as single player games, I look at this kind of this whole event and this whole ecosystem and I'm like, I don't get anything out of this. What has this got to do with like the core game design of Pokemon, and because I have a friend and I edit for her, and she made a video on Worlds, and she sends me this like 4.5 hours of like camera worth of footage of her just doing stuff throughout the event, and she got invited, and
Oh, is
it's
it Tama?
so yes, yeah,
Yeah.
it's so fascinating when I was editing that video because it's like, oh my god, all of the fan content there seems amazing.
Oh, the walking the
Yeah.
floor at Worlds and like even in AIC, incredible. Everything they do for the fan, like the event itself is amazing. Like the amount of stuff they allow to go on, like the different like events that they put on themselves, the different like the side shows, the side events, the trading rooms, the pin stuff, all the little activities that they have for all the like families that are there too, all
Mhm.
incredible.
Yeah, it definitely seems like an event planner's dream. And then you also have like, hey, we have somebody that has made a system to recreate the experience of getting mystery gifts in Gen 2. We have somebody that is like bringing a briefcase to allow you to transfer Pokemon up through to any game into home. We have like, hey, like all of Matt Absol's like FunFest mission stuff. It's like this is all stuff that I would love to participate in. I'm never going to an event, but that stuff seems like a real draw for me. I would legitimately consider it. VGC as a spectator is so hard, and it feels like they just don't get it.
I
I
don't
like
think
again. I feel like
I think they get it as a product. I don't think they get it as a like as a product they get it, and as a value they get it. I don't think they get it as a like you said a spectator sport or as a an event just in general. I think that they're missing the but it feels like they're doing that for a lot of stuff. Like I think Unite gets it except for the commentary. I think some of the commentary like they need to remove the restrictions to let it kind
yeah,
of
they
breathe.
need
I
to
think
also not do the one ability or the one like ability pathway thing they're doing that
yeah.
like every Unite player is just quitting over. But I should clarify like they they don't get it. They don't get why.
Mm.
Like I think the first step towards them getting why is Pokemon XP because I feel like they're like, oh shit, we need to make an event for people that don't really care about VGC. It almost feels like they're trying to siphon VGC off into its own thing, but they just do not have the avenues for people to get into it,
I think
and
they
it's
also don't want to siphon it off into its
frustrating.
own thing because they just want to keep bundling everything together. They just want to
Well, yeah,
keep
that's why
bundling.
Pokemon XP and
Yeah.
Worlds are at the same time,
Yes.
but it's like they're already making that delegation and they're already
Yep.
separating champions and main series into their own thing. I think collectively it's a very TPCI thing,
Mm.
and there's just some sort of like match there.
There is, and I think they have now understand where the limits are for the interest that people have in the competitive stuff itself. So they're trying to make the entire thing more appealing, both as a people coming out to the event and also uh the like I mean, this last year was the first time they did an actual arena. That helped the
Yeah.
experience of like finals. That definitely enhanced it because when we were in AIC was a little bit blander just sitting in like the same seats you were sitting in watching the essentially watching like the regular matches in to watch the finals. It was a little bit
Yeah.
it was better in the arena, and it's going to be even better next year when it's a Chase Center, which is going to be a crazy atmosphere. I think they're going to really up the ante when it comes to trying to make it a spectator thing, especially for the people there. So we this year I think is going to make or break a lot of stuff for them when it comes to how they're going to approach this the competitive product for the next several years. So I'm really interested to see how it goes. But
Yeah, Champion's gonna last a while as well. That's scary to think about.
it's scary, and so it's scary in that the initial product that we're only getting glimpses of now when we haven't had anybody get hands on with it yet.
Mhm.
It's very scary just seeing it from a distance, knowing it's a month out and we haven't gotten any hands on, any first impressions, anything like that, or any real detailed information.
Yeah.
Uh, I think it's a good thing long term, especially since Game Freak seems to still be in have like Game Freak is still involved in it because it's not going to
Partially to my knowledge.
still way better than what Unite is doing.
Oh yeah,
It's not going
absolutely.
to end up like a Unite where the longer it goes on it's going to get worse. I think the longer Champions goes on as a main thing it will only get better.
Maybe. I mean the main issue is like I said, it being a spectator sport, but the
Mm.
way that Champions looks is less readable than SV. Uh, like graphically, it's rancid. I can't imagine like why they would like the. It's so simple. Like it feels so easy in my brain to be like, just do Battle Revolution again. Like your scope is so small. You have so many more resources than you did back then. You are not working with models that were made for the N64 that had to have a like the Western release of Battle Revolution added widescreen and updated like 40 models. You're not working with that small pool of resources. And now this is literally millions of times bigger for reasons that the Pokemon Company have not even invested in. Like they didn't create Wolf Glick out of the ether, right? Like they didn't create YouTube. Um, so it's just like it feels like such a golden opportunity.
Yeah,
I just
it's like
don't.
one of those
I
things
just
where they
don't get it.
fell into success with this stuff that they haven't even had to like super invest in. But
Yeah,
now we don't. They're looking at a golden ticket. We're not like we're getting basically Pokemon Company's handing us a golden ticket and saying, "This is our version of a thing that has existed for 10 years that people love online and have created content about online forever and use daily." And we don't know if
it
it's going to be
feels
good.
like yeah, it feel like we don't. It's not even that if we don't know if it's going to be good. We don't know anything. We don't know like Stadium has so much single player content. We have not seen a lick of this game
There's not
single
going to be
player.
single player content for this.
They
There's going to be a
yeah
tutorial
they
system and that's it.
It's ridiculous. They showed like new frontier brains. They've showed new frontier brains in the year 2026, and that was restricted to the Japanese website.
Yep.
That like it's like a marketing failure.
I
It feels like you say the golden ticket thing, and they it's more like they are really 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 invested in um like building like a new stadium for the chocolate factory instead, and then you just get kind of like a shitty normal ticket to go in because it's great that they're investing so much in worlds as an experience, and I like that. Definitely TPCI especially is investing in that, um but it feels like the wrong place to be investing, if that makes
They
sense.
should have made. I think Champions. I don't understand the marketing for this game at all. Like the entire rollout has been a mess. Like the announcement last year, sure, that's fine, but like not getting any. It's been a year and we still don't know anything
Anything. Yeah.
of substance that like you can. I'm sure they'll have like some event within the next couple weeks where they've flown out like some people and they
Yeah.
got to play it or something for a limited amount of time, or maybe there'll be something. It's just they don't like the fact that they don't even have a release date and it's coming in
They
April.
didn't have a Twitter until like 2 days ago.
I this one it feels like it's going to miss them. I'm optimistic that it'll get better and hopefully turn into something good, but that's just me like being hopeful.
It's also just like a weirdly unfinished product.
Yep.
Not to get to berate the graphics, especially when compared to what we've had, but like so they updated the Japanese website, and I'm looking now. Originally, there were screenshots of the menus, and they had placeholder character icons. They are like explicitly ripped from Sete by Sugimori. You can tell it's his drawings, and they have updated that screenshot for like a more recent thing. Like it has the English character names, but they still have those images. What's happening? Why? 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 It feels like this game for the last year has eternally been in that first trailer that BDSP got, and I wonder why. It really makes you wonder. This game has had like 3 years of development. It's a very small scope. All of the assets already. There's like barely anything new. What's happening?
I don't know. I don't know, and I hope that it's better than we think it's going to be. But with all the announcements that all the info that we do have, they're giving us all the wrong information. Like,
Yeah, no, it's like, oh, you get a free Dragonite. It's like, cool, man. Can you show me the game? Like,
hey, can you tell me more about the battle pass? Can you tell me more about the paid options? Can you tell me more about what this membership is, other than the fact that you get like more storage and more like special missions?
yeah, and
Like,
also, can you tell me why I have to be Japanese to understand this information? Like, why is this not on the English site at all?
look, I don't know. This is going to be something that we can definitely like once this game comes out. I mean, I just want to like deep dive it and then come back to have
Oh
this
yeah, for sure.
conversation when it comes out, because I want to see, I want to have hands on with it for like a week and just see what it is and what the potential could have been based on what it is, because
Yeah,
we don't if we were having this conversation and we knew more, I think both of us would be more optimistic just because we know more.
Yeah, for sure. Like it sucks because there are so many elements that I like about this game. Like the music is going to be by Minako Adachi and Shota Kageyama. So they're getting main series composers for this. It's very obvious from all the music that we've heard that that's them. I like that Sugimori is doing character designs again. Like they are so obviously him. The girl character, especially, is like she really reminds me of a lot of the Gen 3 style stuff he was doing. And it's just like I like that they're using some of the ZA animations. I like all the new like Frontier Brain characters that they introduced. Um, I like that there's a skip dialogue button, which if that's in Winds and Waves, oh my god, Game Freak is finally understood. But it's just like, man, I'm scared. I'm really really fucking scared for like a month from now.
I am too. We can speedrun the last of the little bit news because I think it's just the ZA trailer we talked about a little bit, where it's like they spent more time just showing off a little bit of gameplay, and then the megas that were the megas that were in the base game and the DLC, and then they showed Garchomp Z, and it's like, okay, yeah, cool mystery gift
cool
of
design.
it. Like, sure, whatever.
Yeah, you walk into a park and you catch him, and it's like a level 1 raid as well, or like a level 1 donut. So it's like you just stomp it so quickly.
Whatever, man. That's a thing. We can talk a little bit about Unite now. Unite's adding Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno, and then they're also adding the 3 Johto starters, which we have no information about those because those are coming probably like summer-ish, like late spring, summer-ish. And then we'll get.
They put those characters out at a really fast clip. Like even League, when I was playing League, and they were, because I know they only do like 4 champs a year now.
Yeah.
When I was doing League, it was like, holy shit, it was like a rework every other month, and it's like, this is faster.
Yeah, it's the same with Dota. Dota did for a while like 2 characters a year. Now they basically just do 1, maybe 2. Especially since they reworked how they do like the battle pass system. They don't do battle pass stuff anymore for TI. They do like they're actually developing the game more. So and like, but Unite is basically like a new character every other month, and sometimes a new character every month for like set periods of time.
Sometimes it's Zapdos, who you are already currently fighting in the arena, so that's interesting. I don't know how that's going to work out.
Well, Zapdos hasn't been the main. So the one that the people play on now, it's either Rayquaza or Groudon.
Yeah.
So those are the 2 kind of rotations that they have. The Eos Arena, which is the original one, is still in rotation depending on what mode you're playing, or if it's a special event thing. But yeah, I don't know. This Unite is in such a weird place. Like I did an article in like September 2024 talking about like how it was going to, I mean, it's banned now in 2 European countries because of the gacha mechanics that they added around then. I talked to Timmy, some of Timmy, the studios and like their groups, PR people, being like, a lot of this decision isn't on us. A lot of it's on the Pokemon company. We're just the developers. So, but they're not giving like solid statements on any of that stuff about like the gacha and about the stuff like that. Like the game is just in a really weird, worrying place, and I don't want to touch it because you open it up and there's 8 pop-ups and 17 notifications about you can go here. You want to go throw like these balls at like the stuff that you can unlock, but there's no feasible way to unlock it without spending money.
It's always a new thing as well, right? It's like I've booted that game up a few times over the last couple of years, and I love MOBAs, okay? But oh my god. And on Switch 1 as well, the menus are so laggy.
Terrible.
I haven't played it on Switch 2, but it's like, Jesus.
It's much better. Much better on Switch 2.
Oh yeah, no, like I remember playing it on mobile, I was like, this is not a problem. So.
This is okay. So I have like, I don't know how many hours in Pokemon Unite. I got masters for like the first like 8 seasons or something. Like I played a lot of Dota in high school, and I love the MOBA system, like the MOBA genre, but I don't have I don't have the time to gamble 25 minutes to 2 hours on a MOBA.
It's a very like digestible game.
Yeah, so the 10-minute timer was what sold me on it. Similar to like when Capcom worked with Gung Ho to do Tekken.
Yeah.
That like the timer mechanic is what got me on that, because the matches, you're only lasting a certain amount of time. And so with Unite, I got really into Unite because of the timer, and then I just got really into it because it's Pokemon, and it was a pretty well designed MOBA for what it was. But all the pop-ups and all the changes, I mean, when I did I don't even remember if that was the article I wrote about the gacha mechanics or it was after the fact, but they changed the pricing of the EOS gyms specifically to where
Mhm.
you couldn't buy the $7.99 bundle and then afford the battle pass. You have to buy the more expensive one because the battle pass
Which
was
is
now like a
ridiculous.
little bit more expensive than the $7 bundle.
And like, as an onlooker, um, the real elephant in the room is the Chinese version, which has a full open
Oh
3D
yeah,
hub world and has like 200 mini games. It's like, what is happening?
though that's been rumored to be like merging with the Western release for forever, and we've gotten like some stuff, but not everything.
Yeah, like I remember they showed the Psyduck mini game,
Yeah,
and it's like that has been in China for 2 years. Like for most of that game's lifespan now, the majority, I think, over half, it's that whole like new hub world has been in the game,
the
and I
new
just
hub
don't.
world has been fully released and with a lot of the side mechanics for 2 years now minimum.
Yeah, and it's
Like
just like why is this a different video game?
I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't know why they haven't done a server merge or just like discontinued the regular version and had a migrate account migration feature to launch the new version. Maybe they're waiting for something to do it over in the West and like in like non-China, but I don't. This game is in a bad
They're killing the
place.
game, so I have no idea.
Yeah, like I don't understand what it is. I don't know what the differences are. All I know is the game's in a really bad place, and I'm probably not going to touch it again. So
Yeah, I feel like most because like the stigma of oh, while you're playing Pokemon League of Legends is such a barrier for like casual or even like knowledgeable people about Pokemon. It's like what is your audience anymore, man? Like you're really trying to kill off of like your hyper competitive audience that only cares about this game that is, I don't want to say a watered down version of a larger MOBA like League or Dota, but it is a more bite sized version
it is
inherently.
bite-sized.
And
The
yeah,
characters definitely take less time to make because there's less interactions that you have to account for,
yep. And all
which
those
is a
assets already
benefit.
exist thanks to Game Freak and
Exactly.
creatures.
Like
So
they have a lot of benefits that are letting them compete in that space, not just because of the Pokemon name, but also because of the unique place that a lot of those benefits put them in. Uh, I think it takes up a really cool spot in the place, but with all the gotcha mechanics and what as soon as they added the whatchamacallit, the thing from Honor of Kings where you have to use the emblems to boost your stats, I was out.
yep. Oh my god.
I was
I
done.
remember booting into the game and being like, "What is this? Like, why have we got another tier of like
Why are you making
artificial
me
longevity?"
RPG like skill tree stats that should be inherent to the game?
Yeah,
Because
like we got rid of rune pages, what, like 15 years ago in League now, or like buying them with like IP, and
if
it's
you're putting
ridiculous.
inherent like if you have to play the game for a certain amount of time and then you can use currency in game to upgrade those coins to get better stats in game, and even if it's just like minute, I'm done. Like
Oh
in a
yeah,
competitive
no.
game like that, that's stupid. That should not be a thing.
The one thing that a lot of the casual, I remember like Moist Critical made a video about this and it like tarred the game's reputation for a while, but it's like, oh, you have to level up your items to
Yep.
or like the passive items, and it's like this isn't alien to MOBAs. Like I said, we had rune pages that you had to kind of work towards with League, but it's like it's not a huge thing. But now they're adding like another layer on top of that. It's like, what are we doing? You
My
know?
favorite thing is uh for the first year and a half ish maybe, they had a system where when you pulled stuff from like the energy mechanics, like the energy pull before you got the coin version, you could get tickets to then use on like a set amount of cosmetics that they would put into like this pool.
Mhm.
I now have 900 something of those tickets and I can't use any of them because they have not updated the pool of items you can get from that since year 2.
Oh yeah, no, like
So
it's not only adding new currency, but it's like when you want to add a new one, you like discontinue one of them, but you still let people get them, and it's just like, what
well,
is
now they've
happening?
discontinued the coins, so now there's not even a free to play. Like they've completely reworked how you unlock stuff free now. Like they completely discontinued the coin, like the AOS coins that you could get. So it's just like
Ridiculous. I just
I haven't even looked at the
maybe I
game
need
since that
to.
happened. So I'm not.
Yeah, maybe I need to talk about this because it's like a such an interesting slow death.
Yeah, like since I uploaded that article, it's just gotten worse, and I haven't had like the mental capacity to go deep dive it again, just because the fact that it's only gotten worse from a point that I thought it was getting untenable is
Yeah.
wild to me.
With Pokemon, they tend to like with Quest, it's like, okay, let's sunset it over there. Let's update that in China.
Yep.
Let's with a lot of their other online games, it's like, okay, we are going to kill this game. Sorry. With this game, it's like, okay, let's keep it going, but we're going to make it worse. And it feels like if this was Rumble or God forbid, like Quest or something, it would have been at this point a
Well,
long,
that's what
long
I said
time
at the
ago.
top of the show. It feels like with the Unite, because Pokemon Go wasn't like Pokemon Go was like the first of this bunch, but they were still releasing other mobile projects at the time. But with the
Mhm.
Unite release, it felt like that was the first one that's not only like cross-platform because you have mobile and Switch. It felt like that was the first one that was like an inherently Pokemon project that they
Yeah,
heralded differently internally of these like side games.
it definitely marks like a new
Yeah, like a new
kind of era.
approach almost.
Yeah,
So I don't know.
I don't know. It just
That stuff's
it,
weird.
it feels like if they added like a new mechanic to Pokemon Sleep that just like randomly wakes you up in the middle of the night, and it's like, well, sorry, we have to remove the old mechanic for this.
That's how
It's
they're
just
gonna. I
ridiculous.
don't know. I don't know if Pokemon Sleep has shinies, but that's how you do shinies. There's the shiny sound wakes you up at 3 a.m.
Oh, it has shinies. I remember a lot of my Japanese friends. The fandom over there was rabid for Sleep when it came out.
Mm,
Very predatory. If you want to get everything, but that's what people are gonna do. They're gonna min max.
yeah,
So
I guess. We got two more games. We got because we're not going to talk about. We already talked a little bit about TCG. TCG is doing probably what the 20th
same thing.
anniversary thing was, where it's going to be a re-release set with a bunch of old arts with like a stamp on them that you can get.
They're releasing that Charizard again.
Yeah, it's the same thing but different. So we'll see. Pokopia got a new look. This is the worst Pokopia trailer we've gotten. This
Oh
is
yeah,
like the worst look at the game.
it's crazy because they show like 20 seconds of gameplay at the end, and they show like prop hunt, but they really spent like 30 seconds slowly zooming towards like a Greedent or like a new Rotom form that I don't care about. And
Yeah.
it's like this game, I'm so excited. Um, we I am so in love with Viva Pinata, and I was so
Oh, Viva
disappointed
Pinata is great. Yeah.
with with Animal Crossing's direction over the last like decade or so, ever since City Folk.
Mm.
And it's just like, oh my god, like this is, I'm so excited for it.
Well, did you
Genuinely, like,
play? Or did you play Dragon Quest Builders 2?
no, but I know a lot of the staff on there was specifically hired
Yeah. So the
for
Koei Tecmo team that is working on. So the Koei. So a bunch of people are misattributing it that this is the Dragon Quest Builders team. That's not true. So Dragon Quest Builders 1 was internal at Square. Dragon
Mhm.
Quest Builders 2 was partnership with Koei Tecmo. And so a lot of the people that worked on Dragon Quest Builders 2 specifically are the team working on this with Game Freak.
Yeah, they share a director. The art director is the
Yes.
same, and then like a lot of the smaller artists are from Game
Which
Freak,
is
and obviously
fantastic
Omori
because
is like head of
both
game
Dragon Quest
design.
Builders games, really good games. Like really
Yeah.
underrated experiences that I highly recommend if you can give it a try, give it a try. So I have a lot of high hopes for this game in terms of what the stuff we haven't seen yet. Because the treehouse that they did showed a lot of really cool
Mhm.
stuff that we hadn't seen before, and I think that
Yeah.
did a much better job selling people on the game than this trailer did by far.
Yeah,
So
like I said at the end, they showed like 20 seconds of
yep,
them like going through a bunch of new like almost like kind of biomes and Pokemon that we'd never seen like Glamora, and it's like, wow, I why did I have to listen to like Fortree City in the background while you talk about how you play Zedetto again? I don't
yeah.
know. Really really fascinating project though. Very excited.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this, and I hope this leads to. I hope this is like the gateway to the next wave of like spin-offs, essentially, especially with the
Mhm.
partnership stuff that they've been doing more. I think that that's kind of where they want to go, is find the teams, and this is just kind of game development in general, where it's like people like the big companies finding the teams that make the games in the genre, and then being like,
Mhm.
hey, would you be interested in partnering with us to do this genre but with our stuff? And then
The fascinating part about that is that it's Game Freak that wanted this as well, because
mhm,
you have Omori working on a project from the end of Scarlet and Violet's development. He's stepping down. I don't know how much I should say. He's stepping down ish for Gen 10. He to focus more on running the company.
mhm,
And then it's like, oh, he can now pour all of these smaller ideas can be offset And it's less like, hey, it's the Pokemon company. We are recruiting you to make like a pinball game or something. Now it's like Game Freak because he presented it to TPC and he was like, we don't know if we have the time or the assets to make this. And it was originally going to be like an isometric game that like linked to Pokemon Home. And then that got dropped when TPC was like, oh, why don't you partner with Koei? And then they were like, oh, great. And now we have this. And I feel like the more that comes out of Game Freak, the more of that we're going to see. I hope that more of this happens though. And what genre do you want next?
I
For
want
like
another
a
Conquest.
hypothetical.
I want another Conquest.
Yeah,
Like
new
that
strategy
style.
game would be nice.
I think that's a perfect mix. Not necessarily in that way. Conquest did have its issues, but I think a strategy style game would work fantastically. I actually don't know if there's any other genre. Like this was a nice surprise. I kind of just want to be surprised
Oh, for sure.
other than the strategy stuff.
Yeah, my number one was always a Musou game. I would love a
Oh,
Pokemon Musou. You can do that so easily.
yeah.
They've shown that they're not afraid to have Pokemon like Apom get beat up and unite. So I think it's well within
I think
the realm of
that's a good one.
possibility.
That'd also be a really fun way for like the secondary Muso team to have like a new way to do Muso, because every time they get a new property to do it with, they find unique ways to use it.
Yeah, instead
So
of doing Breath of the Wild again.
yeah,
So,
yeah, that'd be a nice one. Because I mean, like I haven't played. I played Hyrule Warriors, the first one. I haven't played the other ones. I love
the first one is so good.
Yeah, first one's really good. I've played
Love it.
Fire Emblem Warriors. I played the first one, which is not good. I do not like
Yeah,
that game.
I've heard it's not
I
particularly
know the
great.
second one's much better, but I've been waiting to play it. My buddy and I just get drinks and pizza, and we played when he would just come over and we played the first one, and both of us hated it. It's bad. The second one I've heard is much better. Also, it's actually like its own version of the Three Houses story, so
Yeah.
it's gonna have a better narrative because the narrative for the first one is just bad Fire Emblem. So and then obviously I've Gundam Warriors, fantastic. One Piece Pirate Warriors I love. So there's a lot going for it to be a Pokemon game if that's the case. But yeah,
Absolutely, yeah.
I've always wanted another Conquest. That's like my white whale because I think Conquest is a great game. All right, you ready to get into the big one?
The big one.
Yep.
The
Okay.
most interesting one.
Yeah. So I want to touch on this part first because I called it. Everybody and their mom was like, "This is gonna be a 2026 release. They're doing November 2026. They're not gonna miss the 30th anniversary year." And I was like, "Guys, they've already discussed this openly that they are changing how they have done things internally, and that's not even counting like what we've learned from leaks and conversations and whatnot."
Yeah.
Like, yes, it would make the most sense financially and like as a brand to release the 10th generation for the 30th anniversary in November, obviously, but if this was pre Scarlet and Violet, I think they still would have.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But because we're post Scarlet and Violet, and because all the things that they said and some of the projects that they've released post then have been so well received post Scarlet and Violet, I think that they're just being like, let's pull back, let's not be more conservative, let's just do our thing and give it some more time.
Yeah. So Game Freak is a really, really interesting company. Like I said earlier, they want to do new things. I know a lot of people love to say that they don't care. They want to do new things. And Gen 10 is pretty inevitable. Everybody saw it coming. I did not see 2027 coming. I'll be honest. I jumped out of my chair when I saw that because I was like, "Oh my god,
They're actually doing what the best thing possible for people that want like a true like separation from what it was essentially."
Yeah, I think that they were really, really aware of how SV
Yes.
was handled. I think that like to even go back to that game's launch a little bit, I've never seen a Pokemon game where one of the music producers or one of the people that works on sound implementation tweets out, "Holy shit, I'm so sorry about this bug. We are going to fix this in the next update." I've never ever seen that for a main series.
And
Pokemon
it wasn't just one instance of it either. It was like
yeah,
full on panic. Like I remember covering that launch and having to be like aware of like Nintendo's support lines because there was such a like they had to release multiple statements about the game over the course of a year before that patch went out. And that patch,
even then
yeah, like it didn't fix what people wanted, but like it they like the amount of communication that came out of Nintendo and TPC about this game's terrible launch, or that game's terrible launch, was like it's the same thing when everybody's like, oh, every live service game is going to be a Concord. It's like, no, you don't understand how substantial something had to fuck up for us to get to this point.
Yeah, I mean, I can explain why that happened, I guess, with
Sure.
Scarlet Violet, because so Pokemon has always had this rolling development period.
Yep.
We go from we haven't had a delay in a game since Diamond and Pearl, and then before that was Gold and Silver, because that game was not going to release in a state that it did with a year's development. Tajiri basically left directing, and he was like, "Hey, Masada, go handle it." Um, from what we know, and this is from friends and myself diving into Game Freak's Confluence with the Terra Leak stuff that I've purposefully not looked at any future content. Like I haven't spoiled myself on anything Wind and Waves really.
Yeah.
But from what we know, it kind of goes something like this. X and Y releases, and it's like, holy shit, we have to get so many people. We have to basically restructure how we do everything in order to get this game out the door. And they did. And X and Y has some problems, but it's like teething problems, right? Then ORS happens.
It is the
right?
jump. It is the jump.
It is the big jump, yeah, exactly. Like they had to do. It's a monumental effort.
It's the same.
Like,
It's looking at like the timeline from that, and this is something that I think most people generously give Game Freak when it comes to discussions like this, is going from Game Boy Advance to the 3D, and then going from the 3DS to Switch. I think that
Yeah.
one's a little bit less because, to a certain extent, developing for the 3DS and developing for the Switch weren't as different from the assets, and certain things weren't as different from going from sprite based to, or the
Yeah.
DS to the 3DS. But I continue that, but that's kind of
Yeah.
a given that people understand. Yes.
It is like a big era to jump to. Then ORS happens, and it's like, okay, Masada takes Omori to the side, and he's like, hey, I want you to be the director of the Hoenn remakes, because that was like a fan feedback thing. The past two remakes were not made for that reason. And he's like, great, how long have I got? And then the game comes out in 2 years, and that game is there's a lot of weirdly unfinished things in ORS. The music is unfinished by admission of the composers. The Oceanic Museum in that game literally has a different song in the soundtrack. And there are some things that are missing, and in a bit of a tongue-in-cheek way, people were a bit mad about it. But it's like, okay, Omori, new director, whatever, right? Sun and Moon, he's also working on this at the same time as ORS. That game had a very, very troubled development.
Yes.
Sun and Moon was originally, the big problem is they did not know who was working on the game. And that might sound weird. Following X and Y, there were questions about Masada leading the game's development as a director. And it was decided, not that he was fired or anything, that he would take a step back from directing. Obviously, he ended up directing Let's Go and BDSP, but we'll get into that. So Sun and Moon production begins, and it's a question of who's working on this game. Is it an Omori directed game with Yusuke Omura as art director, or is it a Takao Ono directed game with Sugimori as art director? It ended up becoming the former, but for the first year and a half, nobody really knew. And then also Masada was still there, kind of throwing ideas into the pot. And then also during ORS, after having finished XY, and then the game, the scope gets bigger from XY, it's just a really, really troubled production. There were times where like they would have to redesign whole areas and whole mechanics around like ride Pokemon, because they were still figuring out like how big they wanted the maps to be and how small they wanted the Pokemon to be. Really, really rough. Then you have Ultra Sun and Moon, Let's Go. And the big new release is Sword and Shield. They had to do a giant outsourcing, even more than XY. They had to update basically all of that tech after Sword and Shield, because their build times were atrocious. They did a big CDEC presentation on this. They had to move to like cloud computing and Amazon Web Services in order to get that game out, or in order for future stuff to go well. Because I think Mizawa said that it literally took like a day to build the game. I could be wrong on that, but that is fucking insane. And the game comes out kind of a disaster, kind of not really. Omori is trying to right the wrongs of Sun and Moon at the same time. There was a lot of cut content. And then they do DLC, and it's like, okay, this is a positive thing. We're not doing third versions where we repackage the same thing for full price and somebody has to pay for it. We're doing DLC. Arceus and SV being made at the same time, not good. They have to cut all the Pokemon from Sword and Shield preemptively because of that. That is the stated reason. and that sucks. It sucks so fucking bad that Sword and Shield in every future game had to take the fall because SV and PLA were being made at the same time. And on the one hand, you have a completely open world new generation of Pokemon, and on the other hand, you have a team that wants to basically trailblaze with this new series of Pokemon. Also, Legends Arceus did not get any funding from the Pokemon Company whatsoever until its release. They had to secure the funds afterwards. And SV being made in that environment, that's why that happened. And all of this is building on top of each other. All these issues are continually affecting the next one. And Omori is unfortunately the one, not at fault, but he's the fall guy for all of this. And that's why I'm so happy that Wind and Waves is getting the longest development of any Pokemon game. I'm so happy. It's a crazy, crazy like journey. And I've been hopping on this for almost like a decade now online, where it's like it's not Game Freak that's the problem. It's not like yeah, get another studio to make a Pokemon game. Whatever, that's what people were begging for with Sword and Shield. That got us BDSP. Go back to other regions, do remakes instead, do 2D based games instead. That got us BDSP. I'm just so happy that like they persisted and they pushed for it and they said, no, we're gonna try and do this our way. And it has 5 years of development. That's insane.
I
Genuinely
really
insane.
I really hope that this year, like this next like year and a half, 2 year period, is kind of where people finally break the notion that like because we're still getting it, even though it feels like a more known quantity. That post, especially post BDSP and with Scarlet and Violet, that whole thing, where it's like, what like especially with Beast of Reincarnation, which is a whole other
Oh
discussion
yeah, absolutely.
to have with this, where people are like, why doesn't Pokemon look like this? And I'm like, you don't understand how Gear Project works. You don't understand how the structure works. You don't understand how the Pokemon Company works. Like, that's a whole discussion in and of itself. But
Yeah.
with Winds and Waves, it feels like this is a real chance for Game Freak to kind of finally write that kind of path you're talking about since the 3DS, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Where
It's so hard. It's really hard.
it is, especially with the weight of the like the world's biggest media franchise on your back. When you're not given, because we like what you just said with like Arceus not getting the funding until after the fact, people still don't understand that yes, Pokemon's the biggest media company or the biggest media brand ever, but Game Freak doesn't see the benefit of all of that. Like to
Oh
develop the
yeah,
games.
absolutely.
The games are a like how many rungs down do you think the games are from what's important to the Pokemon Company? Because it's still like I stay probably it's the third.
I think it really depends. Like I ultimately like Game Freak is an indie studio. That sounds really weird. But
Yes,
they
it
want
is
to
though.
they want to function like one because it's what's most fun for them, right? Like the
They treat
majority
it
of
like
staff are
that,
still
and you
there.
can hear that when they talk about Beast of Reincarnation. You heard that in the Xbox Developer Direct, where a bunch of people that you're used to hearing about talk about Pokemon, or people that you don't usually hear about when you talk about Game Freak, discuss Pokemon development in how they are also doing this new game because they're taking what they learned from Pokemon and doing it in a way where they get complete freedom.
Yep.
Like it, I really hope that discussion get like when that game comes out, we get more discussions like that. But people don't understand that like in my opinion it's like whatever media and then merchandising are like 1 and 2, so that's like TCG merchandising, that's usually number 1, and then 2 is like the actual media stuff, and then 3 is the games, because the games, while they're the most important element of what got Pokemon here, they're like a gateway, but they're not the only gateway anymore. Pokemon's that big.
Yeah.
So I think the games are the third on the rung, and I think because Game Freak wants to operate the way it does, and because the Pokemon Company is a 3-pronged, like Nintendo, the Pokemon Company, and Game Freak, their leadership that runs, or I guess creatures technically, but whatever. Like those 3 things, like these things have to agree on everything, but like Game Freak also still has to manage the games themselves most of the time, so they have to go through all these approvals, and the way Game Freak has to do Pokemon is inherently negative to how Pokemon is developed.
Yeah, it's there's nothing else like it. Like I will say this constantly. Even Scarlet and Violet, as much of a mess as that game is, and I don't even think it's because of the performance. We'll get to that later because I think there's a worry with Wind and Waves there.
Yes.
But the Scarlet and Violet, that is a game with even let's cut the roster to the 400, right? every Pokemon in that game. We translated an interview, a Japanese interview from a couple of years ago about Scarlet and Violet's development. It's about 10,000 words, huge, and it's
Mm.
on the animations and the production of how Pokemon were
Yeah, I
like
remember
it,
reading
like
some of this. Yeah.
there's so much put into that, and they had to scale so much for open world. There are 400 Pokemon in one game. Let's say that, right? Let's not account for DLC or the rest of them 400. Um, Look at a game like Breath of the Wild, the easiest open world comparison of all time. There are like 10 different enemy types, and they all have like Dragon Quest style recolors, and they have like 5 animations each, and they kind of have to fit like some sort of like basic mold. When it comes to combat, like I think Pikachu in ZA has like at least 100 animations alone. This is not factoring in gameplay or design, and multiply that by 400. The scale is absurd, and Game Freak does not give enough credit for the fact that they
They
have
don't, and
had
people use this
have,
against them
yeah,
too.
yeah.
They're like, oh well, it's just like you can just reuse the animations, or you can just do this. It's like, first off, you get pissed if that happened too. We saw what happened with like, every time a game has a sequel that reuses animations, people get pissed about this because they're like, oh well, they didn't do new animations. It's not a real stupid. But
Yeah.
the fact that they have to account for, especially in SV when they redid a bunch of like the models themselves, but also the animations, have to account for in the open world, the other interactions, and then also moves, also like all these other things.
There are like an infinite sprawling number of variables. Like anybody that's tried to make a Pokemon fan game can tell you like how hard that is, and then you scale that up by like a million.
Yeah,
And they're still doing more. I've yet to post about this, but like in ZA, there are unused climbing animations for Pokemon. Like Spinarak, how it like sits on a wall.
yeah,
Uh, Many Pokemon were meant to do that and like climb up trees. Like the Elemental Monkeys, Pikachu was like that as well. And like there are so many unused animations of Pokemon like burying into dirt and underwater that are just never used in ZA. And it's like they want to keep doing more. They're adding to it. They can reuse stuff and they can keep doing more and more, and they want to do it. And it's like, fuck, man. I genuinely love this company because they will. Like, I don't think any other company could do this. Genuinely, I just don't think it's
I just
possible.
wish that they like. I don't mind people like criticizing companies and criticizing developers, but I
Absolutely,
wish
yeah.
that people wouldn't just outright bash them, especially if they're coming from if you're coming from a place where you don't understand game design, which I don't. I don't understand game design at a conceptual level, but I can read between the lines and I do research about it. So
It's such like a it's so easy as well, you know? You just gotta like look at like precedent. When Sword and Shield was coming out, everyone was like, "Oh my god, Little Town Hero is killing Pokemon because of one interview that we took out of context."
yep,
One like Annoy quote. And it's like, did you think Drill Dozer was killing Diamond and Pearl? Because that game came out like shit. It ran like shit. It has so many problems. Drill Dozer didn't kill that game.
nope,
Do we think that Tembo killed Exit or like Sun and Moon? Like obviously not. And then Little Town Hero releases, it has like 12 people in the credits, and it's like so clearly a small game. People are so This is why like I continue to push for like talking about how these games are made and understanding art and understanding like every little part of this process, because people need it to figure out like why things are sustainable, um before they criticize stuff. And like this is why Champions is so frustrating, because you go back to that and it's like that is a really small scale game. They have all of the assets. Game Freak has done all the hard work for these people, and it's fucked up. What's the mismanagement there? That's a situation where you can look at it and it's be like everything should be falling into place here, but it's not. With Game Freak, it's the other way around, where everybody criticizes them for stuff that they are working
and they
on,
somehow
and
make it
they
work.
yeah.
Because I will forever praise Scarlet and Violet for a few things, but the main thing is getting the gameplay loop correct for an open world. I did not.
Hmm.
I like the element of Pokemon in the open world, obviously to varying degrees and all that stuff, but I did not think they would be able to smoothly go from the way they did it in Sword and Shield in the wild area to this is the entire game. And
I
this
would
is
argue that they did not do that particularly smoothly. I think this is where we might disagree.
oh, I
So
don't think it's smooth. But I think it works way better than I thought it would. I
interesting.
I think that I'm trying to think of how to like word this. The idea that it goes from how the wild, like basically scaling up the wild area, and obviously we had Arceus between them, which I think is how a lot of people want it to work. The open
Yeah.
world elements. I don't know. I was just surprised with how much better it was than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I think regardless of what I have to say about Scarlet and Violet's gameplay loop, and we will get into that with Winds and Waves,
Mm.
regardless of what I have to say about it, the fact that they were able to go open world in 3 years while making another game at the same time is admirable. I think that if anybody's takeaway from going from fucking Sword and Shield, where the routes were straight lines and the level design had gone back from Ruby Sapphire, um, like to open world, to call that lazy is ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's absurd.
That's the one thing you can't say about, if you understand the ecosystem that Game Freak is having to work in, you can never call them lazy.
Absolutely.
Because
100%.
they try and do the most possible with as much effort as possible within the constraints that they are given, because they have the most constraints of any company working on a title as big as Pokemon.
Yeah,
it's just how it
so
is.
hard. Like the amount of companies they have to fucking work for.
Yeah, that's the main thing I want people to understand. Like, whether you take into account the Pokemon Company being like run by 3 companies and how much red tape Game Freak has to go through, I just want people to understand that the way Game Freak has to make these games, because they have to make these games under, it's not duress. It can be duress, and it has been in the past.
It feels like it.
But
it feels like it.
They have, especially before this game, probably before, I'd say, because it probably before ZA, really, they had such, you have timelines that you have to make for all these projects to then match up with all the other products that are being made for Pokemon, all the other announcements that are coming for other Pokemon things. Because if the games don't come out, then the TCG is behind, or they have to find a new way to implement a TCG thing. The products are going to be different because they don't have the new Pokemon to go off of. They don't have the tie in to the whatever generation or whatever region or whatever spin they're doing on that old region would be for like Arceus or for ZA. You have to, it's a machine that Game Freak is not only a cog in, but they're being treated as like the third cog in the machine when they're still the one making a lot of the things work.
Yeah, like they are producing the cog at that point. The hard part is like they have solved this problem before. It's not the first time a game has had a delay. Like, but it was a smaller series back then, right? Like the anime hit a standstill during GS's development because it got 2 extra years of production. And then they just fucked around in the Orange Islands or whatever. Yeah. Gen 4 got a delay, but it's like, okay, let's do the Battle Frontier stuff. Let's like really lead into Sinnoh as a region by putting those Pokemon in Mystery Dungeon or putting Bonsley in Gale of Darkness, that sort of thing. And even then, like you could see it was kind of buckling because like you read the leaked graphics logs for Ruby Sapphire, and it's like Sugimori writes like meeting for the Pokemon anime, like every single week because he has to design new characters. It's like, oh my god. Yeah, and like it's so hard. It's so
they're
hard.
Overtaxed.
I don't get it.
Game Freak has been overtaxed for like 15 years.
Longer, I would say. I would say way longer.
Probably probably since Ruby and Sapphire.
Yeah, I would say so. I think GS was like the last time they were granted kind of like a fair amount of time. They were even allowed to kind of build Crystal around the mobile system GB. You would not see that nowadays. Like you would never ever see like Nintendo release like a new peripheral at all. But like if they were to do that, like they would not, Game Freak would not be granted like extra time to make a game around that. It would usually be, hey, Game Freak is the one pitching this idea, and now we need to design our own game around this, like with the Pokeball Plus, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think so. Since Gen 3, I think they've been working within the constraints of every Pokemon is a machine that can operate independently of Game Freak, but everything still operates around Game Freak. Similar to how you said Crystal was built around like the potential of the mobile stuff. But
yeah,
I think that because Game Freak is that important to every element of Pokemon, from the creative elements, for the new designs, to the games themselves, to the implementation of everything, they've been so overtaxed for the size, even when they did scale up, that you've just continuously seen that, essentially seen their knees buckle at every major turn of the franchise because of that. And now hopefully we're seeing a little bit of relief for their poor 30-year-old knees. Like their aging knees.
Like, and they make so many smart decisions as well. Like like we said, the XY was such a big jump for them. And then you go to Sun and Moon, and it's like, okay, we are now building a tool specifically. They did so many like Japanese articles on this that I have to translate one day. But like, it's like, hey, we're building a tool that allows us to basically send all of our animation data between various partners for various Pokemon. And then you get to like Sword and Shield, and they're like, okay, let's completely redo how we approach like our builds and like basically all of our tech. Let's upgrade all of that. And you say like this is what companies should do. It should be the standard for them to improve like this. But they are so, it is a very well-oiled machine at this point, and they still need breaks. And I said this in my SV video at the time, but like this is not feasible. They need more time. That's the only thing that can really solve this problem, and they were given it. They have we know there are notes from Omori where he's like, hey, we need to put our foot down more in meetings with TPC and Nintendo. And it happened. I'm just so happy.
I'm also really happy because I feel like this is it. Like this was the breaking point. It had to happen now, or it was never going to happen, and things were just going to deteriorate.
Yeah, Gen 10 is a pretty monumental one for it to happen to as well. So
yeah, well, I mean, with Scarlet and Violet, like we talked about it a little bit, but if they did not learn their lesson with Scarlet and Violet and thought the Pokemon was just too big to fail, regardless of what the state it released in or whatever, how it ran or anything like that, and Winds and Waves was like 50% as bad,
yeah,
I think it would irreparably damage the games, like the game department of Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sword and Shield did that, and we've just seen like, because that response was fans for a few years with Ultra Sun and Moon and like Let's Go were taking aim at like the a lot of the gameplay decisions. Like, why do we have a third version that's like two versions and we don't really it's not that different? And I like Ultra Sun and Moon a lot, and I don't share these issues.
Yes.
And it's like, yeah, and it's like, hey, why are we making Let's Go? And that was like a hardcore fandom thing that was only really bubbling. And then Sword and Shield, it was like, oh my god, like something is seriously fucking wrong here. And then the Dex cut is still to this day like incredibly felt. The move cut is even worse, I think.
Way worse. It just does from like
it's just like
general perspective. Yeah.
That the move cut is so funny. It's like I jumped out of my chair when I saw Rototiller in fucking Pocopia, and it's like I've been able to use that since 2017. What's going on? And then it's like home existing, and it's like you have to pay for Pokemon to sit in jail and not be transferred. Whatever was going on with Spinda, Watchog having like I think I like the time between Black and White and Ultra Sun and Moon when it was usable in the game was like less time than it was unusable between then and ZA. Like whatever happened there, like ridiculous.
Yeah.
It just felt so wrong for so long. Like there was such and it just wasn't really a game design problem. It was all just like a time thing. And I'm so one thing that I've said about Pokemon, for better or worse, I think ever since BDSPs, I've felt really validated. It's like I know this thing is going to be not so good. I know that this is a problem that's going to come up, but it's so validating to know that when they have the time, they can make something like ZA. When they have the time, they can make something that looks as good as Wind and Waves. We can get into that game itself.
Yeah, we'll transition to that because I guarantee this won't be the last time the two of us talk about just Pokemon in general, especially when it comes to the aspects that most people overlook from like a general perspective.
Yeah,
because both of us, you much more on the archival side, but me just much more on the public facing side, having to deal like just the way PR. Like I'll just add this: the way PR has been operating for Pokemon the last year and a half, 2 years, has been so much better as a journalist, as an accessibility person, and that is completely adjacent to Nintendo because they don't have the same partners for PR, especially in the West. They don't they don't operate the same. I get PR from the Pokemon Company within a couple, like usually depending on like which like mailing list you're on, you can get it anywhere between like the same time it launches to like 3 hours after.
Yeah.
Minimum, I get it in my inbox the next day, and it has the information I need plus assets that I would need for if I was doing an article. Easy follow-ups. They're very responsive. I remember when TCG Pocket had that debacle with the Ho-Oh art. I reached out the
Christ.
same night and got a response, and that never
Yeah,
would have
that was.
happened like 4 years ago.
Yeah, no, I like. Things have changed, I think, in all aspects of the brand, and I think you see a lot of it. Like Champions is struggling to catch up with that, but uh, I, now it feels like a Game Freak almost. They have the reins, and I don't think I felt that since Ultra Sun and Moon.
No,
Genuinely,
I genuinely think
um,
that since the
yeah.
3DS era, it has felt like almost that Pokemon had become corporate in a weird like,
Mhm.
but not in like the normal sense that you think like when like current Xbox prior to this regime
Oh
change,
Christ, yeah.
like with you felt like post Xbox One when Phil Spencer took over and they started doing Game Pass initially, that they were more open and more kind of almost like an approachable brand, but like post, it's in the opposite way that post PS3 Sony felt like it was becoming more of a corporate game thing.
Mhm.
Like if you could just feel the shift in how things were kind of approached, and it felt like Pokemon was becoming more corporate. But ever since like probably like right before the first DLC of Scarlet and Violet dropped, you could feel a shift in the opposite direction in how
Yeah.
almost like messaging was the first thing to change, and then
I think there was like a definite feeling like don't fuck this up from this point onwards.
yes, it felt like the people that were the most. It felt like the people were in charge again
Mhm.
with how the messaging was being crafted, and I think we're at
And
that
like
point now.
you can see an immediate difference in PR as well with
Mm-hmm.
because in Omori notes that in Game Freak's Confluence back in Masada's era, it was very, very, very expected for them to do interviews. Like you go to Sun and Moon, and there is an interview every other fucking day for that game in any like language, right? Like there are random German YouTube channels from like 10 years ago that haven't posted in ages, but their most viewed video is an interview with Masada and Omori talking about some like very particular aspect of the games. Let's Go was also like that. Sword and Shield was like that, and then the cutoff point happened, and to this day, there's still no interviews for BDSP. By the way,
Yeah,
whatever happened to like the and like PLA, like maybe there's one thing in the Japanese like Super Music Collection, but then you get to like late SV, and it's like here's how we made all of the models in this game. We are very proud of this, and here's how we like perfected that pipeline. With ZA, before we even knew who the director was, it was a fucking mutual of mine on Twitter. Haruko, he was like, "Oh, by the way, I'm directing this game. It's had like 3 years of development. Thanks for giving us this like Famitsu award. This game is gonna be great." And now Omori is doing like his press tour with Pokopia, and he's like, "Yeah, you know, when I was working on Ruby and Sapphire, blah blah blah." And Pokemon staff have always been very outspoken. They always like to talk about their work, but this is like
you
we're,
just
we're back almost.
look at what's happening with like what you said with ZA on, like with the ZA lead up on, and then look at what's happening with like the press opportunities to play the games early, which
Oh yeah,
like that's new-ish.
they invited people to like sleep in a room for Pokemon Sleep.
Yeah,
Like it's fascinating.
yeah, that, and then and then you look at the same thing I brought up earlier, where you see the Game Freak team talking about Beast of Reincarnation, and that's how you expect people that are passionate about something to talk about something, and they're allowed to without rein, like without a leash, talk about that game to their heart's content. And they've been doing it all over the place.
Oh yeah, no. Like I think this just clicked in my head. Champions from a PR and release standpoint feels like a Sword and Shield era game.
It does. It feels like
Sword and Shield BSP era.
that corporate feel of that, and it feels like a lot of it feels like a lot of the energy that should be not, and this is not conflating the development teams or anything like that. And
Yeah.
it feels like you can directly parallel that to them talk, like the people that are involved with Beast of Reincarnation talking about that game and how excited and energetic and how open they're being about that development cycle, despite that one coming out later.
Yeah, no, like we have like a spectator base, like tournament get like this is such an easy land for
It's a
them.
layup. It should be
Yeah.
the biggest layup possible with how much history they have with that style of game, all the knowledge that they have from running and all the data that they've taken from all these VGC events. Another thing they changed this year was that they were inviting more press and more different kinds of media to these events to come in, like, because it used to be just content creators getting invited to a bunch of this stuff. Now it's media also getting more invites to like NAIC, UIC, and stuff to talk about these things.
Mm.
One of my buddies, Logan, that I met at NAIC, he lives in Portland, and they were like, "Hey, we're having a regional in Portland. Do you want to come out and be media for this?" And they don't ever do media for like the regionals because that's not usually a directly, like the Pokemon company doesn't usually do much in terms of like hands-on stuff with that other than like just tournament operation. Uh,
Yeah.
but they specifically reached out to him to come and do that, and it's like you're that stuff all feels right, but there's still the growing pains or the reversion pains almost of how they're
Yeah,
trying
it
to
still
operate
feels
some of this stuff.
like I think the Switch 2 being a new console, it just
Mm.
feels new. It all feels very new. And it feels very old in a way, like very nostalgic that we are
Yeah,
back to that kind of Ultra Sun and Moon. Like if I see a video from like IGN and they're just like in a room talking with Wind and Waves director, which I don't know if this is public information yet, and like a designer from the games, it's like, oh my god, we're so back. I could genuinely see that happening.
I wouldn't be surprised, especially with how like open like they've been with discussing that with like some of the IGNs and stuff to have that kind of presence in like Japan and everything.
Yeah.
Hopefully it continues like that because I think that's a good thing. And now that we're now that we're 2.5 hours in, we can actually talk about the
Yeah,
game.
let's talk about Winds and Waves. Hell
Hey,
yeah.
look,
What little we know, but
what little we know, but like we've talked a lot about the game in and of itself already. Just like what because we know so little, a lot of the discussion we've already had is the build up to what we're about to talk about. Because I just want to talk about we talked about the release date already, which is great, but I want to talk about the specifics of what they showed and the use of camera specifically.
yeah, first I wanted to say, did you get baited into? Because we all saw that Gen 10 was going to be a thing, right?
Mm,
We all knew that it was going to happen. Did you see them start with fucking Johto and get baited? I saw in
no,
that trailer. I was
I
like,
did
oh my
not.
god, I was so scared.
I did not because I because they've done this before where because the lead up to the show was them showing all the generations, like
Yeah,
all the startup screens for the games, with the music over the years. So when they showed that, I was like, oh, they're doing like the Arceus like art book for
yeah.
something because when they revealed Arceus, they did like the heavy ink brush art book at the start with the
And
narration.
the first region they showed was Johto, and I was
Well,
like,
yeah, because they
oh my god.
going back and watching it again now I can see that like okay, the initial one was supposed to be Pikachu emerging as like red and blue and then
Yeah,
going from there. So that's what they did. I didn't get
I
baited
was
by
so
that, but that's
excited.
also because I was like I was pretty aware that it wasn't going to be anything Johto related. Um
Yeah.
especially since
I
it
mean,
was the 10th
who knows what the
anniversary.
Pokemon Works is doing, but yeah,
Yeah,
no, for
next
sure.
year we'll see. But the idea of like that initial thing dope. I would buy an art book in that like style immediately, like
It was
showcasing like a
gorgeous.
journey like that. So good. That the one really cool thing I will say about BDSP because that game is ugh, uh in so many ways. The art book for those games is awesome.
The funniest thing about that art book is that it's got like version exclusive art, and
It
half
does.
of it is
I
from like
bought
Diamond and Pearl.
I bought both of them from I have a friend in Japan that was like, "Hey, I can get these if you want them." And I was like,
Oh yeah,
"Yes,
that's
please."
super.
And so I got those. Those are like some of my favorite art books just because of how like the different styles, the way they do the environments and stuff. Like incredible art books. But I would buy an art book in that like initial style that they were showing uh
Oh, absolutely.
in a heartbeat because that's like such a
Yeah, they
cool
need to do more art books that
they
aren't
do.
just like pre-order bonuses.
They do. But yeah, like I want to talk about like the visuals but also like the focus on one of the main things I hate about modern the 3D Pokemon games is the camera work. I
Mhm.
despise how the camera is operated in the quote unquote cutscenes, not cutscenes
Yeah,
like the long you're sitting in a room talking to an NPC that's giving you important information, and like the camera's cutting around to different angles or whatever. Like in ZA it was awful how they like the one that always sticks out to me is the one where they like one of the ones when you first see the Zygarde cell. It's
Oh
like
yeah,
the Zygarde cell like under a chair, and it's like moving across
and
the
it like
room.
slowly zooms out. Yeah,
Yeah, and it's like
the slow zoom.
one angle looking at a chair, and then you just see it poke its head out, and then it's like another angle of awkward like angle for the NPCs that you're talking to, and there's another angle as it's going towards your backpack or in the background or whatever. I'm like, awful. They that I'm hopeful that the camera angles that they've shown in this trailer, which obviously that's not indicative of what it's going to look like in those kind of cutscenes, but the sheer use of the different angles and the movement and everything, I really hope there's more dynamic camera.
I don't think there will be,
I'm,
but there's a certain energy to this trailer that feels purposeful
mm,
because
exactly.
when you pan over the water, like, oh my god, if you go back to Scarlet and Violet's first trailer, and the first shot is that shitty, like 20 FPS windmill, and the first thing they show on land that is not the pan of the water is the windmill running like a great frame rate, like everything in the background looks great, the volumetric clouds like behind it. It's like they're not stupid. They know. Okay,
They
they
know.
know.
They
Like
know.
they show the windmill and then they show like a tree.
And you
And
get
then
to
it's
see the
like
wind effects, like the wind effects and the shadows.
yeah, like the so wind is really interesting as like a theme for this game because since Scarlet and Violet, I don't think anybody on the internet has talked about this because I love diving into SV and ZA's code. Um there are parameters for like for wind in that
Mm,
game. Um and it's not a gameplay feature. And SV and ZA, it's like, oh, there are like wind tables for like how the wind is supposed to flow. And you do see it in those games,
yeah.
but it's like so subtle. And also Gen 9 added like a bunch of weird like wind related moves. Like that's like now a category of move. There are like moves like Wind Rider or abilities like Wind Rider. They updated Shiftry to give it that. And it's like, what do you mean by this? And then you have winds and waves, and it's like, how interesting. But yeah, I there's definitely like an energy to this trailer
That's what
where
the dynamic energy of the trailer is what I'm talking about. More so than even the camera movement, is that the feel of this trailer, the purposefulness of them showing specific things in specific ways at specific angles, and like the way they revealed certain things in terms of like, here's the shadows, here's the wind, here's how the waves look. Oh, we're going under the waves now. This is what it looks like. Um,
yeah,
the way they did it, the way that energy made me feel like maybe they're trying to do something more dynamic in general.
yeah, absolutely. The and it's all purposeful as well to show
Mm.
off new tech, right?
Oh
Like
yeah.
not so like the first cut is like, oh hey, it runs at a stable frame rate, don't worry. Um the second part is the part with Gloom and Tropius.
Yes.
It's like my biggest pet peeve with Pokemon ever since um the only game to not do this is Let's Go and kind of ZA. They don't know how to light things under shadow. It's either
Yes.
like everything is in Minecraft full bright or it's under like a light source. You can see like the light from the leaves off screen like
This
refracting
the
like
starters
on top
the
of blue.
starters too. When
Yeah.
they're like the specifically with Gekwa, when it's
Mhm.
moving up and down, you can see the shadows dynamically changing underneath the tail
Yes. And like I've never seen Tropius in a game where I can see the shadows of
through its
things like
leaves.
above it on its leaves.
Yeah, the
Like that is
almost like the
remarkably
translucence
good.
of it.
Yes. They finally figured out how to do that after a decade.
Yeah.
And then they cut to like Whale Lord, which who's been stuck in BDSP hell for God knows how long. That's a new animation by the way. He's never like spouted water out
No,
of
he's
his
opened his
water
mouth, but he's
at
never
all.
spouted the water before. Yeah.
Yeah, so like
Same with was the
I
Toxapex or the not Toxapex, the pre-evolved form. I can never remember its name.
Marini?
Yeah, Marini. The Marini animation, is that new? Where it like opens up and like
It's
sets a
always
trap?
yeah, it's always done the open up thing.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of like they started to do this a lot in ZA, like I said.
Mm.
But there are a lot that are used in the final game. Like Machop does like his little squat when he's in the wild, and like you so rarely see that. And Machamp like flexes, all new, and just like man, these designs have been around for 20, 30 years, and they're still adding to them.
Yeah, it's still iterating.
It's great. Yep.
Yeah. I just think let's talk about a little bit about the kind of like theming that we can see here. Obviously, like The wind is going to be a little bit more. We're gonna have to wait and see about what that is specifically. But obviously, the waves is like, not only does the water look way better and way more dynamic, and that's definitely purposeful, but also the underwater elements back, which I'm super excited
Yeah.
about because the underwater element of every Pokemon game has been underutilized whenever it's there.
Oh god, I super agree. Water is a fascinating thing with Pokemon because ever since we came to 3D, we have had one type of water, and it's like the shitty like oil slick
Oil
that
slick,
you
like
that like
almost like a pain.
yeah, it's like a flat like 2D plane, and it's like not only do we have the giant waves, but we also have that kind of like thick murky water, but in the mangrove, right?
And you can
Where
and you
like
can see it.
yeah,
You can see under it in the when you're by the almost like the Pacific
the
Log town
twofold.
looking part
Oh yeah,
near
and
the
then there's
inn.
that kind of water as well. That's like the corally water where it's
Yeah,
like bright and you can see under it, but it's not like they're not big waves, they're not like small
yeah,
like
it's
oily looking
controlled.
water. Yeah, there's the like water has been such a part of Pokemon's identity for so long. Like
Yep,
most of Gen 1's decks is water type.
yep.
Uh so it's just like thank God. Thank
I
God
I'm
they
just
got
really
that right.
excited because I feel like having the underwater element and having that element be like another layer, because it's the same thing with like Tears of the Kingdom, right? Where
Mm.
Breath of the Wild, I liked a lot of Breath of the Wild. I liked exploring Breath of the Wild, but at a certain point, the biomes become the only thing different, even with the elevation. Um, Going into Tears of the Kingdom, getting the element of the sky and also the element of the under, uh,
Yeah.
like that, like those dynamics just expand on the horizons of what you can do with those games and how much you can get out of those games. Uh, Having the underwater element here is the exact same thing, especially with a lot of the stuff that we're like the speculation about it, or the leak stuff or whatever, which I don't even want to get into that much because that's ruining it for
Yeah, I
some
haven't
people.
looked
And
into
yeah,
I haven't looked into any leaks for this game. I
yeah,
only know like vague things about how it was produced, if that makes sense.
yeah. And from what I've seen, like a lot of the stuff, the stuff I have been spoiled on, it is lining up, and that's cool. But the idea of, hey, we're sitting here now having, because when was the last time underwater elements? That was it was ORAS.
Yeah. So we had diving in Ruby Sapphire, we had diving in
Yeah,
Emerald, we had
Emerald,
the Abyssal Ruins in Black and White, and then we
and
had
then
diving in
ORAS.
Auras. Yeah.
So because and diving, like it never felt like a real thing. It never
It
felt
was
like
always very underutilized.
it was.
Yes.
I think the Abyssal Ruins is like the only time when it was like, what is this? Like what? Why? Like we're exploring something here, and it's the only
It's like a
instance of this thing.
post game HM like timed memory puzzle that like requires you to go on the internet to figure out really.
Yeah,
Um,
and it doesn't like
the th-
what is it like that was the big question of like, why is this here? What is this? What does this have to do with anything? And that was the last that was the only time I really felt anything when diving.
yeah. So Ruby and Sapphire's diving is interesting because it makes a lot of sense when you consider how those games are developed. For the majority
Mm,
of development, um, Ruby and Sapphire weren't the Team Magma and Aqua thing was not a thing. Like it was Team Tunnel, and then there was a heroic team called Team Marine that was trying to stop them from expanding the landmass. Presumably, we don't really know. And then at some point in the beginning of like 2002, they were like, "Hey, we need to." They decided to make two teams, Magma and Aqua, and then but most of the region was done. Diving was not really done by that point. Groudon and Kyogre did not exist until like 6 months before release, 7 months, which is crazy to think about. Um, so it's like diving in Ruby Sapphire is like another. They couldn't make it like more game. They couldn't do that. The region was basically already
yeah,
like
they
mapped
couldn't.
out.
They only had a certain amount of like areas that they could actually make it work in.
Yeah. So how the gameplay in that game is you dive down and you pop up on different parts of routes and it leads to cool items. That's what it is. It's kind of like a not a memorization puzzle, but it's like you familiarize yourself with what are pretty bland water routes with this new kind of gimmick, and that's cool.
And it's more.
Um,
It's a way to explore. It's a way to add
yeah,
more
no,
exploration. Yeah.
and also thematically, it's very cool. I
Hmm.
liked how in ORS they added trainers there,
Yes.
um, and they give you little diving goggles.
A
Um,
little bit more visually like distinct when you're
yeah,
exploring
no,
areas and stuff. Yeah.
like this, the seaweed is like seaweed. It doesn't look like grass on the
Yeah.
seafloor. Um, Granted, it looks like a little bit of a toy box set almost. Like in Ruby Sapphire Emerald, especially on the GBA, the screen is so dark.
Yeah.
The darkest parts look genuinely like black. Like
Yes.
you can't see there. So that kind of not ruined it, but it felt a little at odds.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, diving has been so underutilized, and the fact that like the idea of being able to free roam in like a dive environment and like I'm just imagining like going under like rocks, coming out on the other side, and there's like an underwater cave that you can just walk around in. That is so cool to me. Um, movement is a big fear, but and get into that later, I guess, because it's
Let
not just diving specifically.
yeah, let I guess we can actually talk about like our that before, because the only real thing we got here, other than like the two real things we got here, other than like just a look, is the character designs and the starters. We can save that for the end. So let's talk about like our what do you think the biggest, what is your biggest hope and what is your biggest fear?
Because hope is I guess it's the same thing really. Scarlet and Violet is not a very good video game,
Mm.
gameplay wise. It's an open world. I've come up with a term to describe this, and it's like a faux sandbox
Yes.
where you have a big open world and you go to waypoint markers and then you complete the task there, and then you go to the next one, and so on, and then the game ends. And I think that there are positives to how Scarlet and Violet handle its progression, where it's like, for example, having three separate stories, they were allowed to basically split the composers into different groups. So you battle all of the Team Star characters, and it's like, oh, this is all Taro Taniguchi. He like is whole like overwhelming in that part, and that gives it a sense of identity. Um, like Adachi and Sato, they do a lot of the Victory Road stuff, and then like towards the end in the Area Zero, it's mostly Ichinose and Toby Fox, and it's like that's a cool identity that can come with that. The problem is that you are just going to waypoints, and that is there's no sense of real progression. Like people say, level scaling would have fixed this. Absolutely not.
No. No.
The world doesn't matter. The open world doesn't matter. The only and you could fix this with more interesting catching, which it didn't have. You could fix this with more interesting side modes, and the only two things you can do in that game are make sandwiches, which are practically fucking useless.
Yes.
Or you can do raids, which have nothing to do with the open world,
Yes.
and they put you in a pocket dimension.
Okay.
Progression is the big fear right now.
True. I think that the split, the three-way split with the story was an amazing thing to do, both because of like what you said with the music and like the kind of direction, but also because it gave I think it was done, I mean, obviously like with it's the three different kinds of gameplay essentially is what that was like like split into.
Trying to
also
do, yeah.
Exactly. It was like, okay, here's the raids, here's the go element, and then here's the actual like battles. But I think that gave them a lot of time to play around with the characterizations through the music and through the presentation, but also through the characters themselves, which I think was a big positive. So I hope something. I don't know if I want the split again, especially if they're focusing more on like the single player element just in general.
Yeah.
But I do hope that they keep a lot of what they learned from that. I don't know what I think my biggest hope is that they just finally improve on a lot of things that have just been stagnant. Like I personally want, like I said, like the more dynamic I want them to enhance the presentation beyond what we've had the last like 3 games, because it feels like
I think
Sword and Shield. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, the biggest thing with presentation is how the player engages with battles. Because you look at past games and it's like, okay, you have the pocket dimension. And then you look at games like Legends Arceus and ZA, and it's like, whoa, this is way more dynamic, right?
Yes.
Like your character's movement, your Pokemon's positioning, their like overall movement speed, like now factors into gameplay, like move cooldown, all this sort of stuff. And while this game is going to take all of those aspects, you can, like in Scarlet and Violet, you trip on Pokemon, and then you get into a battle, and it says a wild such and such appeared, and then the screen flashes, and then the fight you center your Pokemon, and then it's like, oh my god, This is, and then you run away, and then the game makes you step on another Pokemon, and it's just like there's nothing happening here.
Yeah, I want the presentation of the battles, the way you get into them, the way you exit them, the visuals themselves, the cutscenes. I just want all that to find. I want them to find a way to enhance all of it in like
Mhm.
not. I don't even necessarily mean modernize, because I don't think a lot of it. I just think a lot of it's outdated. I think a lot of it isn't necessarily Game Freak's fault, obviously, like we talked about a lot earlier. But I think that this is a. I want them to enhance everything and make everything better, smoother, more dynamic, uh, less cumbersome. Because I
Yeah.
just want everything to be a lot better. Because at this point, even as a huge Pokemon fan, by the time I was getting to the end of ZA, I was like, we're still, even though this game is it's presented a lot better than Scarlet and Violet was, or even Arceus was in a lot of ways, we're still doing the same thing that we were doing in Sword and Shield and Let's Go and even like Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon.
Yeah, I think that's more of a story thing, and I
It
think that
is.
yeah, like I think the way that plots are presented, like the big problem is that Omori in particular is very, very story driven as a director. He he notably like did the you can see the origins for this in Oras's Delta episode,
Mm.
which is literally you are going to waypoints and you are seeing this mysterious girl character that has something to do with the plot, and it turns out that she is actually the most important person ever. He does this with Lily and Sun and Moon. He does this with Moni as well, and he did this with Penny as well. I'm so tired of this like mysterious girl character that he always writes into his stories. He always has themes of like parental figures,
Yep.
and that I won't judge him on that too harshly, given what he's talked about his personal life, and I suspect that has something to do with it. But I think that we have had the same type of Pokemon story for a long time now, and I think
Since
the way that
ORAS, yeah.
yeah, and I think the way that manifests is uh very similarly, right? Because like you look at let's say Black and White, that is N's story, but N is not a Lily, if that makes sense, right? He's not
Mm.
a. You more so see like because a lot of people say like, oh, Team Plasma, they reveal their plot to you immediately. They're terrible villains, and it's like, yeah, but it's not about them being evil. You know this. You're not stupid.
It's about the
It's about
intricacies of
this.
in and about the intricacies of what's happening within Team Plasma as like a moral thing and as like a base
Yeah.
thing. That Black and White is like a great case study for like learning about the main part of a story through context clues that you're given, more so than
Mhm.
being handed it like immediately or being handed it in cutscenes. Like, yes, when you meet in, he'll give you a little bit more of his story and stuff. But I get what you mean by he's not a Lily, because Lily is still part of your journey directly. In is more
Like,
so like
yeah.
you're encountering him, and then every time you encounter him, you get more context into what is going on with everything about Team Plasma, but then you still have to piece it together until the very end when Getsus is just straight up what he is.
Yeah. I mean, even that first cutscene in Accumula, where it's
Mm.
like, hey, I am like hosting a rally and the evil music is playing. Obviously, N doesn't know this, right? One of the advantages of being a video game is that there are other characters to engage with. There's a world to
Yes.
engage with. I think that you can't really do Black and White again because I think that's what they've been trying to do. And I don't really like Black and White's story all that much either. I think Johto probably has the best narrative overall.
Johto has
And
the best
that's what
through
I
line, definitely. I think it has the best
yeah,
through line, yeah.
where it's like, hey, this story is not about a scenario or a series of events. It's about vibes and a world that has changed over the course of 3 years. It's
Yes.
like why
And
Team Rocket isn't
it
doing all that
benefits
shit.
from everything you already know from the original games too. Yeah, like
Yeah, and
it has a lot to do with that, yeah.
yeah, that's why Black and White 2 almost prevents itself from just being Boruto because it's like that that story is that story is so fascinating
It
where it's just
is.
like what if we took everything about Black and White and like it's saved by being related to Black and White, but it's like, oh yeah, Getsus comes back and he like fuses the fucking dragon, and it's like N comes back at the end, and then nothing is learned, and Getsus probably gets away again, and it's just
Black and
whatever,
White
right?
2 is a I think just Black and White Black and White 2 are the best case study in Pokemon because they do so much right, but they do it in such different ways. Because
Yeah,
like Black and White narratively, while a lot, it's not like it whether it's like, oh, this is the greatest Pokemon narrative ever, or I don't really vibe with it or whatever. I think the way it's done is just so different from anything we've had before that and anything we've had since, even though they are still chasing that high almost.
Hmm.
And then Black and White 2 is the
Absolutely.
exact opposite, where the main thing people praise about Black and White 2 is the gameplay and the options
Absolutely.
and everything, which I agree with 100%. I think Black and White 2 is still to this day the most fun Pokemon game to play start to finish, just because of the
Hmm.
pacing and like all the options and everything, how it's laid out. I just think it's great. But the narrative is almost the exact opposite because it is laid out to you from the exact start. You're not getting context clues at all, because if you can piece together, if you've watched any evil like monster of the week thing, you know what's
Or
going to
if you
happen.
played the previous game, which you are supposed to do, you
Exactly.
know?
Yes. Um
It's like, oh, Zinzalin is here. Like, why you should the Shadow Triad? Like, it's reheating nachos in like the worst way possible. You compare that to Johto, and it's like that game could not exist without Red and Green.
yes,
Um,
it couldn't end the way it
so,
builds on Red and Green is the exact opposite of how Black and White builds on Black and White 2, or Black and White 2 builds on Black and White. It
mhm,
is, they're
absolutely.
both complementary, but but again, what you were saying about Gen 2 building on Gen 1 is done in a way that recontextualizes, while Black and White 2 is like, okay, we're just improving on everything but the thing that a lot of people really liked about it.
Yeah, and I think the problem with that is that Pokemon fans don't get Johto at all, and I will say this till the day I die. But like Black and Gold and Silver is like there's no like everyone's like, oh, the villain is so shitty. You know, he has like a level 37 Houndoom or whatever.
Yeah, like arc, but that's
And
not
it's
the
like, yeah, you're missing the point, right? Like they're supposed to be pathetic. You're supposed to like witness Lavender Town grow into this like this beautiful like softer area. So you're supposed to witness Viridian Forest and Hot Gold Soul Silver like properly bloom. Rocket is like no longer a threat. Like it's about time and change, and like that is the main theme, and Lugia and Ho represent that a lot. You know, one of them like ran away from the towers and like kind of caved, and the other one chose to revive the other beasts. It's really fascinating, and there's like a distinct shock jump with Ruby Sapphire, but really Diamond and Pearl, and that game story is horrendous. Um, but Black and White, they chased the mold of Black and White from that point onwards, regardless. And even if you don't like anything, or if you like everything that came from that, that was 2010. We are 17 years removed from that game at this point. Um, I think it's about time we go back to the more Johto Hoenn like vibes based. Let's have the
ex-
region tell the
hey,
story.
let's not, they almost did it to an extent with Sun and Moon. Almost. Like
Mhm.
that was the closest we've gotten to not the black and white structure with how the story is laid out, because it to an extent, because the region is like aided by also like the context of the ultra beasts and stuff in telling the story, but it's still, especially with Ultra Sun and Moon, like going from where you start to basically Ultra Necrozma,
Yeah.
like this the story is being told through what you're experiencing versus inherently being told by, hey, this character's here.
Yeah. I guess I agree, but like I think the through line should probably be like the main character is not you. It is Anne, Lily, kind of I don't know what the fuck Sword and Shield was doing. Uh Arvin, and I think ZA is like the first game that doesn't feel like that, mainly because it has an ensemble cast.
Yeah.
Um and then did I skip anything? Lily, Arvin, whatever. We
Arceus,
need to
but
move
that
away from
Arceus is like, the Arceus is
uh,
like, technically you are the main character, but so's the world,
yeah,
like the
Arceus
goal.
is closer. Arceus is closer, but it's more like hype moments and aura. I'll be real. I don't like the plot of that game that
Nope,
much,
neither do
and I've
I
soured on
like
it a lot.
the setup. I like the early execution, and I like um the progression almost more than I like the story. Like the way you
Oh,
progress in that
sure.
game is almost the story, because the story
Yeah,
is not
no,
there.
it's like it's like it's why you can't really replay it, because you learning about the world and learning how to engage with these mechanics and then optimize the ability to
It,
catch Pokemon in a way that you want to is the story.
that's what Tears of the Kingdom was to me, or not Tears of the Kingdom,
Mhm.
Breath of the Wild when I first played that. That's like
Yeah.
I can go replay Breath of the Wild now, especially with like the Switch 2 update. I probably will at some point because of all the added lore. But the concept of the way you experience the world the first time is what builds the
It's
narrative
just
for
like
you.
crazy. Yeah.
And that's part of the experience. And I don't think I will not be able to recreate the fact that I had no idea where the fuck I was going in Breath of the Wild. And I ended up using the ice power to climb a waterfall, and I ended up behind where I was supposed to be going.
Yeah, it's a magical experience that is so at odds with Pokemon's deliberate replayability of having a bunch of guys. Like, if anything, Scarlet and Violet, its biggest problem, besides the gameplay loop not really existing, is that there are no battles in that game at all. There's like 20 mandatory ones. I think everybody is in agreement that Force Trainer encounters should come back 100,000,000% because oh my god. Um, but like Scarlet and Violet has the problem where there's like no emergent gameplay like Legends Arceus. There's no world discovery, but there's also no Pokemon where it's like you grow alongside your team. I don't even remember my fucking Scarlet and Violet team. I played that game for 300 hours.
Definitely the least amount. I mean, that it shows in like what a lot of people think of like the starters and stuff. It's like the decisions you make in that game. The thing people remember from that game is the characters, the human characters,
Yeah.
not the Pokemon.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like it almost doesn't matter. Like, and let's not even talk about difficulty because
Yeah,
that I think every Pokemon game just needs more friction, not up the levels or up the AI or anything. It just needs more like this is harder to get because I don't know why. Like I'm just trying to imagine how uh Red and Green would have been if Charizard got anything remotely approaching Torch Song, where it's like I just get +1 special
that's
attack when
yeah.
I attack, the game is over. Even if I'm weak, the game is over. Uh, so yeah, I think that what you're saying about story and how that relates back to presentation is such a huge part of it. And I think we really need to go with like vibes based. Let the
Especially
world
for
tell the
this
story.
world where the world looks as like cool and dynamic as it is. Like let that speak for itself, especially if you're going to be like traversing to different islands or like different biomes and stuff and getting to like explore.
Mhm. I
I
think
want
that's
that.
we need to make the games. I guess this ties into the point that I just mentioned. Like, what do you think about difficulty in Pokemon games? I know that's like a broad subject, but
I mean, I've never been one to be like Pokemon is way too easy or Pokemon is way too hard. I think X and Y is way too easy just from like, but that's more like Pokemon as a I think they need to find a progression system that works for every Pokemon game, and they haven't nailed it.
mhm.
As they go, because I like Gold and Silver a lot, and a lot of people's main complaint about that is the like the level jumps here or there compared
Yeah,
to like the wild Pokemon being too low for you to actually grind reliably. For a lot of the game here, there, whatever. And that part of that comes from, oh, you can go to like 3 different gyms whenever you want, and like what these orders. Like there's some decisions there, but uh, outside of X and Y, I've never felt like I've never had a issue hitting the balance, especially with like Scarlet and Violet, where I was just like bouncing around my team a lot because I didn't have a
yeah,
connection, like we were talking about. So I didn't feel that game was way too easy or way too hard, especially with like the different kinds of battles and the different kinds of encounters you had to do through the stories. I felt like that.
yeah.
I felt that was a good way to balance that out a little bit. I don't think they can do that again. I don't think that is inherently a good thing. I think it does need to be harder. I think that what we were talking about earlier, where they can balance things differently without the VGC component.
Oh, absolutely.
Uh,
That's a huge, huge
I
component
think
of
that they
this.
can find a way to make the learn sets or like how Pokemon evolve or when they evolve, how you encounter them. I think that stuff can play a much more like important role in balancing a game from a single player
Absolutely.
perspective. Now that they've kind of gotten rid of the inherent need, you don't have to get rid of it completely. They can still be
Mhm.
battles, multiplayer ranked mode, whatever in Winds and Waves. But because that doesn't have to be the focus anymore, that doesn't have to be taken into account of at every level, because champions can take care of that. Like the team doing champions can do that later
Yeah.
or separately. I think that that's where I think I agree. That needs to be where the difficulty comes from. They need to balance around that, because I don't think there's a way you can properly balance, especially if they're doing full open world again. There's just so much that
I
goes
think
into balancing that.
Yeah, Pokemon in and of itself is paradoxical because game design is inherently about the amount of choices that you present to the player. And what ends up happening is you release Pokemon Red and Green in 1996 and you've given the player 150 different choices. And most of those are really, really good by design. Now, put that in a way, way easier framework and remove basically all friction, and you have obliterated the difficulty from orbit. There are so many examples of this, but like just to hone in on one, do you know what Glaceon's special attack is? Just off the top of your head, like ballpark it to other Pokemon.
Oh God. I'm trying to remember, because it's the same as Leafeon's attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't have it off the top of my head. Probably like
Okay, so
I'm gonna guess it's like, oh God, it's 90.
I wish. From when I last checked this, it has the same special attack as Heatran. Okay,
Oh.
so Glaceon, you previously, when that was introduced, ignored Diamond and Pearl's horrendous implementation of its evolutions and EV,
I can ignore a
especially.
lot about Diamond and
Um,
Pearl.
yeah,
I'll
thank God.
let once we're done recording, I'm gonna bring something up with you that I think you'll be down to do, and we can get to that.
No, for sure. I'm down. If it involves shitting on DP, absolutely. Uh, the so Heatran is a Pokemon that you get very late on in the game, in its origin game. So is Glaceon, right? Like you, even if you take the Platinum edition and you get Eevee and Hot Home, you have to go to the very end of the game for this like kind of rare Ice type when there's a bunch of other Ice type options, but you get rewarded. It's fairly strong. Its moveset isn't that great. It takes a long time to learn like
Yeah.
Ice Beam, but you can throw TMs into it. It's an investment that pays off. In
Yes.
Scarlet and Violet, you can walk to Glassadale Mountain, get the Ice Stone, put it on your Eevee, and now you have a Heatran threat at like level 5.
Yeah.
And
Also, immediate access to the move relearner.
oh
For
yeah,
like
and you
it's
get like 200, like you get Ice, whatever, and it's just like this is not good. And this is done for VGC. This is like absolutely done, so people can have no friction when making that competitive Pokemon. And there are a million examples of this. I think the time of day being not mapped to the your actual clock is really like a big example, where previously people were just okay with saying, hey, this is a game that you have to, like Johto, you have to play over a long period of time,
yeah, you
and
have
you
to
have
play
to
around
engage with
that
all of these.
factor.
Yeah, you have to engage with all these mechanics. And like Heart Gold and Soul Silver expands on that. The Pokeathlon, that sort of thing. But
Yeah,
people don't want to do the Pokeathlon to get evolution stones. They just want to buy them from the shop.
I like the Pokeathlon.
No, the Pokeathlon is awesome. And it's like you have to like build. It's almost like GSC is one of the very first like true like life sim games to exist, and they have sucked all of that out of Pokemon. I think they should go way further with this game. Like bring back the I get for games like ZA and PLA, that is different. I don't think like 24-hour clock should be back.
Yeah.
But like my idea for this game, we have such a focus on this like living, breathing world aesthetically. Why? And you know they're putting fucking telemetry in GBA ROMs now, so they can do it here. Why not have it so that the weather in this game, not only the time of day, but the weather in this game is mapped similarly to your area in person, right? And just think about it. Like, if it is raining where you're at, it's more likely to rain in game. If it's storming or if it's sunny, that sort of thing. The Switch 2 can't be data mined at this point. Given what we know, it probably won't be for a long time, given who's stepping down from that scene. Imagine a game where you go into it and it's like you are almost like building your life around it. Like you're creating this like this experience that can only be done in a video game. That's the sort of like difficulty and friction that it should put into it, rather than let's make Pokemon Radical
I think
Red.
that's the only way you can feasibly get what, and that's, I mean, everybody wants to say that like the scale, like level scaling would help to a point, but it's not just a slap it on and fix it.
Absolutely.
Like I think that the way we're talking about it, where it's like the little things and the way you interact with things, I think that Eevee, the Gen 4 Eevee analogy that you had was like the best way to put it. It's like, yes, it might be annoying. There are some that I think don't need to be as stupid as that. Like I don't think like
Oh
Gen
yeah.
3 Milotic needs to happen again.
Well, the thing with Milotic is like you are putting so much effort into one tiny part of the
Mm,
game that you are only really doing for that thing. Whereas if I'm trying to evolve Magnezone, I'm like, okay, I have to think about Mount Coronet. I have to think about what this Pokemon is, or it can happen through like complete happenstance.
yes.
And then that's sort of it. Like all of these interactions just don't exist anymore.
I
There
think
is
they
no
need
magnetic
to
field area.
I think they need to find that balance. I think they need to do the Gen 4 style of or the Gen 4 Gen 5 style of this is what you have to do to get the thing and this is the only way you can get that thing and you have to like if you really want the thing and you know about it ahead of time, you have to plan your team around that. You have to plan your gameplay around that.
Yeah.
But I also like that what you're talking about of like the more restrictive like the day night cycle, the weather, the and they kind of did that with ZA to an extent, not to the level you're talking about, but like the especially with like the rain when like having like how it changes what you find. How like
Yeah, no,
I really like
that is
that.
still that is still not documented on like any website because of course it isn't. But like, you can't find Eevee in the fog in that game when it's
Yeah.
foggy, and I think that's just really cool because that's just like a kind of rare Pokemon that like sits on rooftops. It's
Yeah.
not in the wild zone.
Same with
It's
Gumi
awesome.
only appears in like a couple areas during the rain.
Yeah.
Like I
But
think
then it's like,
that's
oh, I have to wait. Oh, I have to wait for rain. Oh, I have to play the game. I
like
have to do
even if
things.
it's just even if they don't do like the hard limits that you're talking about, but you still have to like reset the day just like you do in ZA to hope that you get the
Mhm.
rain. That's still interacting
Yeah.
with the mechanic.
Yeah. I think that if there's like a conscious engagement with the
Yes.
gameplay systems, like I will admit I think HGSS goes it is the best game in the series, but it goes too far in a couple of places.
Mm.
And that is mostly the restrictions of the DS. But like every problem in Johto has a solution that the player can engage with, but is not like and is encouraged to. But if you like take that approach with any other game past Gen 2, it kind of fucks up. Like
It
I
falls apart.
replayed Emerald recently, and everybody bemoans how hard Tate and Liza is in Emerald compared to RS, and how like hard of a game that Emerald was when they grew up playing it. If you engage with all of the rematches in that game, like the regular trainer rematches, when you get access to them, I was like 20 levels ahead of Tate and Liza. No grinding, like nothing. Like I was just doing all the optional content that was there, and it's like it just breaks the game in two. And then you look at Oras, and it's like, oh my god, that problem is even worse. Um,
That's my main complaint about ORAS, other than like the unfinished elements, is just
yeah,
that
it's
if
just
you,
like,
I really like ORAS from like an experience standpoint. When I want to go replay like a Gen 3 game because I
mhm.
played Emerald and Ruby and Sapphire so much, including over like ROM hack stuff. But so ORAS is like still a little fresher of an experience. So I go play that and I'm like, man, this feels really good until you get to like when you're going to Fortree City and everything just scales out of control and you get access to Mega Evolution and you're already overpowered before that.
Oh yeah, like I think past games you were able to use Shitamons and still have kind of a hard time. And that's what I love to do. I have like a big chart of Pokemon that I've never ever used before, and I'm like, I'm gonna use that in this game. Like even for this game, I saw Ledian, I was like, I'm using that thing. Okay,
Yeah, sure.
absolutely. Um, and you
I love
try
doing
it
that
like
kind of stuff.
I tried doing that in Sword and Shield, and like for like a future playthrough that I have to do to record footage for it, and it's like, oh, I want to use like Galarian like Zen mode Dominaten, right? Like that's such a rare encounter. Like you're never gonna get that in another game ever again. But like that thing is like 100 million base attack and speed, and it's like I'm gonna have to give this guy like an Iron Ball or something and like when you're at that point, it's like
You're
the
hampering yourself
choice
to
is
a point where
not
it's
even
just not fun.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Like
see
you have
what
to
you
go
mean.
so out of your way. But yeah, I really hope Winds and Waves like
Yeah.
just has
Uh
interaction with the world.
yeah, and I guess we can talk about let's do the starters first and then we can talk a little about like character design and kind of like our final thoughts on like the initial things we've seen because that's kind of leading
Mhm.
into it. So, this trio of starters, Brout, Pombon and Gekwa are probably my favorite trio since like just initial look, probably my favorite trio since Gen 4, I
Mhm.
would say, cuz like there's always you always gravitate towards one, but I think just like off of design and kind of like just general vibes, I like these three more than any combination of the other generations three. since 4.
Interesting.
I mean, I'm on record like I think Gen 1 I think the first 4 gens, like obviously everybody's gonna have their favorite, but I think the first 4 gens generally the all 3 options for the first 4 are likable,
Yeah.
and have like solid designs. Now as they evolve or as they change when what they're doing, uh, as into what they eventually become and like what those things do best, that varies, especially for like Gen 2. A lot of people fall off of the Chikorita train because of what Meganium becomes as a Pokemon, like
Yeah.
inherently, which is why I like what they did in. I was immediately like, I'm using Chikorita in ZA because it's going to be a really cool way to experience that game with
Yeah,
how
absolutely.
Meganium plays and how Meganium has always played. Anyway, I was right.
And then it
It was
starts firing off dazzling gleams with the new
yes,
Mega
yeah,
Evolution. So,
exactly. But like, yeah, that's really cool. But like Gen 5, I've grown to love the Gen 5 starters, especially as I played like a lot of more Gen 5. Gen 6, I like there's just some elements of that I can just never get behind. Like all 3 have elements that I don't like and that
mhm.
I like. Gen when we start we go on, and I like like maybe I like 2 of the 3, or maybe I'll really gravitate towards 1, which used to not be the case. But how do you feel about the new ones?
So I just have a really simple opinion on these.
Mm.
I think the grass one is probably my favorite, and then they all look good. But I felt this way about every single starter Pokemon ever. I don't think I've disliked a single one. I don't dislike really any Pokemon. There are very
Yeah,
few
I'm
like
the exact
abject
same way. There's
horrors to
very
me.
few that I actually like actively dislike.
Yeah, like Stonjourner, Obstagoon, Cinderace, Inteleon, uh, Meowscarada, maybe. Like that's the list of Pokemon I don't like, and it's weird that some of those are starters because I said this with SV, and it's probably the one thing I was wrong about, but I really just I look at a set of starters and I'm like, I really, really hope to God that none of these turn into a Sonic the Hedgehog character. That's like
Mm.
my biggest fear. And I look at these guys and I'm just like, they could. I have no idea. It like at this point, I don't know. It's just weird. It's just weird. Like I don't have a concrete opinion on them really because I know that whatever opinion I could have is going to define 1.5 hour of my gameplay, and that's it.
Yeah, I think
I like the designs.
I think we approach this the exact same way, where it's like we look at it and we're like, those are some cool designs. Like I just don't have much depth to go on here.
Yep, time to roll the dice. Like,
Yeah.
thankfully, okay, I feel like I've rolled right every game, so I'm kind of scared for this one because my luck has to run out. But like, I was water all through gens 1 through 7,
Mm.
and then Gen 8, I looked at Sobble and I looked at Squabble and I was like, you guys have personalities, and I don't like that. So then I pick, Grookey, and I'm like, oh, thank God, he's just like a cool, like sound based, like grass type monkey. He's not, and he doesn't turn into a fucking soccer player or he doesn't turn into a secret agent. And then I look at Gen 9 and I'm like, for Coco, you got nothing going on behind those eyes. I know you're not gonna turn into anything crazy. And then I get the other one is like some like magician that stands on 2 legs, and like I
Mm.
like the theming of Gen 9, how they're all
Yeah.
like parts of a like a celebratory theme. Um
The themings have
Gen
always
10,
been really
I'm
cool. It's
scared.
just like some of the executions are what is left to be desired.
Yeah. I don't think any of them are uh one thing I guess I can talk about the starters is they look like their models look
Oh,
fantastic.
100%, yeah.
Um, like I One thing I guess we haven't talked about is just like art style in general.
Yep.
I love how ZA looks.
Yep.
But I'm so glad that they didn't just ditch Scarlet Violet. I'm
Mhm.
so glad that they were like, okay, we know that like semi-realism is probably what we wanted to do and have been doing for a long time. I don't think Pokemon needs to go to like cell shading or do this
Nope.
outside, I'll do this.
Nope.
They've clearly experimented and they are selling on something, and it's like, okay, let's make this better. Let's make this denser, but not too realistic. And like I looked at the fire guy,
Pump one, yeah.
Pombo, yeah, and he there's like a shot in the trailer where it's just him and he's on the sand, and it looks like a 3D like CG promotional
Mhm.
like trailer that they would put out, like the creatures would make
It
for like a
looks really
direct or
good.
something. And I'm like, that is insane to me. Um, like they look in game, they look genuinely like
Yeah.
really good. My only, I guess, my only criticism is the cries are still not that great.
Yeah.
Um, they all sound like I don't even know how to describe them, but like with Gen 9, every cry started to sound like watery or like squelchy, and it's like very clearly like a new person doing the cries.
Mhm.
Um, and I heard all three of them, and I was like, oh, but yeah, generally just really really happy with the starters. But it's hard not to be. I feel.
Yeah. I'm trying to think like because you said you were water 1 through 7 because I was never like a straight through line because I did Charmander, Cyndaquil, Mudkip, Turtwig, Oshawott. I probably did Froakie. See, that's why I'm like,
Mhm.
after once you get past 4, I'm like, which one did I pick first? uh,
Yeah.
Oshawott, Froakie. I know I picked Rowlet first. Gen 8, I did pick Sobble. Gen 9 was Fuecoco, and then this one I like Brout. I'll probably go Gekwa just because I'm like I lean water overall,
Yeah.
like generally just as like a theming thing. Turtwig's my favorite overall, like just generally like. But I'm like I like the vibe Gekwa gives. I hope it turns into I want it to have personality, but I want it to be a vastly different personality than what we got with like Primarina and Inteleon. Even though I'm higher on Inteleon than a lot of people.
I
So
think the thing I like Cinderace and Inteleon more because of Unite, because it actively uses
oh
like
yeah,
part of the like designs as part of that kit. When it so like those are the starters that I chose, but if I was to pick favorites, like in hindsight,
yeah.
it's probably like Squirtle,
I'm also
Totodile.
a used to be Charizard guy. Now I'm more of a Blastoise guy.
Yeah, it's like Squirtle, Totodile, and then like Gen 3, like that all equally as good.
Gen 3 is like
Um,
I think the best start to finish on all three.
yeah, they are remarkably like
Like they're just so
solid.
they
Even
have
their Mega
so
Evolutions.
yeah, and they all have personality in like a really interesting way.
Yeah,
I,
it's the first time that all of the starters were designed as a trio. Less so Blaziken because it was like it was
yeah,
Elhawk before, and then I got redesigned, and then Torchic was like some fucking bug thing, and then Sugimori had his big redesign period. But they were all designed as a trio for the first time, um, and I think it really really shows.
I
There's like
think
a
Gen 3
conscious
and Gen
effort to get that
4
right.
are like the strongest balance of like between all of them just because Gen 4 has like the weird balance just like general balance of them all but like from typing to design to everything.
Yeah,
And then Gen 3 obviously is like just like what we talked about. So but like from
yeah.
there the starters you can always get a good vibe off of the game by the starters. This generation doesn't feel like the three are giving much away, I guess is the term.
Yeah, I think that's deliberate. I
Yeah.
really do
Cuz
because like they have
the
like a
last
year
one
and a
we
half, you know.
the last one with Gen 9 we kind of could base a little bit more off.
Yeah,
This
like
one
I could tell you exactly what Sprigatito was gonna do. Um, I I think when you get to Gen 5 is where it gets interesting because they start
mm,
moving in game, and that's where like Smugleaf has his big eye and his personality is like so immediately obvious. And like I chose that guy first, but then as a kid I was like, damn, this guy only learns like grass and normal
yeah.
moves, and he is kind of bland, and he's not like a spore setter. So it's like in hindsight, he's just like smacking into things, and he doesn't have like the varied move sets that the others
Doesn't
do.
have a varied move
Um,
set. It's the way he's built is the same camp as like the Chikorita like thing where it's like it's not built in a way that a lot of people like to play the games.
yeah, and he also just well, that's the thing, right? Like he doesn't get like screens or poison powder. He gets coil at like level 7 million and like leaf blade at 32, and
Yeah,
it's
and
like
it's like a
I'm hitting with
fast
like a
tank until that point. And it just doesn't feel like what is this doing?
yeah, like it feels like I have like Glalie stats, and I don't like that. Um, and then you get to like Gen 6, and by that point, all of them are ridiculously broken and overpowered.
Yep.
And then you also get your Kanto starter, and it's like, holy shit. And if you're lucky, like I was, you get the Torchic, so you just get all three.
Yep.
Um, and I think at that point, starters start to matter less because I'm inherently not even like I don't even use starters whenever I replay the games nowadays. I just box them. Because I've
I
used
mean,
them all before.
you've all yeah, like at a certain point, it's like, okay, what can I do different to experience these games? And like the starters are the most like inherent choice there, where
Yeah,
you're if you played the games 3 times, then what difference can you do playing through the games?
with those Pokemon,
Yeah,
exactly. Like, aside from stuff like PLA and ZA, which is like a recontextualization, they get new forms and stuff.
absolutely. Yep.
I'll tell you who's a terrible starter. Fucking Lotad. Oh my god.
No,
My
I
Emerald run.
love Lotad so much, but that Pokemon
I'm
is so
sorry.
ass to
I'm
use.
sorry. I love Lotad and Ludicolo. Don't know what stereotype they were going with Lombre. I
No.
tried to ignore it.
Yep.
Um, what they made a game where it's like, okay, you get Lotad, you use him for the first gym. He is remarkably weak for so long. Keep in mind, I was doing those rematches in Emerald. I was like 20 levels above the rest of the game, and it's like, yeah, man, I have Absorb until I get Giga Drain, like south of Mount Pyre,
Yep.
and then that's like base 60 and it has 5 PP.
Yep.
And by the time I get to a Water Stone, which I need Dive for, like that's like too much friction almost.
It's bad.
Um,
It's bad. That's like my biggest problem with, and a lot of people's biggest problem with Diamond and Pearl, and especially in BDSP, when they basically were just like, oh yeah, we're not going to fix any of the issues Diamond and Pearl had. Where it's like, okay, I have to like the Grand Underground's the only way to get some of these evolutionary items before post game, and it's like a 5% chance held item on a bunch of rare encounters. Cool. I can't catch a Yanma to use Yan Mega
yeah,
in the like even in the Grand Underground. Cool.
yeah,
Why am I
I
playing this game?
like Diamond and Pearl is so funny because you could not get Tangrowth
Yep.
in that game unless you had a Gen 3 game. The Tangela just does not exist in DP. You needed a Gen 3 game or you needed to wait until Platinum. It was just a
Yep.
new Pokemon that you couldn't get.
A lot of that.
Just like,
A lot of that. I mean,
yeah,
couldn't
great
you could
foresight.
it couldn't evolve in the base in regular Diamond and Pearl. You could barely get any of the new evolutions for the old Pokemon.
Before the post game, you
Yep.
couldn't get any of them. But even post game, you could not get Tangela.
Yep.
It just didn't put it in
That's
the
stupid.
game.
It's so stupid. Um.
Buy Fire Red.
Yeah. Uh. All right, and then we can talk about character design now a little bit, or like just the general look of things. I mean, I already like these characters more than I like the Scarlet and Violet just designs, the main
Mhm.
characters, just because they're like not the older element that a lot of people have brought up, but just I like their looks.
Yeah.
I didn't like
I
the school design
oh god.
and like the
I
locking to the school design.
That is such a fascinating like choice to be like, okay, let's set this game in a school and let's have the most dog shit school uniforms imaginable.
Yep.
Uh and then there's like not only like barely any customization, but like you press the left D-pad by accident and then the Switch just can't keep up with all the costumes you have saved. I think before the update, before Switch 2, if you had all the customization in that game, some switches that like launch switches would just crash. They were just locked out of character customization.
Sounds about
It's
right.
just really poorly handled in that game, and the pro tags just suffered so hard because of it. Um, but I'm generally in agreement. The waves design is a little too Walmarty for my
Mm,
liking.
I get it.
Um,
Like you're going on a
but
boat trip.
yeah, I mean, I really shat on the pro tags for SV from day one.
Yep.
So much so that this isn't my doing, but I watched the CDEC presentation they did a year later after the game came out, and they talked about the character model, and then they were like, based on feedback, we changed how they looked for the final game, and you can see they have like a horrible like blush effect to them, and their eyes are really small, and they look even like more like babyfied than they were in the
Ugh.
final game, and it's like they had to change that based on feedback. Um, I posted this tweet today. I don't know why it says history there, but it's actually I'll just post the image. Because people were talking about the eyes and how they are like rounded for these characters, and you look at them and it's like Pokemon protagonist design especially has changed so much.
Yeah.
Um, and it's mainly a combination of artists and designers and then like approaches that those people take. Um, and like now we have so these characters are designed by Ken Sugimori. I can 99% say that, just like Scarlet and Violet's were. Um, and they've been like adapted into artwork by Mizutani, and like their eyes are very rounded, and they that gives like a bit of a baby look, but like the feature placement is way better. Just a real step up, I think.
I mean, I just like,
Um,
yeah, I just think that everything about them is just a step up, and they've like, there was just not a lot to like about the SV ones. I mean, SV had a lot of just visual issues from like just a design standpoint that I just
mhm.
didn't like. I think that a lot of the character designs had a bunch of issues. I don't think all of them did. Uh, Generally, I think it had some of my least favorite designs for like the main cast.
Wait, really? Wait, which characters? I'm curious.
I'd have to go look. I don't even. I mean, I haven't replayed Scarlet and Violet since. God, I don't even remember. I don't even know if I've replayed the games since I beat it.
I forced myself to
I definitely have
for
to,
something that I had to grab, but
but
I like ran through it with a level 100 Arceus. I hated every second of it.
yeah, I'd have to go do it again. But there are just some characters in the game where I'm just like, like I just don't feel this compared to like a similar ish character that would pop up at a similar ish time in like older games.
Yeah,
Uh,
I like to call it like a lot of the times ever since Hawk or Diamond and Pearl specifically, they have started designing characters that cosplay that type, and
yeah,
I think that's been a bit of a
mm,
problem. And I think it's fine where it's like Scarlet and Violet and like their jobs are based around that. So like I
ye-
don't know, she's a streamer. Like
yeah,
Brassius, he's like a crazed artist. That sort of stuff works. With like main characters, it gets a little weird because I hate Penny so much. That is the
I do
worst
not
character
like
in
her
that game.
design.
Yeah, because it feels so like pandery, like the neat shut in kind of character, and it gets very old very fast. I just don't like that. Um, One big thing about the new character designs for Winds and Waves is that Pokemon protagonist design was at its best in Gen 2 and 3, where you have these kind of sporty, adventurous, kind of uncool characters. You think Gold and Chris and Brendan and May, and then the Emerald redesigns as well. And it's like these guys are ready to go on an adventure. They are like not athletic, but like they can go through like rugged terrain. Like you could see that happening.
You could see them
You
walking through the woods through like through the brush, not on a path.
Yeah, or like up like a big hill or a mountain or like anything that's in Hoenn or Johto. And then you like look at this big open world. You have all these biomes. There's desert. There's a port. There's a big snowy mountain. There's like big plains. There are open seas, and it's like you got these like stupid shorts and just like a regular ass like shirt, and it's like my character isn't built for this big open world. That's a problem.
Yeah, like
Um,
okay, let
yeah,
I'd have to pull up like the full like panels of designs and stuff, but like you could feel it in like Diamond and Pearl versus like Platinum, like just the
yeah,
small changes they made for the Platinum designs. I mean, obviously, also they also added like more snow around areas and everything to make it feel more like of a northern vibe to
yeah,
also fit that. But just the small changes there made it feel so much more like fitting, and,
absolutely.
and you don't get that in basically any game since Platinum.
Maybe. So like you look at like Diamond and Pearl is the first time I'm pretty sure that like Sugimori was heavily influenced by another staff member. I know that Masuda was specifically responsible for wanting a player character with a skirt. I remember this very
Mm,
vividly. And Sugimori was like, sure, whatever. Uh that kind of dates back to FRLG where Leaf is just like a gender bent red.
yeah,
Like in the Terra Link, that character sheet, you see like a back view of them both by Sugimori, and it's like, oh my god, this is just an inverted color palette. um, Hawk Soul Silver is probably the worst it gets because that's the first ones that aren't by Sugimori. That's Takao Uno, and I don't know why he did that to Chris. Well, I know why he did that to Chris. He just killed her. And then uh, I want to say like X and Y is like okay, you have the fashion theme going on, or S. They darken Brendan's skin tone to match with like the more tropical kind
yeah,
of environment. Um, and also like Omura's designs of them before Sugimori redesigned them to be a little babyier. His redesigns are really good. I wish they were in the final game. And then like you get the touristy vibe in Sun and Moon. I feel like they do kind of adapt to that, but not as heavily as an
yeah.
adventure, if that makes sense.
They
And these guys, they
it's
have
almost
like
more
the big wetsuits now, you know?
yeah, it's almost big setting versus big like just general vibe, like
Yeah, I
the
feel
setting
like
influence versus the hey, this is the vibe we're going for versus now it's like you said or like we said it's the setting almost influencing them.
yeah, and I think that like that's a real return to form. Like I haven't seen I like I said, I think the champions characters are solid at that because like they are very like deliberately like athletic,
Yeah,
design wise. And
athletic with the
Sugimori just
flash to them.
loves
Yeah,
yeah, like Sugimori loves that kind of aesthetic as well. Like you can tell which characters he did, like Dendra and Lita, like they are his designs because he just loves that. Um, but then you look at this game, and it's like, oh, they have the wetsuits. That is a big part of like that color contrast. That's a big part of like just that overall design, and that lends itself to the gameplay. And it's like we're so back. That gives me so much hope that it plays into that, and I want to see how the other characters react to that as well, right? Because you
yeah,
play as V and you look at Namona's design, and it feels like her design is more like player charactery
yeah.
almost, and like you don't ever get Arvin's fit either. So it's like, what's going on? What's going on? But yeah, good
I don't
job,
know.
I would say for this one.
Yeah, I feel like that's just the we're so back is just kind of the vibe of this entire trailer.
It's the vibe they want to give off for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, I haven't felt this excited about. I mean, I felt really excited by like the Arceus trailer, the first Arceus trailer, and then also the first ZA trailer. In a way,
Mm,
not so much because they didn't show as much in that. Uh,
yeah,
I guess they did technically because the first Arceus trailer didn't show anything gameplay wise. It was, but I think the reveal of Arceus was more thematic than the reveal of ZA. Um, in how they did it because you got like the brushstrokes and the showcase of the lore and then like the Arceus at the end as the
yes,
reveal versus ZA's was like the entire thing was like the pan through of the digital version of like the blueprint essentially and then the reveal of it being Lumio City, like the redevelopment plan and stuff. I think they were both good in their own way. But I think this out of all the modern like Switch era Pokemon games, this is by far my favorite like reveal that got me like, oh, I feel something watching this.
yeah. It's so like I think it feels better knowing that it feels intentional.
Yeah.
Um, you look at Scarlet and Violet, and it's like it's so tepid. It's like trying to be whimsical. Like that game, so many people are like, "Oh my god, there's an orchestral main theme for this game." It's like, yeah, Scarlet and Violet also had that, but it doesn't feel like that at all.
It
Um,
doesn't match the vibe.
yeah, this one is like grand, and then it has the big like the brass section, and then towards the end, like 40 seconds into the main theme, because the whole thing is out there. It's on the website. You can just download it. And I posted it to Twitter as well. But like it gets really like almost like kind of scary, atmospheric towards the end of the trailer, and it's like, oh shit, like what are we up against?
I
And that
can't
is a
wait.
feeling that
I
yeah,
can't
we just never
wait.
had that.
That
It's just
that
grand. It's so grand.
I mean, this is the first time I've been like truly excited for a non-Legends Pokemon game since I'd have to like go back to like the 3DS when I like obviously I'm pumped for all of them because I just love Pokemon, but
Mhm.
I can't remember the last time I was like, yeah, this is like giving me everything I want from like a just an early look. And I'm like
Yeah,
legitimately looking forward to it because like Legends has been that way just because it's always so different. I'm a sucker for like lore and like character interactions and all that stuff and just it being different. But um there's always other games that I'm more excited for. I can't think of a
mhm.
game right now that's coming out that I'm more excited for than when we eventually get this.
Yeah, I think games like Legends or Pokemon in general for me is very validating because I'm so interested in the production side of it. And
Mm.
Arceus was, well, it really started with Let's Go, and it's like, okay, how experimental can we get? And Arceus proved to me like, hey, they can still make video games. And then ZA was like, holy shit, they can take the time to make video games. Now it's like they're doing that firstly in a non-Legends game, and also like with so much confidence.
I think Scarlet and Violet when I finished that game, like the end of the Area Zero story, and when I got done and put the controller down, I was like, I'm glad I felt something at the end of
Yeah.
that. I'm glad I
There's an
like.
emotional core to it.
Yeah, like I'm. Legends was a great experience, start to finish, from like a journey. I didn't have that with Sword and
Mhm.
Shield. I didn't Sword and Shield. Just by the end of that, I was so sour on the entire like the plot, the characters, the everything.
How do you
Uh,
fuck up a tournament arc? I just don't get it.
there are so many ways that could have gone so much better. And
Yeah.
by the time I put the credits were rolling on that, I was like, I just don't feel anything other than why to this. And that's just kind of my feeling on like any of that generation stuff to begin with at this point. But with Arceus, start to finish, I was like, this was a very fun journey, even if I didn't necessarily love how they laid out the plot for where there was plot. And
Mhm.
then like uh, with Scarlet and Violet, I was like, okay, I actually feel something here. And then by the time I finished ZA, I was like, okay, I can see exactly what they're trying to do moving forward.
Yeah, I
Uh,
think that ZA. One thing that I said before ZA came out, right before it came out, is that I am tired of the ensemble cast.
mm,
Of you have your rival that like kind of has a personality but not really, and then you have a character that is kind of at odds with everyone, and then you have like a main-ish character or like a funny character, and like you can fit different characters into that mold, like Hao and Nimona and Lita, and like
Basically
conversely, like
anything like the X and Y on thing where it's like, okay, what are we getting here out of
yeah,
like
and like
the two other characters you're going to be paired with the entire game, basically.
and, and ZA is like the first game to really do that. I think the I I question how they write women in that game in particular. I don't
Yep.
really uh know why every woman in that game besides Emma and Lita is like weirdly antagonistic or angry all of the time. I don't know what they meant by this, and all of the guys are like really sweet and nice. Um, very strange decision. But besides that, I think that generally they did a really really good job with like a cast that travels with you. But even knowing that, I just kind of want some me time. I want a me adventure. Maybe like a rival is fine. Maybe a secondary kind of character related to the story. But
I want them to let you
you know,
sit with the world because you
yeah,
haven't gotten
no,
that in a while. Like just let you like explore without every second interaction that moves the plot forward. You have to like encounter the secondary character.
well, that and also like not too many characters in general, because I feel like that was Sun and Moon's problem, right?
Oh my
Like
god, yes.
you you're on that you're like you go to the first island and you're introduced to like a lot of the characters that you should be introduced to, right? Like rival professor, etc. But then it's like Ilima, you spend 2 seconds with him, and then it's off to do the Hala fight. Then you go to the next area, and it's like, oh Lana, she's really funny. Then you go down and you meet Hapu, and then you go up and you meet Kiawe, and you go around and you meet fucking Color Rush for some reason. Then you go to
Here's
Malo's trial.
Olivia, here's Mallow,
Yeah,
here's
I Olivia, and then you go to the next island. It's like, oh Nanu, like what's his deal? And he's like, Acerola is also there, and then you do all the Potown stuff, and there's a lot. Um,
it's an
just
overload.
chill, just chill. That's all I need. Okay, I don't even mind if it's a guy that sits in a building and is like, hey, I'm the gym leader of such and such. Okay, that's it. That's all
Yeah,
I
just
need.
do that. Just like I want this is kind of the general thing we both said is the world needs to speak,
Yes,
and
absolutely.
that involves the especially if they're going to go full open world again, that it also involves moments of just you, the environment, the Pokemon making the only non in like environmental noise. Like they have to let you sit with it. They have to let you experience it because otherwise it's going to end up like a Scarlet and Violet where you're overloaded by go to point A, go to point B, and encounter character.
Yeah, it feels very video gamey, like I said, and I think SV has that problem in terms of like gameplay or like character progression. I think Sword and Shield has that problem in terms of like just think of the wild area. You move like 2 steps to the left and a sandstorm appears, and then you move up a little bit and then it starts like pissing it down with rain. And it's like we are so far removed from that now. In this game, clearly, like that is not going to happen. Those concerns are gone. So I feel like narratively, you just need to kind of, like I said, let the world speak. You
You
know.
saying that about the wild area made me really excited for how weather's going to affect your traversal.
like what if you just can't go somewhere?
because
Like what if
because
it's a
of
go go
you're in
go
the middle of a
situation again?
storm and like the waves
Yeah,
are too strong.
yeah, and it's like you have to go through some other way.
Yeah, maybe it's like, oh, you legitimately have to go underwater, or
Yeah,
you have
like
to
it's
take,
no
or
other
you have
option.
to fly.
Or like what if a part of the mainland floods? Like and then water Pokemon appear there, like temporarily for like an
Yeah, like
hour or say
area,
until it
almost
dries
like
up.
area changing. I feel like that, if we're gonna get that, that's gonna be scripted. But even if it's scripted, that's still cool.
Yeah, no, I mean that's the one thing that like Ruby and Sapphire probably wouldn't have done, but it could have done. You know, they could have like it's unreasonable to expect every area in that game to start flooding when you unleash Kyogre, but they still had like nobody knows this. If you go to the Lily Cove department store, you're not allowed to go on the roof while it's raining. An NPC stops you and she's like, "Hey, it's really bad outside. You can't go here." And it's like little things like that. A game built around that concept alone
That'd be dope. Yeah,
is just so cool.
yeah,
But I am very excited. Just
yeah,
get the gameplay right. That's it.
yep.
It looks good. Everybody's most of the non Pokemon fans are happy because it looks good. I've been saying this for a while. People are just that's all the quote unquote haters needed for it to look not awful. So just stick
Yeah.
the landing.
And now that, yeah, now they just need to stick the landing first. When to kind of wrap it up, when do you think the next time we'll actually see this game is? Do you think it's gonna be Pokemon Day next year?
Uh, Provided Champions hasn't made me want to quit the series, I have no idea.
Or do you
I'd
think
imagine we get
or do you think the summer direct is going to be a thing that sticks around?
so my we've typically always gotten stuff in like July,
Yeah, but it just
August-ish.
depends on it just depends on like the variety of it. Also, the Pokemon games have been appearing at a higher click in Nintendo Directs proper. So
Mhm. When I mean, it all depends on when you think this game is coming out. When do you think?
if they're going 2027, I want to say they're full sending 2027. It's going to be November next year.
That is,
But
I mean, I would like that time frame. That is like really, really great for development.
I think, well, so we haven't got. When was the last time we got? So I was blown away that we got a non-November date for our ZA because we've never
Oh,
gotten
for
an October.
Arceus as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like exactly. So other than the Legends games, when was the last spring release for a mainline Pokemon game?
Black and white. What if
Yeah,
I talk because if we're talking in the West,
yeah.
it was
The only
black
time
and
they
white
ever
in
did that
spring.
was because of the like 8 month delay on
Yeah,
translation. So we've
that
never
was yeah because
gotten.
black and white and Heart Gold and Soul Silver in Japan was September.
Yeah,
Um,
so because the only other thing I could think is if they try and reclaim that like May time frame.
that's what I'm thinking. I think having a big like especially given the vibes that this game
Yeah,
is
like for the
giving off,
summer.
a big summer Pokemon game, like summer 2025 or 2027, it's not like some crazy like because I think November. Not to say that games can't have too much development time, but I think that any issues that would have been eradicated at
Yeah,
that point
there's a
probably
certain
would have.
point where you've gone gold, or like you're golden as a
Yeah,
game, and like there's only so much you can do.
like ZA, like had gone gold at the beginning of last year. Like it
Yeah,
was just like 6, 7, 8 months of polish and then working on the DLC. Um,
yeah.
I have a feeling we might even get the DLC for this game by like winter of next year. I think that's very possible.
Well, with the ZA time frame. So this is a this is the last like caveat I'm gonna, or uh, push I'm gonna have into another conversation title with the ZA DLC. What do you think? What, like, the time frame of the game isn't even out yet, and we're announcing the DLC. What
Uh,
what do you think that's pure? My thought process, without digging into the leaks further or anything like that, was the time frame of when these announcements were originally going to happen or whatever overlapped, and they didn't want to do the DLC announcement closer to Pokemon Day because it would just get overshadowed.
yeah. So wait, are you asking like when did they start work on Mega Dimension?
Not necessarily when did they start work, but what's your thought on, like, I guess the time frame, sure, of like development, but like the just like the why they did that, like the announcement.
Yeah. From my understanding, ZA was always planned to have some sort of DLC.
Yeah.
It was supposed to release in 2024, and
Yes.
they were like, "Hey, if we have time, let's do a DLC." The game got delayed at some point because it vastly changed direction from being like a
Yes.
first-person shooter almost, or third-person shooter. Um, they delayed the game. It has a big, almost like time budget. I want to say they probably began development of Mega Dimension. It's such a weird DLC because we know that it was budget cutted because SV's DLC was too expensive, according
Yes.
to Omori. They did not make returns on that. Um, Smaller scale, so it wouldn't have taken a year. It already reuses a lot of assets. By design, it's like a roguelite experience. I would not be shocked if when the game went gold. So I'd imagine like January of 25 is when they probably started
Yeah.
it. January,
I would
February.
say it was probably like an 8-month incubation.
Yeah, from like start to finish.
Yeah, so if they
Not that many new character designs.
went
Yeah.
gold and then they were polishing and then the team started work on DLC, I would assume that. And then because of the initial delay into when they knew they had to announce Gen 10, it was probably just stuff just over like they had to overlap it.
Yeah, I think this is really important to cover as well because you see so many people just be like, "Oh, this is base game content" because they announced it before it
That's why I
came
wanted to
out.
talk about it, because if we're talking about release dates, because see, you and I same wavelength on basically everything that we talk about
Yeah,
this.
exactly.
Because I'm like, okay, that's not what it is. It's we know that there was a delay. We know there was a bunch of internal delays with how they wanted to stagger stuff and development
Mhm.
wise. So it had to be like, even at a conceptual level, it had to be, we can't announce this. It we can tease it here and then we can full announce it in December and then it's going to come out January, because it has to come out before Pokemon Day, because if it doesn't come out before Pokemon Day, we know this is such a small scale thing, even though it's tied to a big game, that it's going to be overshadowed by whatever we want to announce, or it's going to detract attention from what we want to announce on Pokemon Day.
I think the real kill shot is that none of the Mega Evolutions or any content for Mega Dimension were in the Terra League. Like,
Mm.
and that intrusion was September or August 2024 because we got it
Yeah,
in
it was
September.
September. It was end of September because the real stuff started coming out in October.
Yeah. So that to me says that they did all of those because we knew about Mega Zorora ahead of time, but that was like a fucking anime tie-in.
Yeah.
That got pushed back to Mega Dimension. So besides that thing, um, yeah, it would have been about like 9 months. I think.
If that's the case and we're talking about time frame of because neither of us have deep dove the leaks for what's coming next
Mhm.
post Wind and Waves. I have an idea because I've seen it and I had to cover it, but I never
Yeah.
deep dove beyond just like the Terra Leak stuff that was like widely available.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, the vibes and the delay to 2027 for this, I think a May makes the most sense. I think May makes the most sense for what they want to do with it. I wouldn't be surprised if it's November, but if they want to, if this is really them pushing to kind of change the perception, I think May would also help that.
I mean, I was shocked when ZA wasn't coming out in January. When they said 2025, I was
Yeah.
very shocked that they waited until like October because I was like, holy shit, like that is a lot of time. This game has had even longer. Uh, it really depends on what the first year of this game's development was like. Because what I can say that is not really a spoiler for any game content, so anyone listening shouldn't be upset by this.
Yeah, we're not talking leaks. We're
Omori,
not talking leaks here, guys. So don't worry about it.
yeah.
4 hour,
All
almost
all
four
we
hours into this
know
discussion.
Yeah, all we know from leaks about development stuff for Wind and Waves is that Omori stepped down as director about a year in. So I'd imagine that he did a lot of the world design that he loves to do for Scarlet Violet, Swish, etc., which was very different to the final game.
Mm.
Um, he laid a lot of the groundwork,
And
and
then pass the
Kazumasa
baton.
Iwao
Yeah.
is probably this game's director. It depends on how not wasted, how used that first period was, how that intersects with Pacopia and his work developing a prototype for that. Um, it's and just like his decision on running the company, I don't know. It's
I
that will affect my statement here. Because if that first year felt like a bit of a wash to them, like what if they went back on all those ideas, right?
then that means
Then
then it would be November. Then if that's the
yeah,
case,
then
then
it
it
would
would
be
be
November.
November because that would be more of a 4-year cycle. Um,
Yeah.
my thought is just similar to what you said. If it's May, we get the DLC in November. We get the first
Yep.
whatever. If it's a two, because it's probably gonna be a two-parter. Uh, it's probably the first part of the two-parter is November.
Yeah, like, oh my god, I'm just imagining like they released the game in May, they released DLC 1 in November, and they released DLC 2 on Pokemon Day of 28.
You think it might be earlier than November if they want to do that.
Well, yeah, I mean that works, right? Either or,
I mean,
because it's
because
like 5 or 6
it was
months
a
gap.
2 month. It's the difference between are they doing a Sword and Shield timeline for the DLC or are they doing a Scarlet Violet DLC timeline? Because
It was about the same, wasn't it? Like four
it
months between the two.
it was 4 months for from Isle of Armor into the I can't remember the second part of
Crown
Sword and
Tundra.
Shield. Yeah, Crown Tundra. It was 4 months, and then for the I think it was only 2 months for Scarlet and Violet because wasn't part one in like September and part two was
No.
November because
Oh no,
yeah
yeah,
yeah
you're
because
correct.
the Petron stuff was January.
Yeah, the so yeah, S or Switch was June to November,
Mm.
or like no, June to September, October, that period,
Yeah, so it was
and
like four
then
months
SP
versus like
was
2 months, 2.5.
yeah, with a
So
bigger gap.
either I think it'll probably be the bigger gap because they don't want to like cram it all together within a year of each other, basically.
Yeah, we also have to consider RS-25 as well, where
Yeah,
I'm pretty confident in saying there's no like big project, but like that's getting a release. Um,
I don't
that
think we're
could be
getting.
like
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
that could be like that Pokemon Day thing for next year.
That is true. Yeah, it could just straight up be Pokemon Day stuff. Or like a right after Pokemon Day, like a March thing for that. So it doesn't overshadow the RSE release on Pokemon Day next year. Uh, and then like the last question is when do you think we see whatever's the big thing next?
You mean like the character legendary trailer they always do?
Well, I guess for
I
this
w-
game or whatever the next game is, because I don't think that we're getting the next Pokemon game and like the next like Legends, whatever the next whatever it is until 28.
so the next game after Winds and Waves had playable um things in the Terra Leak.
Yes, I
But
remember that. Yeah.
after that, something that I'm not going to talk about because I
Mm-hmm.
never thought this thing would fucking exist.
I know what you're talking
Um,
about. Yeah.
yeah, I I hate that we have to be spoiled on this, but
Yeah.
I don't think that's happening in any form. I think that what that is changing significantly or just
Yep.
does not exist.
I think it was. I think that was. I think whatever that was in whatever form we've heard about it was complete prototyping.
It's yeah, it's in the same way as the Indigo Disc would have been set in Alola,
Yeah.
or Johto was going to be the next Legends game.
I think it was.
That
I
sort of
think it
thing.
was conceptual concept. I think it was prototyping. I think they were just talking about it and testing basics.
Yeah,
Um.
very very concept arty, from what
Yes.
we know.
And
So
so I do think whatever is next for Legends or whatever that the next thing is. I think it's 2028, and I think that means next year we finally get a return to some other spinoff or a new spinoff of some kind.
yeah,
Um.
I post Winds and Waves. I think that they can take that time. They can really give that area what it
A
deserves.
fresh look.
That's what I say. Um, yeah,
But yeah,
if that does ring true, that the next thing after Winds and Waves, God, I hope they do a good job.
yeah.
I really do.
What
They need it.
what do you hope that is? What do you hope the next thing is?
I because for a while I was just like, hey, we should put like Legends stuff into main series. Now I'm kind of fine with it being separate. It really depends on how good this game is. Um,
Yeah.
but like, hmm,
I mean, I want it to be another Legends thing personally,
yeah.
just because I've really liked their attempts so far.
I mean,
So
if we're talking about what I think is realistic, we know what it is because it's in the leak.
yeah,
But if you're asking for like what I want the most out of anything that they could do, um, It's like the concept of like a fan game that I've been prototyping in my mind for ages. And there was so much of a focus on diving as well. I'm so mad. I hope they use a lot of my ideas. But uh, I really, really want a Legends Kanto game. I think that is so perfect because it's not like Sinnoh, where it's all like quote unquote ancient history and like nobody fucking remembers anything besides
Yeah.
Cynthia, who reads a lot of books apparently. And it's not Legends ZA, which is contemporary. It's like we have enough characters between Kanto and Johto. We can move the clock back 50 years, set it almost like post-war, like 1950s, like red and green, where these characters kind of came to terms with uh, that war that we definitely know happened because Pokemon was based on the real world,
Mhm.
and how those characters came to create the ecosystem of like like the Indigo League.
The like the unified Indigo, yeah.
Yeah, like how gym leaders came to be, what Oak or Agatha or Blaine or Mr. Fuji or even like slightly younger characters like Giovanni, Sabrina, what they were doing when they were younger. I think there's so much potential there because it's all hinted in like tiny bits of dialogue in Gen 1. Um,
That also gives them a
so
new way to revisit Kanto, which they would love.
yeah, I think the
Uh,
one thing that Let's Go needed was more changes. So
I think it needed more changes. The only issue is I don't know if they want to necessarily touch on that stuff from the Kanto side.
Well, yeah, because I mean, I don't think they could do it
Yeah,
because, like I said, Pokemon is not based in the real world anymore. I
yeah,
think that making like a post-war like game cannot exist
yeah. I get.
to them.
I think
So
it's a really awesome idea. I just don't think that fits with what they think they can do, or what they might even
yeah,
want to
absolutely
do.
not.
Um, I'm in a similar vein. I don't know what I would want from another Legends. Like I don't know where I'd want it to be set. Like the one that's leaked is like would have been one of my least favorite ones for reasons we've already talked about. Uh, just I think like the way it could fit in is cool enough that I'm still on board with whatever they
Yeah,
end up doing. But the man, because Sinnoh was the one I wanted the most because I love the idea of the lore of Sinnoh,
yeah,
and I think that that was the best one to go back in time for. And I just think they are like I think they did an okay job, but not a great job.
yeah. I
Um,
think setting-wise, like, because like you could say the same thing about like Legends Kanto. Like, if they were to take that time period, for instance, like they can probably just whitewash all of the
they could definitely like
stuff they don't want to.
revise that and do
Yeah,
something, but that also takes away a lot of the intrigue of why
I
we would
guess it's
want
just
that.
like they made a Legend Sinnoh, and that is like a oh hey, it's this like crazy melting pot of culture, and it's
Yeah,
like let's just all that Ainu stuff that happened definitely did not happen. By the way, we're not going to bring it up in this game. Absolutely not.
yeah.
Um,
Um,
so yeah, they can do it.
I maybe like a revisiting Alola in some way and like expanding on Ultra Beast stuff.
Everybody wants that Ultra Space game. Everybody wants that game set in Ultra Space.
Yeah,
I've
like
seen that so much.
I don't know if I want like it set there, but I do like there's so much potential in how you could approach that and how different that could be than anything we've gotten before.
Yeah,
I think that
it's
has
going
the
to be
most.
something we don't expect, regardless.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. I just think that's like the one where I'm like I could. That's the one that could surprise me the most with what they do. From a what you're actually doing in the game perspective, not from like a oh I'm shocked by this thing.
Yeah,
Uh,
there's
the one that we are pretty sure is happening is the one that I'm like okay this is gonna have to blow me away.
yeah. I mean, I think a hypothetical Legends that they could do. Uh, we've had a game set in the past. We've had a contemporary Legends.
Yeah.
What if we have a game set in the far future? I thought that's what Zia was going to be based on the reveal
That's what
trailer.
everybody thought ZA was gonna be. We thought okay because everybody's like oh it's in the past. I'm like you guys are stupid. That's not like because people the two theories that I saw the most when I was covering that was people think it's gonna be right before X and Y to where Lumiose or when Lumiose is being built. So
Mhm.
in the past again when Lumiose is being built, or it's far future based on the design, which now we know that was just them showing off like a blueprint essentially.
Yeah,
Um, with through just like a cool way to show it off because you don't just want to show it on a piece of paper and then be like, oh, here's people talking or whatever. Um, but I agree. Far future. Which region do you think would be the best to set it in far future?
okay, I'm gonna hit you with something crazy. You ready?
Okay,
You ready?
I'm ready.
It's a region we've never been to.
Oh, just like completely new.
I think having a Legends game set in a new region would
Ooh.
be like in the future would be crazy because you could
Mm.
like they stopped caring about canon in like Emerald when they started retconning stuff and be like,
Oh
oh,
yeah.
your dad isn't actually from Olivine City, but they can really just go crazy with that. They can bring attention to it in later games and say this region exists in some form, but like a game set like 1,000 years in the future, being in like a completely new area, would not tie them down to like anything. I
It
think that's
wouldn't.
such
It
a
wouldn't tie them down to anything. It would let them like have freedom to like try new like super futuristic things in terms of like movement and transportation,
yeah, like the only
visuals.
character that would be around would be Lysander.
Yeah,
um,
and that's a way
very
they could play
possible.
into it like that. They could also play into it with like if they I mean, they've already kind of ruined the potential of like lore for like the ancient and futuristic Pokemon from Scarlet and Violet. Like I just don't know how
I
they
mean,
would.
that's like it's a did it happen? Didn't it? I'm really tired of Pokemon being like, did this happen? Didn't it happen?
I want
Like,
them to be definitive. I'm tired of them wish-washing
yeah, because
on
I don't
stuff.
like the phrase law. Not to get into another tangent, but like when Pokemon fans think law, they actually think that Regigigas like pulled the continents on ropes, and it's
Yeah,
like no, it's just legends say this, right? Like it's
that's just
purposefully
like
vague.
continuity is a better term for it. Uh,
Yes.
but when I say lore, I just mean I like getting details. I like
Mhm.
them exploring things that we've known about, whether it's in new ways or rewriting it or revising it or however they want to approach it. I just like getting more of that because the more connected things are, I think the better the payoff can be when you get things. Um,
Yeah.
are they the best at it? Absolutely not. But I'm tired of them like the fact that we got the concept of these Pokemon from the past and this Pokemon from the future, and then they're just like, oh yeah, who knows?
Mhm.
I'm like that ruins the concept for me. Why do I care then?
Yeah, I mean that's I made fun of these people in my last video, but it's like people like if you pitch Legends Arceus to somebody, they would have been like, "Yeah, I want to see the origin of the universe," or Legends Unova. Yeah, I want to see Wild West Unova, or I want to see the Cal. And it's like you are answering questions, or like I want to see the original dragon. It's like you are answering questions that have a really lame, boring answer if you depict these. You know?
Like I want to see the origin of the original dragon in Unova, but I want them to do something like interesting with it. I don't want to just like
I mean,
but
the secret with the original dragon is that it's not real.
yeah, like
Like it's a metaphor for two people with clashing ideas, and Kiram came from fucking space, so we know
hey,
that
give us
you
that.
know.
Give us that. I want to see Kyurem come from space.
Give
like
us an outer space game. Who's saying that Pokemon can't take place in space in the future? What if you have a Pokemon game like Legends is a really really great tool for gameplay and aesthetic, and I'm really glad they're not committal to either one of those.
I'm happy that they have a way that they can kind of get out of doing just normal Pokemon. Because Game
Well,
Freak,
what normal Pokemon is might change, so who knows?
yeah, and I'm of the opinion that I would like them to keep the two tracks separate because I like having
Mhm.
both. If they start mis like mixing certain aspects, if they find something that really works, I'm fine with that. But I like the dynamic gameplay of Legends being separate from the turn-based gameplay of what classic Pokemon is now.
Yeah.
Because I like having both. I think both are having both is good. And I think it's good for the develop. Like Game Freak at its core, especially with how the Gear Project has always been, and now Beast of Reincarnation, like all the comments we've heard for years, they like doing new things. They like trend setting. They like trying like to implement new things and do things differently. And especially if what we've talked about for 4 hours now is true,
Yeah.
um, then it feels like they are now more in control than they have been since the Game Boy Advanced. And
Yeah, they feel like they not only want to do things, but can access
exactly.
those resources.
And I think with Gear Project, especially if they are able to do what they're doing with Beast of Reincarnation with like the external team helping them, uh, with um with Legends and then with the main game, I think that gives them enough variety to where they're not going to burn themselves out on ways to try new things that don't limit them into tracks.
Yeah.
And I want them to keep them not as separate as possible. I don't care if things bleed into each other, but I want them to be like, this thing is this thing, and we can be really creative with it and keep changing it and keep tuning it. And yeah, maybe these things work, and maybe this is really good because I like the gameplay of ZA, like the battle gameplay, a million times more than Arceus. But
Mhm.
if they want to change it again, I don't care.
Yeah.
I want them to be able to use that as a vehicle to continue to be weird and creative and cool in Pokemon, while the main game remains Pokemon in its most
Yeah.
traditional
Like,
sense with the enhancements that they get from learning.
yeah, we have an experimental branch. We have a
Exactly.
fairly solid branch that they can experiment within, and then we have champions, which is good luck, you know.
Yep. And that is the moral of this entire podcast.
The
It
moral of
is,
the story is don't give your games to the Pokemon Works. Oh my god.
please, or if you're gonna give it to them, like, this is what. So to wrap that conversation up, like, how do you feel about the so the new Castlevania game, right? Belmont's Curse
Yeah.
being developed by oversight from Konami, being developed by the Dead Cells, both ends of the Dead Cells team.
Uh, I think that's fine. Besides the art style, I don't like the art style. I don't think it's very
That's
gothic
fair,
at all.
but like as a concept of development, how do you feel about that?
I think it depends on the studio.
Exactly. So, and also like who knows what like oversight is at like at Konami, like in that
Yeah.
sense. So that's not the best example, but that's the kind of thing that I think we're going to see more of, and what I would like to see more of in a controlled, like, good sense, because I want to have like the leadership of the Game Freak team. Maybe that's what we're getting with Beast of Reincarnation, where
Mhm.
you have the core leadership and the team from Game Freak that knows exactly what they want. They've conceptualized this and they're doing this, and then they have the external team that's helping them actually develop the
I
thing.
mean, the question there is like, how much more Pokemon do we need? Because
Exactly.
uh, we already have Team A and Team B. We don't. That is already putting out games at kind of an insane clip. Even though we're getting delays, like
Mm,
we're still getting a game every 2 years.
yep.
That's more than most series
Well, we're
will
getting
ever
not
get.
only we're getting two games, but we're also getting DLC to fill the gap.
Yeah,
So we're not without Pokemon. This is going to be the longest gap between Pokemon
yeah,
that we've had in
for like a
forever.
long time,
Yeah, since the
and
DS.
and it's a year.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy to me. There's I think about this a lot, and uh, I think that no team has been able to make Pokemon besides Game Freak because a lot of the staff are still there.
Yep.
I think that this will start to change when Game Freak starts to change significantly. Like we've moved a couple of key players, like Masada is no longer there, but Omori was kind of groomed to be in his position, and we like that's really it, right? Like we still have like the sound team is just still just Ichinose, Sato, Adachi, and but like now with uh SV and Wind and Waves and what's it called? ZA, we have like Tanaguchi and all of Super Sweet is back. And now we have like the Ridge Racer composers and Street Fighter EX composers on Pokemon, and they did a great job. And it's like game development is always like the ship of Theseus, but you will never feel it more than with Pokemon in the next few years, I think. Because when we start, like Sugimori has been scaling back forever. Um, we know that Omori is focusing on running the company now and like training up new people. Iwao is kind of positioned to take his place. What's going to happen with the programming staff like Nishino, who is in his like 60s now? Um, and already Iwao is like a second generation Morimoto. I don't know what Morimoto is doing. He had a kid 10 years ago. Who knows? This other stuff changes.
Life changes what happens drastically, and we're going to start seeing more and more of it. I mean, we're seeing it all the time. Like, we're starting to see more turnover in like the people retiring or people stepping back from like big companies that have been
Yeah.
leading the charge, like Insomniac's head, Bungie's heads, like all these people that have been there forever, doing things forever, and like kind of riding the head of the ship and leading things are starting to step back or retire or like let other people take charge. And Game Freak's been pretty good about like you said, the people that are there are the pillars, but like the other people that step in and out and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So
And also, like, if you leave the company, you're very open to freelance work, right? Like Mizutani and Omura, despite being probably the almost like the lead character designers at this point, and Take, they don't work at Game Freak anymore. Take was never at Game Freak. Toby Fox did the leitmotif and like the main theme for Scarlet and Violet as a whole, and 90% of the songs uses music, and his name is Toby Fox, and he is not at Game Freak at all.
yep.
It's like Game Freak is such an astoundingly progressive company, especially for Japan. When you look at a Japanese company, Nintendo is an obvious example, but like you will work there until you are like 80. You are going to be there forever, and the entire like society there is so not like the West at all, where there's like no turnover rate. But Game Freak, the heads are there for a while, but the turnover rate for employees, they tend to hire university graduates. They're more of a starting company to get into the industry. And that's really fascinating because now when those heads start to swivel out, who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah.
Maybe we just keep doing the thing we've been doing and they all go freelance.
I
So,
think that's probably where I think Game Freak is we're gonna see a lot of change, but I think it's gonna be like, okay, but how much are we gonna actually notice it because they've already been doing it?
yeah, I mean, like you go back to Gen 5 and like Sugimori stops being the sole like character designer, really.
Yep.
I mean, Gen 3, like Nishida left, she went freelance. She said to me that she went freelance in like 2004. And she still does like 5 or so designs for every game. And that's the lady that made Pikachu. Like, you know, she has such an important role and she doesn't even work there.
Yep. Maybe
As of
maybe
20
it'll
years.
just be
No one's
everybody's
noticed.
freelance. Maybe Game Freak is just freelance in
Yes,
10 years,
exactly.
15
No,
years.
it's only Omori at the end of the day. He's the only
It's
the one
Amorian
independent.
freelancers.
Yeah.
That'd be fun. All right. Well, I mean, we've talked for 4 hours on this topic. I hope
1 hour. Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, it's like, hey, if you've stuck around for this long, thanks for listening. I hope you enjoyed our incoherent rambling about the inner workings of Game Freak for half of this. But
This is
I
my
mean,
life, okay? I have to live through this. It sucks. I
yeah,
have
but
to
I mean,
have all this. I'm cursed with this knowledge.
yeah, and it's a good thing it's a good thing someone does because conversations like this are important to have. Like for however many people end up listening to this, I mean, having actual documentation of, hey, this is something that you need to be aware of in like the infrastructure or how these companies work or how these things need to be perceived from like a critical standpoint, not a fan perspective. That stuff is always super important to have any kind of documentation of, whether if it's just a podcast like this or articles or whatever, because in a culture where a lot of people get all of their stuff from shorts or a lot of stuff from just blurbs,
Yeah.
like the more you can put that stuff out there, the more likely it is that someone will consume that information
Absolutely.
and then internalize
I
it.
gotta do more YouTube shorts. Oh my god.
Hey,
It's so
dude,
easy.
I've been like putting it off for like the last 3 months for this podcast. I'm like, these conversations of like, because my normal co-host is one of my former coworkers, so we're both journalists, and it's like
Mhm.
we just have conversations, but we're also conversating about news from the perspective of people that do more research than most people will do in their lives on the topics we're talking about. So
Yeah, it's why I'm starting a podcast very, very soon because a friend approached me and he was like, there is no good space for Pokemon podcasts that don't just talk about like news and
it's
leaks.
it's
And
insane. Like
yeah.
we've tried to like distance ourselves from being a games news podcast because there's so many of those, and there are really good ones out there for like multiple different angles. But
Yeah.
there's not that, but just for conversation from the
Mhm.
perspective of people that have covered the stuff. And it's
Yeah, it's all like I'm friends with so many people that do even just Pokemon podcasts,
mm,
and yet there's not a there's not really. I think it goes back to the VGC thing. Not to get another tangent,
no,
but
do it.
um, people don't play Pokemon correctly anymore. That's a bold take, but 99% of Pokemon is either consumed by like kids target audience, right? Nobody cares. They're not online.
Mm,
Uh, and in these discussions, but they are either played by people that are just playing ROM hacks, they are doing Nuzlocks, They are playing the game at like a million times speed if they're doing a vanilla game. They are shiny hunting, or they're just playing Go, or they are like super into VGC. And like you have all these sects of the community that don't have really much of anything to do with why these games are the way they are, and it's frustrating. And we're at the point now. I used to call it the Sonic the Hedgehog event horizon, where like people will just be like okay, or like so anti-criticism. But I think a few like very loud people, when Sword and Shield were coming out, have tainted the conversation, and now it's like irreparably damaged. Like you can't say anything bad about Pokemon, even if you know what you're talking about, even if you have information to back this up, because it's just you're a hater, or you say something nice and you're a shill. Hopefully
Yeah,
that
there's no in
fixes itself.
between. It can't be like because the discussion we've had today is equal parts concern and being excited about the future.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And
But
I
you,
relish the prospect of shitting on champions in a month. Absolutely.
yeah, like exactly. Like so, I'll bring it up here because I'll put a like documentation, so I actually have to hold myself to this. But it's like because my entire thought process and part of what I was going to talk to you after this is like I'm doing a like I want to do a force myself to like completely vanilla every Pokemon game, like
Mhm.
one per release, and like do a like critical look at like at a modern take, like a modern perspective on each of these games from like a perspective of someone who has done game reviews but does not like doing game reviews,
Yeah.
to talk about this with people that have either recently played them or have experience playing them or whatever, because I don't think there's any conversation around that because of the way Pokemon is like.
Consume now.
Yeah, because when you go to YouTube to and look up a Pokemon thing, it is exactly what you said. It's one of those sects of like
Yeah.
what content are you falling into? It's competitive in one way or the other, challenge runs in one way or another. How are you playing the game? Like, are they doing shiny hunting, the prop hunt stuff? Uh, are they like are kind of like an artsy around it? Is it a video essay? Like, what kind of content are you falling into with Pokemon? There's no one that's just sitting here and talking like we have about like the experience of playing Pokemon as it was like meant to be played,
Man,
quote
yeah.
unquote, and then also discussing why that's important, what the history of it is, why is that something that you need to understand moving forward, and how essential that is to what the brand still is.
Yeah, I think part of that is also just like I like part of me thinks that fans don't deserve that discussion because Game Freak, even ignoring any of the leaks that have happened, we have had the biggest look into these games' development, more than I would say any other series, especially given its size
Yo,
and the amount of like,
just
red
media
tape around
attention.
everything.
Yeah, everything. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like we still know so much. And yet like the not to call opinions like brain dead or anything, but like there are so many opinions and things that are said about the series that are flat out wrong and encouraged. And I think as fans for a long, long time, not to say that I came along and changed all of this because I didn't, but for a long time we have not put that at the forefront. And it's like let's document every anime episode or something. And it's like that. There's just not. I don't know. It's a case of making that sort of thing marketable though, which makes it hard. So
Yeah. Well, and it's not what people want to consume. It's not easily consumable. It's not just something that they can sit there and like put on and listen. Like there are some people that do like super creative stuff, and it's like, okay, that's awesome. Like I'm never gonna fault people for playing Pokemon a specific way, especially if
mhm.
that's how they make their living because people want to watch it. Sure, absolutely do that. But like you said, they don't. Those people that are consuming that probably won't listen this far into the podcast
Oh, absolutely not.
or won't like skip around and listen to the actual dissect. Like they're here. They want to hear the reactions, the theorizing, the leaks, the stuff that like back when I was like full on games journalist, it's like, okay, that's the stuff that gets the clicks. How are we going? But then from my perspective, as someone who respects the brand and wants to talk about the intricacies of it, it's like, okay, well then how do I spin the clickbaity whatever headline about leaks into actually discussing the game and
Yeah,
discussing
it's why
how you dissect it.
It's why I feel like I've had so much success on somewhere like Twitter. Like, I don't like to think about numbers
Hmm.
because it's just benign. But like, I look at my like the most recent post I did 9 hours ago, 280,000 impressions. Nobody before, not to say that I'm the only person to do this or even that I'm even particularly good at it, but like conversations about like character design relative to the series history, like those posts would not exist
Yeah,
a
they would
few
all
years
be
ago.
relegated to some like forum or
Yeah, they
something
would be on forums or they would be on like Tumblr and it would be like, hey, cool fact. And it would be like very, very uh
like niche, just
like zoomed in, it would be like very, very like, I feel like we just need more people to talk about the development of the series. And it's why I pushed so hard for that when I contributed to Bulbapedia. I no longer do. Um and that was part of why I stopped because there was not a willingness to almost kind of educate on the series in like a meta sense. And like my background in this comes from like mainly like Ratchet and Clank,
mm,
listening to like the developer commentaries of those games, the Insomniac Museum, just like conceptually, and then that eventually transitioned to animation and like recognizing different animators, being friends with them, just talking about like, oh, who did this cut? Why does this look this way? Um,
the
and that just like
intellectual
kind of
conversations that it doesn't feel like
yeah.
enough people are having.
Yeah, and also just like treating the people that make these things as
As
people,
people,
like treating them
because
as
they're
artists, as staff.
creatives.
Yeah, they don't want to make bad art.
Yeah,
Nobody does.
and it's also important to understand why the bad art comes about, like when it does happen.
Exactly.
Like
And
it
to do that, like you can't have like a snobby conversation, right? Like you have to make it palatable, and that's so difficult.
when
Um,
when you approach something, so you've done interviews and stuff in the past, but when you approach an interview with someone that makes a thing, if you aren't going and looking at their catalog of work and understand, like, for me it's usually like, okay, they're releasing a thing, they want to talk about this thing, or the PR people want to talk about this thing, but how am I going to contextualize what they've done before into talking about the thing that they're doing now? That kind of stuff, like the work that goes into an interview, the work that goes into those kind of discussions. um like when I went to go talk to the I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but the dude who did the soundtrack, the and most of the sound work for Street Fighter 6, right?
mhm.
He did the soundtrack work for Devil May Cry 5 and The Greatest Attorney 2. And I was like, sick, like those games. Let's talk about that a little bit to open up the conversation and kind of talk about his history. When
Yeah,
I mentioned Great Ace Attorney 2 to him, his entire disposition changed because no one ever talked to him about that.
yeah. This is why, like, I wish I could. I don't know if I'm like blacklisted by the Pokemon Company. They've never ever reached out to me, and thank God because I'm not like a free product kind of guy. I would
Yeah.
absolutely never do that under any circumstance. Like, get flown out anywhere. But I would love to interview Pokemon staff in like like some sort of official or like a media perspective because um like nobody asks, like, even though like Beasts of Reincarnation exists, nobody has like asked like any of those staff anything about any of the past Game Freak games. And it's like I just imagine like the amount of questions that I would have, like, hey Masada, like why did you reuse like music from like Bushi Suryuden in Ruby Sapphire? Why did you do that? What's up with that? What, like, why are those melodies so similar? um and it's like these kinds of questions are
They're important.
so
Yeah, they're so important and they're so interesting. I think a reason why, like, I mean, it's kind of contextualized, and like, I mean, to be fair, like the Pokemon Company doesn't really do facilitating. I mean, their PR company doesn't. Like, they don't do facilitation of like a lot of interviews for like the actual devs anymore. Generally,
yeah.
most of that's probably done through Game Freak directly or the Pokemon Company directly on their Japanese side, and that's why like you see specific brands getting
Like
those interviews.
IGN, yeah.
Yeah, because they have the ins essentially. Like I can email the Pokemon companies, like the international, and be like, hey, can I schedule an interview with like any of your like product people or like Chris Brown or something, and probably get something set up just because but that's what they facilitate.
Yeah.
And those conversations are also important in a completely different way, but to like what you're saying is important, and that's why, like, I like taking the actual time to like think about these projects and then when you, if you ever do get the opportunity to talk to these people, like the way you talk to them, like, is so important because
Yeah.
uh, like I feel like there have been so many times when I've been in like a group interview where the people are so callous with how they're asking things or they're just their disposition, and I'm like,
Yeah, this is
what?
this is why the Terra League is so interesting because it's like, oh my god, I've always wanted this deep dive into Gen 3. Like Gen 3 is such a fascinating, development period. We can extract and like grab so many things. It's not like where we have all the source code, we have like different bits and pieces, and we don't have like builds to play, so we have to like think. It's like archaeology.
Mm,
um I hate that certain accounts and certain places that have covered that um just turn it into TMZ for nerds.
yep.
That's all it is. It's like this guy was responsible for killing Masuda's dog. Like that's it. That's all this guy did. And it's like, the, like when it was found that like Masuda stepped away from development, the amount of misinformation that still spirals about that is
Yeah,
like
because people
you just
will
want.
write a thing or talk about it or put a short out, and then there's nothing. You can't take that back. People see
Yeah,
it.
we have God's gift to like Pokemon knowledge, and it's all there. Nobody wants to dig through it.
They
Nobody
just
wants
want
to
to take
talk about
the
it.
Spark Notes. They're not actually going through the data or talking to people who go through the data or researching.
Yep,
Most of them don't even research. Like, the minimum you can do if you're going to talk about something is read multiple posts. Like, read
absolutely.
multiple
Yeah.
sources from different writers or different outlets. Because if you're reading from the same outlet, typically that the editorial style is going to lead to the same kind of content. So you have to do your research and like properly source. And if you're not going to properly source it yourself, then the least you can do is go through multiple people who have sourced it for something that they've written. Because otherwise, you're going to end up with you're sharing a view of something from the perspective of somebody sharing a view of something that they've looked up in minimalistic.
Yeah, like you can all of the content discussing the Terra leaks, you can just trace back to the cutting room floor. Like, like they will just be reading from that website, and it's like that's crazy. Those are free volunteers that put that information on there that do good work. It's why whenever I've talked to Game Freak staff, it's never been, "Hey, let me interview you." It's always been, "Hey, we followed each other on Twitter for a few years. I'd be really interested to know like what you think about this or
Mm-hmm.
like what your role was here." And when you realize that they are just like men and women in their late 50s, they're just normal people. They're not rich. They just go about their lives and they just like being treated like a person or as an artist. That's all they can really
Or
ask
being
for.
involved in the conversation in a way that's not confrontational or like
Yeah,
trying to
no,
get something out
exactly.
of them. It's like, hey, I'm really interested in this specific topic that you probably are also super interested in because considering you worked on this. Can you provide your perspective
Yeah,
about
and
what
then
you
at
did
some
here?
point, when you're friendly enough with them, you can just have those funny conversations like, "Hey, man, what was up with that insane design decision?" And they'll be responsive to that because you grow a working relationship with that. There are so many animators that I can just message now and just be like, "Hey, did you draw this?" And it's just like such a casual thing. No NDAs are being broken, but it's just like it's nice, to have that connection with people. That's ultimately all this is, really.
Yeah, I wish more people would try and like connect with the art more so than connect with the zeitgeist almost. This is a whole
That's a really good way to put it.
it's the whole conversation. I've had this multiple times the conversation with like different media people who are like the way media is consumed and the way like people feel like they have to flitter between like the biggest things
Mhm.
has irreparably damaged like the ability to actually connect with art if you're not actively going out of your way to change how you do it.
I mean, it's why like in our space we you don't get many people that are like experts in one thing, and it's why like a lot of the people I surround myself with, like I don't know shit about Pokemon Coliseum or its inner workings, but I have a friend that does, and I can trust him with all of this. I don't know enough about like some very specific period of the anime, but I know people that know about that production, and like just being, you don't even need to be like a jack of all trades. Um, you just kind of have to have reverence for. No, there's just like no incentive for people to learn. I think is the thing. Like, there's no
Yep.
social credit in it, which is why people turn that into content. but then it's just recycling stuff. So
And
I don't
that
know.
and
I don't know.
the content element's its own thing. It's like I was so against starting this podcast because I didn't want to be just another dude talking about games on a podcast. Because
Yeah,
there's
I was
so many of
like
them.
when my friend pitched that to me like a week and a half ago, I was just like, you know what? I don't know if I want to be the three kids talking around the sofa like, is Fortnite bad now? You know? Like, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, and it's something you have to like grow into because like I've been doing this for a year and a half, almost 2 years or whatever, and I'm like, okay, cool. I'm still debating. Like I edit this the night before it goes up. I put together the thumbnail, and I'm like, what dumb joke do I want to make in this thumbnail to make sure it's like fits the theme, but is not coming across as like clickbaity or whatever. Uh,
Mhm.
like trying to be genuine as possible, doing it without falling into the like you don't want to fall into the trappings of why you didn't want to do this in the first place. And a lot of people just do content because they see it as a way to do things. Like, oh, if I make content, I'll make money eventually, or I'll become like someone who people watch and like value their opinions. And I'm like, I don't give a shit about that. Like, if
Yeah.
I'm my entire goal with like games journalism was I can write about competitive games that I like and get paid for it and then not have to like do everything myself. Like I don't like self-publishing I can do, sure, but I don't want to be like the guy that people go to for X thing necessarily. I want to be able to do the thing that I like, talk about the thing that I like, do it well, and people get information and learn from it. And
Exactly. It's
then
why like documenting stuff is like only kind of
yeah,
half of it. You don't like I could write so much information on so many things. Again, it's why I stopped doing like volunteer stuff for Bulbapedia pages because it's like I'm just putting words to paper, but I'm not saying anything with that information. I'm
yeah,
not like
it's
drawing
documentation in like
conclusions from it. You know?
the most easily digestible, findable form, but there's no the value in that kind of work goes beyond what you're just going to read in like a Wikipedia blurb.
Yeah, exactly. You don't even need to like present anything new. You know, it can just be what do you glean from this
Yeah,
type thing.
well, that's the same reason. Like, I wanted to have, like, I was talking to people about, like, hey, would you be interested in talking about Pokemon Day? And they're like, well, are we just going to talk about the news? And I'm like, that's just the inherent part of talking about something like this. That's why, like if you're just talking about like the state of play or something, in a way,
Yeah.
it's like you're gonna eventually talk about the news, sure, because you're talking about new releases or new announcements. But the idea of the conversational element is, what are you bringing to the conversation other than just, oh, that's cool, here's the date? Because
Mhm.
like the only time we talked about a date is champions and winds and waves like speculating on like release date stuff, because the whole point of our conversation is not, oh yeah, that was a really cool thing that they announced. It's, I want to talk about the shit that actually matters that no one's going to
Exactly.
talk
Like
about because they're going to blow over it in an hour and 30-minute stream or podcast that's only going to talk about the reactionary stuff. I don't know.
yeah, I mean that's why I'm not a fan of like again, I know a lot of people that do this and no disrespect to them, but like I can't get behind like theory YouTube or like hey, this is what this means and it could mean this and it's like
Yeah, like the red circle thumbnail YouTube
yeah.
where it's like theory crafting or guesswork.
Yeah, like it's fun to do that. It's just like not what I find interesting, and I really like not to say that I've like trailblazed this space, but like just carving out like a little place to talk about this thing that I love is uh really cool. It's not a positive thing, it's not a negative thing. It's just really interesting, and it's really
Yeah,
just
because
it.
you're gonna get the good and the bad that comes with it, especially if you're like in a space for that long. Like
Yeah, exactly.
you're gonna see the biggest YouTube trend, like the rise and the fall of X or whatever. You're gonna experience that in real time just by existing in the space.
Exactly. Yeah.
You don't need to do that content to experience that and then talk about it, because eventually you're gonna be like, we've been here for like we talked about it. We've kind of been here for the rise and fall of like what Pokemon is as a creative like monument. And
Mhm.
now we're in the part where the people would do like the rise and the fall and the rise again, because we're hopeful that because we've been around this long and understand the 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 work that's gone into the part of it that is considered the fall, now we're
Yeah.
in the rise again part where we get to experience new stuff.
Yeah, the new stuff is just kind of secondary to me. Like when Scarlet and Violet got announced, the line from my video is something like, I see like 3 new starters and like a new world to explore, and it's like, this is great, but I have concerns, and there's not a just talking about those concerns is fun to me. It's interesting to me.
Yeah, and it's something
That's
that
really it.
needs to be put out there. So,
For sure.
anyways, Lou, where can people find you so they can continue hearing your concerns?
Yeah, Lewtwo on Twitter, Lewtwo on YouTube. I will start making YouTube shorts soon, I promise. Lewtwo on everything. I have a website that's coming out. It's going to be a Pokemon resource for single player games mostly. So like documenting what you would expect from a Pokemon website, but with actual web designers. And yeah, that's it really. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you for sitting here and talking with me for 4.5 hours. I know if I got anybody else on here, it'd be like hour and a half, and we'd just be like, well, like we'd get into the weeds, but we wouldn't get into the weeds of like the full on
The why.
Yeah, the why, the how, the super deep stuff about like just what makes everything tick, and what we think is like the core of like what's still ticking. That's why
Absolutely.
I was like,
Also,
what's up?
No, I was just saying, I just remembered. Can this game please be at 60 FPS? That trailer really worried me. It was at 30. I just remembered.
Look, we're
It's really scary.
we gotta that's your comment of the day, chat. Go will this game run at 60 FPS?
Will it run at 60 again? Oh, give me ZA again, please. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, like just
very scary to see that trailer at 30.
Yeah, we'll
I just remembered.
Hopefully this trailer was what like made 6 months ago.
Yeah, give them another 5 years. Sure, why not?
Yeah, sure, who cares? Just like delay it. Well, give us where's the next Ilka remake? That's what Lou really wants.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
So,
1,000,000%.
all right. Well, thanks for listening for 4.5 hours. Hopefully the next time we talk Pokemon, we'll have another 4.5 hours worth of discussion to have.